In today's new series, we will follow the story of a game addict who transmigrates to become a young master named Yi Yun. He is not only a main character, but also possesses a special system. Let's see what exciting things this system will bring. Let's look forward to it. Now let's get started. One dark night in Baiyun, Chenyu Great Strength City, at the manor of the Yi family, the main character's home. A group of aggressive people kicked the door open in the middle of the night. They shouted, "Yi Yun, you good for nothing, are you dead or what?" At this moment, Fang Hu, the steward of the Yi family, entered the yard, waving a fan, looking around and saying, "If you're not dead, hurry up and crawl out here for your old man." Yi Yun was sitting slumped in his room. His situation did not seem very promising. Fang Hu, hearing no response from Yi Yun, directly rushed into the room, saying as he went, "No wonder you are my ninefold body talent, to not immediately die, after being hit by my large dose of soul-stealing poison. Considering that we are all members of the Yi family, I will send you off quickly." Yi Yun slightly opened his eyes, glancing at Fang Hu, this ungrateful person of the Yi family. Yi Yun's current strength did not allow him to speak, let alone stand up to resist. Fang Hu ordered his subordinates to take action and deal with Yi Yun. This group of people drew their swords and quietly approached, saying, "Hey, young master, we are also helpless. Don't blame us for being cruel." As they spoke, this group swung their swords towards Yi Yun. They thought a single sword strike would finish off this dying young master, but unexpectedly, Yi Yun suddenly woke up, blocking the enemy's sword with one hand. Yi Yun slightly opened his hazy eyes, beginning to carefully look at each person who wanted to kill him. The group was utterly surprised. Yi Yun's resistance was something they had never considered. In the quiet night, an unexpected scream rang out, an arm severed from the shoulder. My arm, my arm." A masked person's voice cried out. Yi Yun, thought to be on his last breath from the poison, suddenly stood up normally and said, "I'll give you a word." He looked up at the people in front of him and slowly said, before making a move, "Don't talk too much." The person whose arm was chopped off by Yi Yun could only lie there groaning in pain, his breath quickly fading away. He would soon be seeing his ancestors. Fang Hu stood by the door, watching Yi Yun, who was healthy and resisting. He was shocked that with a single move he had killed one of his subordinates. He stammered, Weren't you poisoned and injured?" He became even angrier when he realized that Yi Yun's cultivation had also recovered through some force. Yi Yun was not surprised by Fang Hu's expression. If asked why his cultivation had recovered, the story would be very long. Yi Yun was originally a guy who stayed at home all day playing games. One day he woke up and transmigrated, becoming the young master of the Yi family in Baiyun City, sharing the same name and surname. When he woke up in the young master Yi Yun's body, the pain in his body and a few remaining memories told him that he had been poisoned by Yi Kun, the son of the Yi family's great elder. In one night, from a martial arts genius he had become a useless person, and he nearly lost his life. Having just arrived here and then being poisoned to death, this made Yi Yun very unwilling. Luckily, heaven did not abandon him. As he was dying, the transmigratory system opened up, a notification appearing on the screen in front of him. The Myriad Realms plundering system has connected to the host and has been successfully activated automatically. The appearance of the Myriad Realms plundering system was the moment that changed Yi Yun's fate. The system continued to issue notifications, detected a large amount of toxins in the host's body, posing a risk to the host's safety. Do you want to proceed with plundering? The screen displayed two options, yes and no. Yi Yun trembled and used all his remaining strength to click yes. For him, at this moment, no matter what it was, he had no other choice. In an instant, Yi Yun's body was enveloped by an extremely powerful energy. Every cell in his body was being purified. Following this, notifications for attributes and an inventory were activated. Soon after, a notification appeared: toxins have been completely devoured, followed by congratulations, the host has gained 800 experience. From basic mountain palm to fire poison palm. After that, the screen displayed Yi Yun's attributes, including realm, Third level of body tempering, experience points, 100, 1000. Once the experience points are full, the host can break through to the fourth level of body tempering. Families inherited technique, flying cloud technique, a high-grade yellow level. Martial arts, fire poison palm, a high-grade mysterious level. Earth-shaking kick, a high-grade yellow level. Sound-breaking shout, a mid-grade yellow level. This notification surprised Yi Yun quite a bit. After solving the toxins, the original owner's basic mountain palm had unexpectedly evolved into a higher-level fire poison palm. While Yi Yun was reminiscing about his transmigration, Fang Hu, seeing that Yi Yun was just standing there like a statue, angrily shouted, "Are you mute? I'm asking you. Who helped you recover your cultivation?" Fang Hu's plan to kill Yi Yun with poison had failed. Witnessing Yi Yun not only not die, but also recover his cultivation made him incredibly angry, while Yi Yun just quietly sneered. Yi Yun slowly replied, "Of course, it's because heaven couldn't bear to watch your group of bad people, and gave me a very big golden finger." As he spoke, Yi Yun moved toward the group of enemies, causing them to fearfully retreat. Fang Hu, feeling uneasy, asked, "You, what do you want to do?" At the moment, the original owner Yi Yun's body had just recovered, his physical strength was still weak, he shouldn't engage in a prolonged battle. To deal with these people, Yi Yun had to strike quickly and win swiftly, his strength wouldn't last long. Suddenly, at this moment the system issued another notification, detecting that the host's strength is too low, a new player gift will be given. There was no reason not to accept a free gift. Yi Yun immediately clicked to receive it. This gift was to have his attack speed increased 100 million times. Attack speed increased 100 million times is a very powerful divine ability. Its level of technique cannot be calculated, it is at the highest position in the rankings. But currently, host Yi Yun's strength is too low, so it can only be unlocked at higher speeds after his cultivation level is raised. And so, with his first gift, Yi Yun gained an attack speed 3 times the normal. Yi Yun found this gift quite interesting. He thought to himself, in the world of martial arts, only speed is indestructible, the plundering ability is sure to make me stronger. And this attack speed of 100 million times can immediately increase my current combat strength. While Yi Yun was still occupied with the system, Fang Hu, seeing that he was not making any moves, loudly ordered his subordinates, "What are you standing there for?" While he's thinking, "Chop off his limbs for me." The subordinate hastily grabbed his sword and replied, "Yes." But as soon as Fang Hu finished speaking, Yi Yun suddenly appeared in front of him, a hand striking his shoulder, his figure moving as fast as a gust of wind. Yi Yun smiled and said, "Attack speed tripled." Immediately afterward, a fire poison palm attack 3 times stronger was unleashed, hitting Fang Hu directly. Following this was a scene of devastation, the wall of Yi Yun's room collapsing, a figure flying out like an arrow. This figure fell onto the rubble, stopped by the outer wall and prevented from flying out of the Yi family grounds. At this moment, the old man Fang Hu still didn't understand what happened, and could only cry, "Hoo hoo." The old man staggered and couldn't stand, falling face down on the ground. At this moment, Yi Yun's figure appeared from behind the dust, he stroked his wrist and nodded, saying, "Not bad, for the first time using it, it is quite handy. It seems that along with increasing speed, it also increases my explosiveness." The old man, who was beaten to a pulp, forced himself to look at Yi Yun and mumbled, Why do you have this speed, this ability?" Yi Yun coldly replied, "There are many things you don't know." Then he lowered his voice and whispered to Fang Hu, "Go see the King of Hell." Yi Yun wanted this old man to go to the King of Hell to clarify everything, he didn't have the energy for him. He placed his hand on Fang Hu's head, and began to plunder his strength. At this moment, Yi Yun looked no different from a villain, his face exuded a frightening coldness, directly plundering all the cultivation of his enemy. Throughout the Yi family courtyard, Fang Hu's miserable cries echoed, but no one came to rescue him. He screamed in horror, What are you doing, ah? Streams of energy flowed out from his body, gradually depleting him. A few minutes later, the system displayed a notification: plundering successful, the host has gained 300 experience. Everything was now settled. Yi Yun released Fang Hu's body. The old man collapsed, lifeless, and the remaining subordinate knelt down trembling, begging for mercy. Young master, I was wrong. Yi Yun pretended not to hear. He stepped over Fang Hu's corpse and slowly walked in front of the subordinate, saying, next, it's your turn. Yi Yun was now at the 3rd level of body tempering, reaching 600 experience points out of 1000. Once this experience point is full, he could break through to the 4th level of body tempering. His current technique was the flying cloud technique, a high-grade yellow level. After resolving this group of people, Yi Yun moved to the outside of the Black Moon Mountains. Although the moonlight shone brightly here at night, the atmosphere was extremely cold and sinister. At this moment, Yi Yun was fighting a large wild boar. With just one punch, Yi Yun easily finished off the wild boar. After obtaining the system, with speed plus strength, Yi Yun had completely changed this body. After a while of fighting, Yi Yun's whole body showed signs of fatigue. He gently wiped the sweat off his face, trying to stabilize his breathing. Yi Yun sighed and said, "Highs," finally stopped struggling. The wild boar that Yi Yun had just killed was probably the leader of the pack. It was extremely large. The remaining boars in the forest did not dare to make a sound, afraid that if Yi Yun saw them he would kill them too. They could only stand silently, trembling in fear. Yi Yun walked over to the boar, placing his hand on the beast. He sighed and said to himself, "HMPH. I almost didn't have enough strength." He killed this boar not for its meat, but to prepare to plunder its essence. As soon as he finished killing the beast, he immediately began the plunder. Once again, a black mist began to appear, enveloping the beast. The plunder was quickly completed. The system issued a notification congratulating the host for plundering a king boar hide tough beast's essence, gaining 100 experience points. Congratulations, the host has reached the 5th level of body tempering. Luckily, after 2 days of diligent cultivation, Yi Yun's body had now increased from the 3rd level of body tempering to the 5th. Not only that, but he also figured out a few things. First, the system could not only plunder the cultivation of martial artists, but also absorb pills, techniques, and spirit stones. Last time, after killing Fang Hu, Yi Yun had found his storage bag. Looking at the things inside the storage bag, Yi Yun was surprised. This dog Fang, who was hiding quite a few treasures. The pills obtained from Fang Hu's storage bag were quickly absorbed by Yi Yun. During absorption, the pills could be directly combined into higher-grade pills, increasing cultivation. Thanks to that pill absorption, Yi Yun successfully combined a Tier 1 spirit-gathering pill into a Tier 2 spirit-gathering pill, gaining 500 experience. Second, apart from the cultivation of martial artists, demon beasts were also key targets for plundering. Demon beasts from level 1 to level 9 correspond to the major realms of martial artists from level 1 to level 9. Absorbing demon beasts could also quickly increase cultivation. This was the reason Yi Yun came to the Black Moon Mountains to find demon beasts to improve his cultivation. Every time he killed a demon beast, he accumulated 50 experience points. However, similar to absorbing the cultivation of martial artists, it was required to check that the target was severely injured or dying. If a demon beast was injured too badly, the system would immediately issue a warning that the target was not yet severely injured and did not meet the requirements for absorption. But it was not entirely a waste. If a living demon beast was absorbed, it would restore some physical strength. A demon beast like that could help with small wounds, like the one on Yi Yun's palm. It healed soon after absorption. Finally, and most commendably, the system could automatically check, saving Yi Yun a lot of trouble. Any movement would be immediately reported, such as a notification about detecting a group of demon beasts 30 yards southwest. Receiving these notifications allowed him to adapt to the situation. A night of hard work killing all the wild boars in the Black Moon Mountains did not make Yi Yun satisfied, because in total he only reached the 5th level of body tempering. Looking back at the wild boars he had killed like straw, yet to advance, this was still not enough. He turned his back on the wild boars and left, returning to the inner courtyard of the Yi family in the middle of the night. As he walked, he thought, now the demon beasts outside of the Black Moon Mountains were nearly all absorbed. He had originally wanted to take this opportunity to quickly increase his strength, but unexpectedly, there was a barrier inside the mountains, requiring the combined forces of the three major families. To open it, he had no choice but to return, to think of another way to cultivate tomorrow to quickly increase his cultivation. It was true that when you transmigrate into a world of martial arts with this kind of cultivation, there is no one who doesn't try every method to increase their strength. Yi Yun could only sigh and accept this. As soon as he returned home, before he could even catch his breath, Yi Yun sensed danger. A group of people rushed in, swords as a respectful greeting being sent towards Yi Yun. Fortunately, he recognized the danger early and avoided a sword strike. Yi Yun glanced with his phoenix eyes and loudly asked, "Who is it?" Shadows appeared behind Yi Yun, all of them wielding swords, their aura threatening. One person said, "Yi Yun, you dare to kill my people. Your guts are not small." The person speaking was Yi Kun, the great elder's son, with the 6th level of body tempering, 1 level higher than Yi Yun. What worried Yi Yun the most was that, apart from Yi Kun, the rest were martial artists with the 7th level of body tempering. They were not easy to deal with at all. Yi Kun walked over, his eyes fixed on Yi Yun with resentment. He said, "HMPH, the soul-stealing poison was an extreme poison I specially had brought from the southern border. Yet you still didn't die." Yi Kun did not expect that. After that catastrophe, Yi Yun not only did not die, but in 2 short days, this kid was able to break through to the 5th level of body tempering. But this further provoked the competitive spirit in Yi Kun. He snorted coldly and said, "HMPH, it's okay, it must be heaven giving me a chance." He chuckled softly. Then he raised his sword and shouted, "Give me a chance to personally kill you again." Before the sword could be thrust, Yi Yun's hand firmly grasped it. At this moment, Yi Yun used his speed to close in on his opponent, a situation that Yi Kun had not expected. Yi Yun was too fast, he didn't know when he was approached. Yi Yun knew immediately, Yi Kun was panicked. He smiled softly with satisfaction. Following this were a series of cracking sounds, along with Yi Kun's painful screams. His arm was broken by Yi Yun's hand, while Yi Yun had a calm to cold face. Yi Kun was in agony, he screamed, "My arm." The subordinates following behind Yi Kun became panicked, rushing out to save their young master. Every time they took a step forward, Yi Yun tightened his grip, breaking another joint of Yi Kun to suppress them. Yi Kun was in so much pain that his face was contorted, his eyes were bloodshot, he gritted his teeth and cursed, "Yi Yun, you beast. You dare break this young master's arm." As the young master of the Yi family's great elder, being defeated by a good-for-nothing like Yi Yun, breaking his arm, Yi Kun roared in anger, "I must kill you." Yi Yun's slow voice sounded, "Don't rush, it's not just an arm." Indeed, Yi Yun didn't stop at breaking his arm. Next, the sound of bones breaking in his leg rang out. Yi Kun was in agonizing pain, his screams echoing throughout the inner courtyard. Yi Yun, with a cold face, said, "Your legs, you don't need to keep them either." Yi Kun's subordinates could no longer bear it. They rushed forward, wielding their swords, shouting, "Quickly release our young master." Yi Yun lifted Yi Kun by the neck and replied coldly, "As you wish." Yi Kun felt something was wrong, he was extremely confused. Immediately after, Yi Yun threw Yi Kun straight towards his subordinates. "I'll return him to you." With just a light throw, the subordinates couldn't catch Yi Kun and were sent flying backward. Yi Yun slowly walked forward, saying as he went, "I was originally worried about what to do after killing the monsters." Yi Yun gave an evil smile. He said, "You guys are eagerly sending me experience points on your own." Yi Kun shouted in fear, "Capture him for me. This young master wants to kill him personally." The subordinates obeyed, shouting loudly, "Yes." Yi Yun raised an eyebrow, looking at the cowardly subordinates, and began to laugh coldly. He suddenly accelerated, rushing towards the group. In the blink of an eye, the unprepared group was sent flying. They panicked, not understanding what was happening. How could this kid, Yi Yun, be so fast? He was clearly only at the 5th level of body tempering, which was much lower than their 9th level. Even though his cultivation was much lower, this group couldn't get close to Yi Yun, some were even scattered. As this person was thinking, his eyes began to fill with extreme fear. Yi Yun's hand was about to grab his neck. Yi Yun's speed was too fast, he couldn't react in time, and his sword was sent flying. His eyes turned blank. Yi Yun took this one out with one blow. Yi Kun slumped to the ground, he was extremely terrified. How could this be? This is impossible. Yi Kun panicked, shouting, "You, don't come over here." Yi Yun asked in a deep voice, "You like poisoning others, right?" Yi Kun cried out in terror, "I warn you, don't come over here." Yi Yun silently increased his speed, his hand using the fire poison palm, punched straight at Yi Kun, shouting, "Taste for yourself the feeling of having your bones cracked and hurting." Another series of Yi Kun's screams rang out, his spirit was about to be driven mad by Yi Yun. Yi Yun's fire poison palm was slowly burning Yi Kun alive, the pain caused Yi Kun to hate Yi Yun to his bones, he yelled, "Yi Yun, if you have the guts, then kill me. Otherwise, I will definitely seek revenge for today." Yi Yun silently placed his hand on Yi Kun's head and asked, "You want to seek revenge on me?" After asking, Yi Yun also answered himself, "Don't worry, you won't have the chance." Yi Kun stammered in fear, What do you want to do? Please, I beg you." Yi Yun didn't bother with his pleas for mercy, he quietly activated the system and started to absorb. Despite the system notifying that the enemy was severely injured, the plunder and absorption were still completed. Yi Yun also gained 1,500 experience points, reaching the 6th level of body tempering. Yi Kun did not die immediately, his cultivation and strength were slowly being plundered by Yi Yun, he could feel every cell in his body being drained of vitality. He cried out, "Wait a minute, my cultivation. My cultivation. Yi Yun, what did you do to me?" Yi Yun rubbed his hands leisurely and replied, "So you can't take it anymore. It's just me returning what you did to me, 10 times over." Yi Yun didn't kill Yi Kun with one palm, but instead ordered loudly, "Now, you better be like a dog, crawl out of my territory." Yi Kun was lying on the ground, the fear in his eyes could not be concealed. Yi Yun's voice rang out again, "Did you hear clearly?" Yi Kun would never forget the image of Yi Yun arrogantly scolding him, he engraved every detestable feature into his brain, he must have been extremely resentful. The group had no strength to resist Yi Yun, he stepped over the corpses of the useless people, and went straight to the elder's mansion of the Yi family in Baiyun City. In this place, Yi Yun created a chaotic battle, blood flowed like a river, people died everywhere. He poured out all of his pent-up hatred, killing everyone in the elder's mansion. A dying subordinate used his last strength to croak, "Quick, quick, send a letter by carrier pigeon." The main purpose was to call the great elder back, but was he coming back to clean up their bodies? At this moment, Yi Yun walked straight into the main hall alone without anyone daring to stop him. In this battle, Yi Yun not only absorbed a lot of cultivation, but more importantly, he found the key to the treasure vault that the great elder had hidden. Thinking about when Yi Yun crippled Yi Kun's Danqian, his father would definitely not let this go. Yi Changhe was Yi Kun's father, and also the great elder of the Yi family, a master of the 2nd level of blood qi. Yi Yun was currently only at the 6th level of body tempering. Even with his attack speed 3 times faster, he would not necessarily be his opponent. Therefore, Yi Yun's first priority now was to increase his cultivation faster. Just as he was about to enter the main hall to investigate the location of the treasure vault, the system issued a notification within 5 meters to the southeast. There is a large amount of treasure aura. Yi Yun immediately recognized the place he needed to go. He stepped down into a basement, where the sunlight was extremely weak. The deeper he went, the more obvious the darkness became. Reaching a stone door, Yi Yun placed the key he found into the lock and turned it gently. The large door, exuding the aura of treasure, was slowly opening. Yi Yun stepped inside. There were countless treasures here, shining brightly. During the time that the Great Elder had rebelled and seized power, he had collected no small amount of treasures. And now they were found by Yi Yun. It was truly sad for him. The treasures not only included pearls and rare items, but also many secret manuals and techniques stacked in separate cabinets, all of them full, an extremely pleasing sight. Looking to the left, he saw two tall shelves full of good things. To the right, there were manuals of techniques, enough for an ordinary person to cultivate for a lifetime. Yi Yun couldn't help but be overjoyed, immediately starting to absorb all the treasures. He absorbed and exclaimed, "Yi Changha, Yi Changha, you've been collecting treasures for so many years. Now they are all mine." During this time of absorption, the system began sending notifications that the absorption had started successfully. For example, Mystic Stargrass, 2,000 experience points gained, then a notification of absorbing 5 Tier 2 True Essence pills, gaining 2,500 experience points. Notification of absorbing the Spirit Light Sword Technique. Obtaining the Martial Arts, Spirit Light Sword Technique, high-grade mysterious level. Thousands of notifications followed each other continuously, all of them successful absorption notifications. It was unknown how long had passed, but Yi Yun had completely succeeded in absorbing the treasures in the Elder's Mansion Vault, reaching the 9th level of body tempering. His experience points had surpassed 1,000, moving on to a new milestone with 800 out of 60,000. If he surpasses this milestone, he can break through to the first level of Blood Chi. His technique was the Flying Cloud technique of the high-grade yellow level, but he had yet to obtain a weapon. In return, he had the Spirit Light Sword technique, Fire Poison Palm, and Earth-Shaking Kick all at the high-grade mysterious level, along with Sound-Breaking Shout at the mid-grade yellow level. His attack speed was still tripled, with no further changes. Yi Yun was quite satisfied with this absorption. He thought to himself, as expected, the speed of absorbing pills is still faster. While he was happy, Yi Yun noticed that a strange aura had appeared. The system immediately issued a notification, detected a level 3 spiritual weapon, the soul-slaying sword. It was unexpected that Yi Changha had actually hidden away a level 3 spiritual weapon of this value. Yi Yun did not hesitate, and immediately subdued this good sword for himself. This level 3 spiritual weapon could directly contend against martial artists at the Grandmaster realm. Just now when he had said that he didn't have a weapon. Now Yi Yun had a level 3 spiritual weapon. It was truly a blessing from heaven. Yi Yun shouted, "Subdue." And immediately the sword disappeared from his hand. It hadn't been lost, but the soul-slaying sword had been stored in the system's storage space, and could be used at any time. Fortunately, the system could store an unlimited amount of items. It was good to put it in the storage bag. Other healing pills could also be temporarily kept, in case they were needed. Thinking of the old man who betrayed the Yi family, Yi Yun chuckled, saying, "HMPH, Yi Changha wouldn't have dreamed that his weapon would one day be on his neck." Yi Changha, Yi Changha, I made my move first. Who told your stupid son to provoke me? Yi Yun had gathered all of the useful items into the system's storage space, and he slowly left the Elder's mansion. It was time for him to go home. There was nothing more to absorb here. At this moment, from behind, a panting voice of someone running called out, "Young Master Yun. I've finally found you." The person calling out was Wimo, the Yi family's steward. He was panting and wiping the sweat off his forehead, as he said to Yi Yun, "You should be resting in your yard. Why did you run over here?" Yi Yun asked in surprise, "Uncle Wu, why have you returned?" Uncle Wu didn't explain much. He grabbed Yi Yun's arm and pulled him away quickly, saying, "Don't talk about this anymore. The family head has just returned and is looking for you everywhere. Hurry back with me." Before even entering the mansion, the coughing sounds of Yi Wushuang, Yi Yun's father, reverberated. It seemed that he was in bad condition. These violent coughs were probably the main reason why he had sent Uncle Wu to find Yi Yun to return quickly. Looking closely, Yi Wushuang's entire body, the Yi family head, was injured, bandaged in several places. He had also coughed up a large mouthful of blood. His breathing was extremely labored. Seeing that Yi Wushuang, half dead, still insisted on waiting for Yi Yun instead of resting, his subordinates standing next to him said worriedly, "Family head. You are seriously injured, you should go rest first. Young Master Yun will definitely be all right." Yi Wushuang brushed off the person's hand and replied, "No, if I don't see Yuna with my own eyes, I won't be at peace." Finally, Yi Yun arrived. Stepping into the room, he was startled by his father's terribly injured state. Seeing Yi Yun, Yi Wusung's face relaxed. He said in a trembling voice, "Yuna, you're back." Yi Yun rushed to support his father's arm, feeling heartbroken. He turned and asked, "Uncle Wu, what happened? Why is my father so badly injured?" Uncle Wu replied, "Young master, you may not know, after you were poisoned, the master tried many ways to detoxify you. This time, it was while venturing into the misty swamp, risking his life to kill demonic beasts, that he got injured." Uncle Wu was about to say more when Yi Wusung's coughing interrupted. "Cough cough, let's not talk about this. Quick, quick, bring out the Zhuanling fruit." Uncle Wu obeyed and hurried to fetch it. The Zhuanling fruit was placed on the table, emitting a faint blue light. Yi Wusung tenderly handed it to Yi Yun, saying, "Yuna, quickly eat this. It should neutralize about 30% of the poison." Yi Yun took the fruit from his father. He knew the Zhuanling fruit was a level 2 elixir, effective in neutralizing potent poisons and enhancing cultivation. But what Yi Wusung didn't know was that his son was completely healed and no longer needed it. His eyes showed fatigue and concern for his son. He said with difficulty, "As for the rest, let father think of another way." After speaking, Yi Wusung turned his face away, coughing violently. He tried to prevent his son from seeing the blood pouring from his mouth. Yi Yun was shocked that his father had risked his life for the Zhuanling fruit, which could only neutralize 30% of the poison. Yi Wusung urged, "Yuna, don't stand there dumbfounded, quickly eat it." Yi Yun was truly moved. This father had shown such deep love for the original owner of the body. He didn't hesitate, no longer watching his father suffer. He placed a hand on his shoulder, channeling his power to heal him. Yi Wusung was incredibly surprised, his eyes wide as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. His voice full of astonishment, he asked, "Yuna, your cultivation, how is it?" He even vaguely thought, could Yuna be channeling power to heal me? After healing Yi Wusung for a while, Yi Yun slowly explained, "I was guided by an expert. The poison has been neutralized, and my cultivation has recovered. Now I've reached the 9th level of the body tempering realm. Father, you don't need to worry about me anymore." Then he gave a bottle of elixir to his father, saying, "Here are some elixirs for healing. Use them, and you'll recover soon." Yi Wusung took the bottle of elixir, his hands trembling uncontrollably. The things in his hand were rare and hard to find elixirs. Uncle Wu was also extremely shocked. Yi Wusung then asked, "Were these elixirs also given by that expert?" Yi Yun cleared his throat and replied, No. I stole them from Yi Changha's storeroom." The three of them were all stunned at this revelation. Yi Yun continued, "Not only that, but I also crippled Yi Kun, who tried to assassinate me, turning him into a useless cripple who can no longer cultivate." Yi Wusung was speechless with shock. Uncle Wu and his subordinate were pale with terror. Uncle Wu stammered, Stole from the great elder's storeroom. And crippled young Master Kun. They didn't expect the young master to challenge the great elder's power without considering the consequences. Uncle Wu and the subordinate thought to themselves, "The master is definitely going to be furious." But unexpectedly, Yi Wusung burst out laughing, "Ha ha ha," surprising everyone. He even praised, "Well done. I didn't expect you, little rascal, to make such a stir while I was away. You are indeed my son." Uncle Wu and the other person trembled, saying, "Master, this is not the time to praise him. Yi Wusong patted his son's shoulder and said in a deep voice, however, Yana, you crippled Yi Chengha's son, he definitely won't let it go. Although I'm the head of the Yi family, my cultivation has stalled at the first level of the Qi blood realm in recent years, and I'm being controlled by Yi Chengha. Of the remaining 8 elders, 5 have sided with him, intending to overthrow me as the family head. He warned Yi Yun seriously, from now on, we must always be careful and guard against being harmed by villains again. Yi Yun replied, Father, don't worry if they dare come. I'll make sure they walk in and crawl out. At this moment, there was a shout from outside the gate, listen up inside. Immediately after, the large gate was kicked down with a loud crash. Everyone in the house became alert. A group of people walked into the courtyard and called out, You must be the Yi family head, right? 3 burly men with fierce faces, carrying swords and sabers, swaggered in and said, The great elder has ordered everyone in the clan to immediately come to the council hall for a meeting. No delay allowed. Summoning the entire clan for a meeting so suddenly, Yi Yun was certain that this wasn't a normal council meeting. Everything Yi Yun had done in the past few days was being reported to Yi Chengha in the council hall. They said with bitter voices, It's just like that. That Yi Yun not only injured our people but also tormented young Master Kun, making his life worse than death. Even the keys to the storeroom were stolen by him. He took everything. Everyone present discussed it noisily. Someone shook their head and said, Yi Wusong's son has caused a huge disaster this time. Yi Yun is definitely going to die. It's one thing to have treasure stolen, but even his son Yi Kun was tortured and left half dead. Yi Chengha can't swallow this anger, he fully unleashed his aura, making everyone tremble. Someone seized the opportunity to say, Great elder, you must avenge young master. Yi Chengha gritted his teeth and hissed, Yi Yun, you little bastard. I'll tear out your tendons and scrape off your bones. The subordinates kept silent, not daring to look up at Yi Chengha, afraid he would vent his anger on them. Only Yi Ming, the second elder of the Yi family, dared to speak up. He slammed the table and angrily shouted, Despicable. To dare to lay such heavy hands on our clan members. This Yi Yun is truly bold, no better than a beast. Just as he finished speaking, a group of guards standing outside the hall were knocked down, and the hall door was kicked down. The loud noise startled everyone. Old Yi Ming roared, Who is it? Who dares to be so presumptuous here? The guards who had been knocked down were thrown into the main hall of the council chamber, shocking everyone. Yi Yun's voice rang out, Presumptuous? Ha, you beasts who laid heavy hands on your clan members first, shouldn't you be the ones called presumptuous? Yi Chengha was furious when he saw Yi Yun. He said with an angry voice, Yi Yun. You little brat, you don't kneel and pay your respects when you see your elders. You're becoming more and more undisciplined. Yi Yun ignored him and even pointed directly at him and cursed, Yi Chengha. You are the one who doesn't follow the rules. Instead of reflecting, you are putting on an act. Yi Yun shouted loudly, Who the hell do you think you are? As he spoke, he pointed directly at Yi Chengha and questioned, Who the hell do you think you are to stand in my father's position? Needless to say, everyone was shocked by Yi Yun's words. Yi Chengha's anger erupted, releasing his powerful aura. Yi Yun saw his enemy fall silent and scoffed, See, you can't make a reasonable argument, can you? At this moment, familiar footsteps were approaching from outside. Yi Wusong walked closer to his son, saying, Yana, I'm late. Yi Yun smiled and replied, It's not late, the good show has just begun. Now it was Yi Wusong's turn to question loudly. He shouted, Yi Chengha, what do you mean by your actions today? Publicly rallying your faction like this, do you intend to rebel? Yi Chengha laughed loudly, Ha ha ha, rebel. He walked towards the father and son, saying, Yi Wusong, your talent is ordinary. If not for being born into a good family, could you have sat in the position of family head? In my opinion, the family head position should be held by someone with talent and ability. As he spoke, he displayed his strength, intentionally letting everyone see it. He turned and asked the timid elders behind him, "What do you think, everyone?" The frightened elders bowed their heads and replied, "The great elder is right. The talented should lead. We are willing to serve the great elder." Yi Wusong knew these elders were cowardly, but he didn't expect they were completely controlled by Yi Changha. Disappointment was written all over his face. The elders did this for their own reasons. It wasn't that they didn't want to follow their family head, but their wives and children were all in Yi Changha's hands. They could only obey his commands. Yi Changha said angrily, "Yi Wusong, if you now kill your useless son with your own hands, I'll show mercy and spare your life." Yi Yun scoffed and replied, "Oh. You want to become the family head already? Then you have to see if you have the ability." As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Yun's figure appeared behind the old man, Yi Changha, startling him. He glared at Yi Yun and said, "You brat, you're overestimating yourself." Then he unleashed the black wind palm, and Yi Yun retaliated with the fire poison palm. The two forces showed no weakness, continuously pressing against each other. Everyone exclaimed in shock, to think he could fight to a draw with the great elder, at the second level of the Qi blood realm. Even Yi Changha was surprised by the young man in front of him. The power he felt was so formidable that he frowned. Yi Yun noticed the change in Yi Changha's face and said, "Is that all you've got? I have a lot more surprises prepared for you." Yi Yun shouted loudly and summoned his sword spirit. In a flash, the sword was in Yi Yun's hand. Yi Changha exclaimed in shock, "This is my sword." Before he could recover from his surprise, Yi Yun attacked with 3 times his speed, stabbing directly at him. At this moment, Yi Changha still didn't understand what was happening. Immediately after, a painful scream filled with powerlessness echoed. Yi Changha fell powerlessly. People cried out in panic, "Great elder." They didn't expect that he would be killed. Yi Yun said with a disgusted tone, "How does it feel to die by your own sword?" Just then, a suspicious masked figure rushed forward from behind. Yi Yun recognized it in an instant. The masked man's sword came down, but Yi Yun's figure disappeared. He used his speed to dodge the attack. The other man said in a bitter voice, "Yi Yun, you first crippled the son my young family chose, and now you recklessly killed Yi Changha. You're basically looking down on our young family, aren't you?" Yi Wusong saw his son being ambushed, and rushed to ask, "Yunna, are you all right?" Yi Yun replied, "I'm fine." The Yang family of Qingyang County was one of the 4 most powerful families in Qingyang County. Not long ago, Yi Kun and his father wanted to arrange a marriage alliance with them. The other side even demanded not only that the Yi family take a son-in-law, but also that the entire Yi family abandon their surname and become a dependent family, merging into the Yang family. Yi Yun said mockingly, "Oh, so that old man was so tough today, because he was arranged to be the dog of the Yang family. Our Yi family isn't some prominent clan. But we are not the type to do such shameless things." The masked man from the Yang family shouted loudly, "You arrogant brat, if you cut your own throat to atone for your crimes, I may spare your father, Yi Wusong's life." Another masked man appeared, saying, "Brother, don't waste words on him. Let me capture this brat first, then kill his father and report to the family head." Having finished speaking, he immediately summoned his weapon to engage in battle. He swung a large, long saber and shouted, "You brat, meet your doom." Yet Yi Yun only used 2 fingers to block his opponent's broadsword without losing any strength. On the contrary, the other man seemed to be exerting all his strength to attack, completely different from his opponent. He began to feel uneasy. His saber was stuck by Yi Yun and couldn't move at all. Yi Yun asked in a deep voice, "Third level of the Qi blood realm, is that all you've got?" Then he swung his sword and slashed straight at the enemy's head. Yi Yun's opponent only managed to let out a cry of "ah," before he completely lost the strength to resist. The Yang family member's face darkened. His second brother was killed by a single slash from Yi Yun. The elders of the Yi family were also stunned, not daring to believe that Yi Yun could kill someone with one blow. Some were afraid of the Yang family's power. Yi Yun's killings were no different from challenging the Yang family. Some shouted with bitterness, "Yi Yun, you're insane. It wasn't enough to kill one great elder. You even dare to kill the messengers of the Yang family." Yi Yun replied coldly, "If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If they touch me, I will definitely kill them." As he spoke, Yi Yun raised his hand and mumbled an incantation. In an instant, he used the spirit light sword technique to form a web of sword energy pointed at the Yi family elders. The old men were terrified, their faces turning pale with fright. Yi Yun said in a cold, decisive tone, "I will give you two choices. One is to submit to my father and swear your loyalty to him till death. The other is to die a gruesome death." The people listened in utter terror, not daring to utter a sound. Yi Yun turned to the messenger from the Yang family and asked coldly, "What about you? Your brother was so loyal to the Yang family, you probably won't surrender, will you?" Having witnessed his brother being killed by a single sword from Yi Yun, this messenger felt a special fear in his heart. Adding to his fear was Yi Yun's threatening question, making him too afraid to respond. Seeing that the other man had no reaction, Yi Yun did not hesitate and used his sword technique to eliminate him right away. Thousands of sword energies surged toward the Yang family messenger. He set up a barrier to defend himself, but he quickly exhausted his strength. The barrier gradually lost its energy because the force of the sword energy was too strong, and he could no longer withstand it. In just a few short seconds, the Yang family messenger was turned into a pincushion. Thousands of sword energies pierced through him, creating large holes. This time, he died before he could even gasp. Without waiting for the messenger to make a decision on whether to follow him or not, Yi Yun directly chose the path of death for him, dealing with him swiftly and cleanly. Thus, Yi Changha and the two messengers from the Yang family were dead. Yi Yun had completely taken control of the situation. Yi Yun softly called out to the system. At the same time, the system issued a notification of successful absorption, congratulating the host on receiving 60,000 experience points. Immediately after, it announced that Yi Yun had reached the second level of the Qi blood realm. What was more noteworthy was that his skill points had increased dramatically. From now on, he could begin to use an attack speed 5 times faster. Fantastic! Yi Yun looked at the notification board and exclaimed with delight. He thought to himself, "It seems like as long as I break through to a major realm, my attack speed will also increase." While Yi Yun was admiring his achievements, the people under Yi Changha began to weigh the pros and cons for themselves. After all, Yi Changha had been killed, and the two messengers from the Yang family had also been dealt with in an instant. When had Yi Yun's strength become so terrifying? Now they had no other choice but to submit and follow Yi Yun and his father. One by one, the people knelt in the main hall before the two Yis. If they did not submit today, the outcome for this group of people could only be their heads being separated from their bodies. They knelt down and kowtowed repeatedly, saying, We are willing to submit to the family head." Yi Yun was satisfied with the attitude of this group of people. He glanced at them and said, "Those who were forced against their will and didn't know what to do. If they can clear away the remnants of Yi Changha, they can atone for their crimes. As for the 5 who are ungrateful and bite the hand that feeds them, their cultivation will be crippled, and they will be locked in the dungeon, never to be released." The 5 great elders, who were kneeling on the ground, were terrified upon hearing this. They didn't expect to have such a miserable end after submitting. While being escorted away, Yi Ming struggled and cursed, "Yi Yun, you are so arrogant. If this news reaches Qingyang County, the people of the Yang family will definitely not let you off. The Yi family will be destroyed in your hands sooner or later." Everything went smoothly. Yi Wusong, both proud and worried, came forward to ask his son, "Yunna, were you injured just now?" Yi Yun replied, "I'm fine. I've troubled you, father." Now, The people of Yi Changha have been dealt with, and no one will come to bother us again. Yi Wusong nodded in satisfaction and said, "You have truly grown up. You act with the demeanor of a family head. I can pass the family head position to you now and feel much more at ease." Yi Yun seemed to be thinking, then remembered something, and suddenly asked, "Oh right, father, when does the Black Moon secret realm open?" Yi Wusong was somewhat surprised and replied, "It's still 10 days away before the 3 major families jointly open the Black Moon secret realm." "Why do you ask about this?" The Black Moon secret realm that they were talking about was located in the deepest part of the Black Moon mountain range. It was a secret realm left behind by powerful individuals from ancient times, guarded by the 3 major families of White Cloud City. Inside the secret realm, the spiritual energy was dense, and there were many powerful demonic beasts. All kinds of natural treasures and resources could be found everywhere, making it an excellent place for martial arts practitioners to cultivate. To prevent martial artists from taking too many resources, 300 years ago, the 3 major families of White Cloud City joined forces to seal it off and decided to open it once every 3 years. At that time, the 3 major families could send a few outstanding disciples to cultivate and collect treasures. The Yang family now had many experts in the Qi blood realm. It was said that the eldest young master of the Yang family, Yang Longzhan, was a peak Qi blood realm expert. If he wanted to fight against him, Yi Yun would have to have more power. It seemed that Yi Yun had no choice but to go to the Black Moon secret realm. The day the Black Moon secret realm opened hadn't arrived yet, but Yi Yun still frequently went to the Black Moon mountain to look for treasures. Following the aura of a treasure, he arrived in front of a large waterfall. Without thinking, he directly jumped down and dove to find the treasure. Unexpectedly, the treasure was located so deep. Fortunately, Yi Yun had the water avoidance pearl, allowing him to dive down and salvage the treasure. As soon as he dove down, the system issued a notification that there was a treasure's aura to the south. Yi Yun continued diving, and soon a treasure emitting light appeared before him. It looked exactly like a sea anemone, and its aura was extremely strong. He didn't expect that even underwater, there would be such high-quality treasures. Yi Yun went straight to it and began to absorb it, successfully gaining another 4,000 experience points. After completing the absorption, Yi Yun's cultivation was increased to the 3rd level of the Qi blood realm. He quickly returned to the surface, preparing for his next journey. At the 3rd level of the Qi blood realm, he began to raise his experience points to 300,000. He had now reached 150,000. If this experience bar were full, he could immediately break through to the 4th level of the Qi blood realm. Not long after, Yi Yun surfaced. As soon as he emerged from the water, Yi Yun's eyes were met with the silhouette of a young girl. It just so happened that she was about to take off her clothes and go for a swim. This young girl also quickly noticed Yi Yun's presence. She quickly covered her body and yelled, "Ah! Pervert!" Before Yi Yun could say a word, this girl was already chasing after him, wanting to teach the pervert, who had spied on her, a lesson, despite Yi Yun's efforts to explain that it was just a misunderstanding. She chased after Yi Yun while shouting, "You pesky ghosts, go die." Seeing that she was irrationally attacking him, Yi Yun grabbed her arm and shouted, "I said it was a misunderstanding." He thought she was going to launch some vicious attack. Who would have thought that before she could attack, she would cough and spit out a mouthful of blood. Her whole body suddenly lost strength and fell into Yi Yun's arms, making him extremely flustered. He supported her and asked anxiously, "Hey, are you all right?" At this time, she could only weakly whisper, "Let me go," but her resistance was negligible. Yi Yun gently pushed her away to look at her and discovered a large wound on her body, as if it had been cut by a knife. Just then, a group of riders rushed over. As soon as they saw the girl, they yelled excitedly, "We found her! Follow me quickly, brothers." One of them, a man with a scar across his eye, looked very lecherous. "We'll call him Scarface." Scarface looked at the girl with Yi Yun and yelled, "Little beauty, you run fast. Seeing a suspicious man next to the girl, Scarface shouted, "You little brat, that beautiful girl is the target of our wild horse gang. If you know what's good for you, get lost. Otherwise, my brother's swords and sabers have no eyes." Upon hearing the words Wild Horse Gang, Yi Yun immediately remembered the notorious bandits outside White Cloud City, who frequently entered the city to rob and pillage, committing all sorts of evil deeds. Seeing that Yi Yun was still stubbornly holding the girl, Scarface said seriously, "I'm warning you, if my brother's swords leave their sheaths, they won't stop until they taste blood." Yi Yun held the girl with one hand, and, with his other hand, held his spirit sword. Using his speed to move behind Scarface, he said in a deep voice, "Coincidentally, so does my sword." Scarface didn't expect Yi Yun to move so quickly. He couldn't even see Yi Yun's movement path, even though Yi Yun was standing right in front of him. He only saw Yi Yun glance at him. In 1 second, his hand slashed several times in the air. Scarface fell off his horse. The things he had on him, his jewelry and valuables, were all cut off by Yi Yun's sword. Scarface died like that in an instant. His brothers were terrified as they cried out for their boss in vain. Seeing that the remaining men were brandishing their swords and about to charge, Yi Yun said slowly, "The rest of you are at the first level of the Chi blood realm. Let's not waste any more time." These men were furious. They didn't want to let Yi Yun go after seeing their boss die, so they charged towards Yi Yun while yelling, "Kill him! Avenge our brother! Kill!" Yi Yun narrowed his eyes and muttered, "You are overestimating yourselves." Then he used his spirit sword in combination with his 5 times increased speed to fight back. In a few moments, the group of people were dealt with. Naturally, these people would not be wasted. Yi Yun would absorb them all. The system also issued a new notification that it could absorb 7 targets and a large number of treasures at once. Yi Yun was somewhat surprised by this notification. Absorbing so many people and treasures at once saved him a lot of time and effort. Through this absorption, Yi Yun gained 220,000 experience points, successfully breaking through to the 4th level of the Chi blood realm. Although the people of the Wild Horse Gang were all trash, they at least helped Yi Yun break through. So they served some purpose after all. After absorbing them, Yi Yun took the girl along with him. Without holding it against her for misunderstanding him, Yi Yun treated her injuries and left. She chased after him, yelling, "Hey! Wait for me!" Seeing Yi Yun slow down, the girl said softly and shyly, "Thank you for saving me and treating my injuries. It seems I really misunderstood you earlier. My name is Qin Yao. What's your name? Where is your home?" Yi Yun replied, "White Cloud City, Yi Yun. No need to thank me. The Wild Horse Gang has done so many bad things. I just consider it helping the people by eliminating evil." Hearing that he was from the Yi family, Qin Yao seemed to think highly of Yi Yun. She said, "Hey, I'm from the Kaiyuan sect of Qingyang County. This time, I came with the elders of the sect to recruit outstanding disciples. How about you?" She was in the middle of speaking when suddenly a series of signal flares exploded in the distance, interrupting their conversation. Yi Yun tensed up, realizing that something bad was happening. He hurriedly left, saying to Qin Yao before leaving, "Miss, we'll meet again if fate allows." Qin Yao shouted, "Hey, where are you going? Wait for me." Yi Yun rushed back to the Yi family, and the scene in front of him made him freeze. People of the Yi family were lying scattered from the gate, and Yi Wusung's condition was unknown. Seeing someone who still had a little bit of life left, Yi Yun hurriedly asked, "What exactly happened here? Who attacked you?" Before the person could answer, an arrogant voice said, "You must be Yi Yun." Looking up, he saw a young man about Yi Yun's age. Behind him was a group of people from the Yang family. The young man said, "For ruining the marriage between the Yi and Yang families. And for killing our 2 deacons. You, a piece of trash who lost all his cultivation, actually have some skills." This young man was Yang Qingmu, a steward of the Yang family, who had cultivation of the 6th level of the Qi blood realm. After speaking, he had his people drag Yi Wusong out. He was covered in injuries, and his left arm was not lifting. As soon as he saw his son, he shouted, "Yunna, run!" Yi Yun had long lost his hesitation in the face of others, even if they were stronger than him. Especially now that his enemy had captured his father, he could not run away. He repeated with gritted teeth, "A piece of trash who lost all his cultivation." He released his sword energy and rushed toward the enemy, saying, "You should start praying that you won't die too painfully." At this moment, all that could be heard was the sound of the sword slicing through the air. Yi Yun swung his sword so fast that no one could clearly see his moves. The people of the Yang family broke out in a cold sweat at his unbelievably fast speed. A few seconds later, the soldiers holding Yi Wusong were cut in half by Yi Yun's sword, to their shock. By the time they started to realize that something was wrong with their legs, Yi Yun had completed his first attack. In the next second, screams of agony from the Yang family soldiers filled the air. "My leg! My leg!" The soldiers who touched Yi Wusong were all crippled by Yi Yun. No one could stand up anymore and collapsed, crying out in pain. Yang Qingmu watched his subordinates fall one by one, his eyes unable to conceal his fear. He probably didn't expect that this was caused by the one he had just called a piece of trash with no cultivation. Yi Yun gently stroked the sword in his hand and said coldly, "Your Yang family's intelligence is really outdated." Yang Qingmu's subordinates were so scared that their legs were shaking. They whispered to each other, "What's going on? I didn't even see how he drew his sword." Another nodded, "That's right, that's right." Yang Qingmu began to doubt the rumors he had heard about him being a piece of trash. He didn't expect him to have power beyond his imagination. Yi Yun rushed to support Yi Wusong and asked worriedly, "Father, are you all right?" Yi Wusong held his injured arm and shook his head, "I'm fine, Yunna." Yi Yun called out anxiously, "Let me see your injured arm." At this time, Yang Qingmu was silently assessing, although this Yi Yun has only just reached the 4th level of the Qi blood realm. His martial arts skills are already so amazing. This talent is not inferior to the geniuses of our Yang family. Yang Qingmu said something ambiguous as he praised loudly, "You little brat, you have some skills." Yi Yun's eyes looked at the enemy with contempt. Yang Qingmu continued, "Since that Messi Changha is dead, if you replace Yi Kun in marrying into our Yang family, then I can consider sparing the Yi family a path to survival." Yi Yun scoffed and asked, "Oh, spare us a path to survival? Are you worthy to say that?" Yang Qingmu was provoked by Yi Yun's contemptuous attitude. He raised his sword and shouted, "Humph, you won't accept a toast and would rather drink a penalty. Then today, I'll see how many moves you can withstand." He then shouted, "Qinghong sword technique." Instantly, a mysterious cyan aura radiated around him, and its power was not to be trifled with. Yi Yun had his father retreat, and he also raised his sword, shouting, "Zan Qian sword." Just as the two sides were about to engage in a life-or-death battle, an old Taoist priest carrying a large broadsword on his back suddenly appeared, standing between the two and shouting, "Wait." The Taoist priest stood in the middle and said, "Please listen to an old man's words." Yang Qingmu, upon seeing this person, immediately showed great respect, clasping his hands and bowing, "Elder Chiu, why are you here?" Everyone present seemed to recognize this Taoist priest. His position did not seem ordinary. Many whispers arose, "That's Chiu Tsangyun, Elder Chiu of Kaiyuan sect. A first-level Grandmaster realm expert." Kaiyuan sect is a prestigious sect, and there are many powerful experts at the monarch realm within its ranks. Elder Chiu suddenly said, "This old man is here to repay a debt to young friend Yi. Also, I have a personal matter. I wonder if young friend Yi is interested in joining my Kaiyuan sect." Yang Qingmu and the Yang family were shocked, their mouths agape, seemingly not believing what they had just heard. The Kaiyuan sect only accepted disciples once every 100 years, with very strict entry requirements. Moreover, elders did not easily come out of the mountains to take disciples. This was a great opportunity, a good thing that no one would want to refuse. Yet, it fell upon Yi Yan, and he refused without hesitation. He replied, "I'm not interested. I've always only liked managing others or training dogs." Yang Qingmu, upon hearing him indirectly insult him, angrily grabbed his sword and charged forward, yelling, "You foul-mouthed beast, you deserve to die." Elder Chiu unexpectedly stepped in front of Yang Qingmu, using his hand to push his sword back into its scabbard. His voice slowly spoke, "Did I not make myself clear earlier? Or did the young steward not hear me properly?" Suddenly, Elder Chiu changed his tone, seriously asking Yang Qingmu, "Or, do you wish to antagonize our entire Kaiyuan sect?" Yang Qingmu dared not, of course. He hurriedly lowered his gaze and replied, "This junior would not dare." He was frightened by the terrifying pressure from Elder Chiu's aura. That was the power of a Grandmaster Realm expert, something he had never encountered before. Today, with Elder Chiu personally protecting Yi Yan, Yang Qingmu dared not act rashly, and had to temporarily put aside his revenge. He sheathed his sword and warned Yi Yan, "If you dare come to Qingyang County in the future, I will surely separate your head from your body." After speaking, he turned around and signaled his subordinates to retreat. At this moment, Yi Yan stepped forward and shouted, "Are you leaving?" "Have I agreed?" Yi Yan's figure blurred before Yi Wusong's eyes. Using his fivefold speed, he rushed towards Yang Qingmu, brandishing his sword, and shouted, "Leave behind the hand that injured me earlier." Yang Qingmu, who was about to leave, now faced the danger of losing an arm, his expression filled with fear. Yi Yan grabbed Yang Qingmu's left arm tightly. Immediately after, Yi Yan twisted his wrist, causing Yang Qingmu to scream in pain. Looking at his arm, broken and crippled, Yang Qingmu cried out, "Ah, ah. My arm, my arm." He tried to attack Yi Yan with his remaining arm, but Yi Yan, without even looking, said slowly, "Sorry, it seems I made a mistake just now." Glancing at his enemy with his bewitching eyes, Yi Yan continued in a low voice, "It should have been this one, right?" With a whoosh, Yi Yan's sword severed Yang Qingmu's right arm in shock. Yi Yan said slowly, "Okay, now you can scram." Both of Yang Qingmu's arms were now useless. The severed arm continuously dripped blood onto the ground. Elder Chiu knew that Yang Qingmu desperately wanted to fight Yi Yan to the death. He stroked his beard and said, "Young steward, don't think of retaliating, or the consequences will be more than you can bear." Yang Qingmu was crippled and warned by Elder Chiu. He dared not act rashly again. He turned back to his subordinates, telling Yi Yan with a bitter voice, "Yi Yan, I, Yang Qingmu, will remember today's humiliation." Letting his subordinates bandage his wounds, he also gritted his teeth, warning, "In the future, I will pay you back double." Yi Yan lightly rotated his wrist, responding with a refreshing tone, "Humph, you're not qualified." The Yang family suffered a loss and quickly disappeared from the Yi family. Yi Wusong, hugging his injured arm, sighed in relief, "Phew, Yana, it's a good thing you arrived in time, or the consequences would have been unimaginable." After speaking, he approached Elder Chiu, bowing and saying, "Many thanks to Senior Chiu for helping the Yi family." Elder Chiu quickly helped Yi Wusong up, responding, "Patriarch Yi, there's no need to be so polite." It turned out that it was Qin Yao. After being saved by Yi Yan, she was extremely grateful and told Elder Chiu, not forgetting to mention that Yi Yan was a genius. She insisted that he repay Yi Yan's life-saving grace, hence he had come here. Elder Chiu took out a token and handed it to Yi Yan, saying, "Young friend Yi Yan, this token is my keepsake. If you ever reconsider, and want to come to the Kaiyuan sect to cultivate, you can use this token to gain entry to the Kaiyuan sect without having to take the entrance examination." Yi Yan did not originally want to accept it because, with the upcoming opening of the Black Moon Realm, he would not be leaving. But after considering it, accepting this token would only be beneficial and not harmful. If he wanted to grow stronger faster and gain more experience, he would have to leave this area sooner or later. This token was a good thing. He finally accepted it, bowing to thank Elder Chiu. Elder Chiu said with satisfaction, "That's great. This old man must be leaving now." After speaking, he turned into a gust of wind, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. The enemies had been driven away, but Uncle Wu appeared worried, saying, "Patriarch, although no one in the clan lost their life this time, those who planned to participate in the Black Moon Secret Realm were all seriously injured earlier. The Black Moon Secret Realm opens in 7 days, I'm afraid." Knowing that everyone was worried about not being able to obtain many treasures when the Black Moon Secret Realm opened, Yi Yun said, "Father, there's no need to worry." Then, he began taking out recovery pills from the system and giving them to Yi Wusong, continuing, "I have some things that can help." Thinking it would be one box, it turned out to be a whole courtyard filled with dozens of chests of pills. Everyone stared in shock, and Yi Wusong said in astonishment, "Wait, so many high-grade healing pills?" Yi Wusong examined them for a while and asked, "Yuna, where did you get these?" Yi Yun replied, "By chance." Indeed, it was by chance. He had taken all these pills from the Wild Horse Gang and stored them in the system's warehouse. This time, these pills would have a chance to be useful. With these pills, not only could they quickly recover from their injuries, but they could also benefit from breakthroughs. Having solved the major problem, Yi Yun turned to everyone and said, "In 7 days, the Black Moon Secret Realm will open. Those who have the ability, follow me inside." Everyone responded excitedly, "Yes, young master." Very quickly, the day for the opening of the Black Moon Secret Realm arrived. The Yi family, led by Yi Yun, arrived at the place early. Looking at the entrance of the Black Moon Secret Realm from the outside, the secret realm was no different from a bottomless pit with no visible end. Yi Yun and his group prepared to enter. His face was full of anticipation as he approached the entrance of the secret realm. At this moment, a strange voice called out, "Patriarch Yi, long time no see." Turning around, they saw a group of people approaching, led by Zhu Yuanlei, the patriarch of the Zhu family, who had a cultivation at the 6th level of the Qi blood realm. Beside him was his son, Zhu Zhong. Zhu Yuanlei walked while speaking mockingly, "He, where is Elder Yi Changhe, the Grand Elder? I remember that he always brought people here every year." Yi Wusong responded, "The trash within our clan has long been dealt with. You're welcome to laugh at us." At this moment, the laughter of the patriarch of the Zheng family, Zheng Yinfeng, rang out, "Ha ha, is the Yi family so big that they could only gather such a team? It seems you are truly getting worse by the day. Ha ha." Besides Zheng Yinfeng was his son, Zheng Qianlong, who looked unkempt. Zhu Yuanlei, upon hearing Zheng Yinfeng's words, added, "Oh dear, Patriarch Zheng, don't say so early. The Yi family's teamwork this year is better than in previous years. It seems that we don't need to take extra special care of them this year. In previous years when the secret realm opened, the Yi family was always suppressed and exploited by the Zhu and Zheng families. They openly disdained the Yi family." Zhu Yuanlei said with a contemptuous tone, "After all, last time they entered the secret realm, they were chased by spiritual beasts. If it hadn't been for our people saving them, they would have died in there. These people who twist the truth are so shameless, even their words are irritating." After listening to their rambling for a while, Yi Yun slowly replied, "Patriarch Zhu, that statement is wrong. Taking care of us is of course still needed." Yi Yun's words suddenly carried more weight than ever before. The Yi family's aura at this moment was also extremely strong, not inferior to the other two families. Yi Yun continued, "However, today it is our turn to take care of you." Zhu Yuanlei and Zheng Yinfeng were surprised by the Yi family's aura. The two old men held their noses, finding it difficult to breathe, saying, They are all at the 3rd level of the Qi blood realm, and one more at the 2nd level. They did not expect that, in such a short time, the Yi family would collectively make such rapid breakthroughs. The expressions on everyone's faces were clearly bewildered. Yi Yun took the opportunity to say, "You two patriarchs seem to have not seen much of the world. How long are we going to wait for the secret realm to open?" No matter what chance helped the Yi family make a breakthrough, Zheng Yinfeng still believed that they were not a match for the Zheng family. He said loudly, "Humph, who is stronger and who is weaker, we will know inside the secret realm." Yi Yun just smiled and replied, "Oh, then let's wait and see." At this time, the three patriarchs of the Yi, Zheng, and Zhu families joined forces to break the seal of the Black Moon secret realm. After a while of joining forces, the secret realm was finally opened in front of everyone. A faint blue aura emanated from within the secret realm. Everyone had been looking forward to this moment for the past 3 years. The Zhu family, led by Zhu Zhong, began to jump into the secret realm first. Immediately after, the Zheng family also rushed forward, not wanting the Zhu family to seize the opportunity first. Only the Yi family, led by Yi Yun, remained calm, quietly going last, not rushing like the other three families. One by one, they went in, starting their once-in-3-year hunt. Upon entering the secret realm, everyone was extremely excited and exclaimed, "The spiritual energy here is extremely abundant, and spiritual herbs are also very easy to find. Even if we pick casually, we can obtain things that will help with our cultivation. Our strength will definitely increase rapidly." The Yi family scattered in all directions, looking for treasures while saying, "It's all thanks to the young master for choosing the right path. Otherwise, how could we have harvested so much?" Their tone was extremely joyful. At this time, Yi Yun received a notification from the system that there were many valuable items located 1 kilometer to the northwest of them. Therefore, Yi Yun urged everyone to go faster. They needed to seize the opportunity before sunset. As they increased their speed, a group of people began tailing them from behind. It was the people of the Zhu family. A soldier said, "Young master, if we don't take the lead, all the treasures will fall into the hands of the Yi family." Zhu Zhong smiled slyly, replying, "Heh, they are a bunch of fools, rushing forward so quickly. What do you know? With a group of scapegoats leading the way, if there's any danger, they'll take care of it. As for the treasures, we just need to kill them when the time comes and take them all." Truly, they are thinking like those who want to get something for nothing. They will eat SHT if they directly face Yi Yun. Even if the plan was good, Zhu Zhong's subordinates were still worried. If they killed Yi Yun, the Yi family would not let them off easily. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhong laughed loudly, saying, "Ha ha ha. This secret realm is full of dangers and ferocious beasts. How will the Yi family prove that it was us who did it?" Hearing this, the subordinates felt that there was a lot of sense in it. They all said in unison, "Young master is brilliant." Zhu Zhong was thinking, at that time, we can just blame the ferocious beasts and easily eliminate Yi Yun without anyone knowing. While he was still very excited about his plan, Yi Yun's voice suddenly rang out, "Oh, is it something like this?" Yi Yun's appearance from behind startled Zhu Zhong. Yi Yun held his sword to Zhu Zhong's neck, and the Zhu family's people immediately shouted nervously, "Yi Yun, quickly release our young master." Even when facing death, Zhu Zhong still stubbornly said, Don't worry. I am the young master of the Zhu family. Even if Yi Yun had 100 guts, he wouldn't dare. But this guy underestimated Yi Yun too much. From the time he transmigrated, he had never feared anyone. The sword immediately slashed across Zhu Zhong's neck. The Zhu family's people immediately went on the offensive, charging forward all together, but in Yi Yun's eyes, they were just a bunch of ants. With another simple slash of his sword, Yi Yun quickly injured all the people from the Zhu family. Zhu Zhong, while clutching the wound on his neck that was bleeding profusely, warily eyed the sword in Yi Yun's hand, gritting his teeth and saying, Yi Yun. I never expected that you would dare. Yi Yun asked him, Why wouldn't I dare? Not only do I dare, I will also eradicate the roots. These words caused Zhu Zhong's face to turn pale. He staggered to his feet, picked up his sword, and said, "Yi Yan, if you dare to kill me today, my father will definitely not let you off, and your entire Yi family will die with me." Yi Yan stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Ah, young Master Zhu is right. However, what evidence does your Zhu family have to prove that it was me?" Using Zhu Zhong's previous mocking tone to extinguish his arrogance, Zhu Zhong was out of options. Yi Yan continued, "I see that this secret realm is full of dangers, and ferocious beasts are everywhere. At that time, we can just blame it on the ferocious beasts. Wouldn't that be a way to eliminate you without anyone knowing?" Upon hearing these familiar words, Zhu Zhong's brain realized that he was about to die. He did not care about any treasures at this time, turning and running, hoping to escape Yi Yan's grasp. But how could his speed compare to Yi Yan's? After running just a few steps, he was grabbed by the hair and pulled back. Yi Yan said in a low voice, "Don't rush like that. I still haven't taken care of you yet." As he spoke, Yi Yan began to absorb Zhu Zhong's spiritual energy. This time, the Zhu family would truly eat SHT. After dealing with the Zhu family, Yi Yan and his brothers continued their journey in the secret realm. They took turns defeating the wolf beasts. When the last second-level wolf beast fell, everyone began to clean up and collect their spoils. Later, they reported back to Yi Yan, "Young master, we have finished dealing with the beast cause of the second-level wolf pack. Should we move forward next?" Yi Yan nodded slightly. He was concentrating on looking at his information update on the system. His current realm was at the 5th level of the Qi blood realm, and his experience points had increased to 650,000 out of 800,000. If he exceeded this mark, he could break through to the 6th level of the Qi blood realm. There was nothing new regarding martial arts and cultivation techniques. He seemed not very satisfied because, even after absorbing the entire Zhu family team, and many spiritual objects along the way to break through to the 5th level of the Qi blood realm, his current experience points were still insufficient. While he was pondering, the system issued a notification. There is a 3rd-level spiritual medicine located 300 meters to the southwest, the BUNU fruit. This information about the 3rd-level spiritual medicine immediately attracted Yi Yan's attention, as this was a treasure that only martial artists at the Grandmaster realm could obtain. He immediately ordered everyone, wait here for orders. I will be back soon." Everyone was puzzled and did not understand what was going on, so they could only quietly obey the order. There would definitely be many ferocious beasts guarding the precious 3rd-level spiritual medicine. Yi Yan did not allow his subordinates to follow to avoid putting them in danger. The place where this precious spiritual medicine was located was at the bottom of the Duanqian abyss, which was both deep and dark. The BUNU fruit, growing on a large tree, was emitting a gentle spiritual energy. Each branch of the tree was guarded by many bats, silently closing their eyes, as if they were sleeping. Yi Yan silently assessed the situation upon arriving, a 3rd-level demonic beast, the Yin Feng bat. "I want to see what the so-called internal demonic beasts are like." After speaking, he jumped off the tree on the edge of the abyss, diving into the Duanqian abyss with the hope that those bats would turn into his experience points. The bats realized that an intruder had arrived, and immediately attacked using sonic frequencies. At this time, Yi Yan also began using his own sonic roar to confront this attack. In an instant, the bats were driven mad by Yi Yan. The sonic frequency of the bats began to become ineffective, and gradually, their sonic frequency weakened. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Yan held his sword and flew straight toward the bats while they were still in chaos. Yi Yan was seen brandishing his sword in the air, and the unlucky bats that were pierced by the sword fell one after another. Using the speed that the system provided, he quickly finished off the bats. Then, he flew straight towards the BUN fruit. As he stood on the cliff face, unexpectedly, the rock under his feet collapsed. Unexpectedly, when he looked down, Yi Yan saw a large mouth with sharp teeth waiting for him to fall in. Luckily, that slip did not cause him to fall into the mouth of the ferocious beast. Before the ferocious beast could bite him, he had dodged to the side in time. After escaping this one, more and more began to appear around Yi Yun. They surrounded Yi Yun, leaving him no way to retreat. These ferocious beasts were all third-level demonic beasts. The black-scaled alligators. After the first dodge, Yi Yun's sword was stuck in a crevice in the rock. An audacious idea immediately popped into Yi Yun's mind. He could use one move to eliminate this group of alligators all at once. He jumped up and stood on his sword. After that, he concentrated his strength in his legs, pushing down on the sword to create a seismic tremor, and the ground began to shake. He wanted to create an earth-shattering stomp that would bury this group of alligators under the rubble all at once. The initial effect was not bad. Many alligators were already buried in the ground. After this tremor, Yi Yun's sword energy was also freed from the crevice, and Yi Yun fully regained control of it. Now that the sword had returned to his hand, it was time for Yi Yun to eliminate the remaining stubborn alligators. He shouted, "Spiritual light sword technique." After the shout, tens of thousands of sword energies appeared, lined up in a long row in front of him. Following Yi Yun's signal, the sword energy began to show its power, sending this group of alligators as a gift to King Yama. Alligators, bats, both young and old, were gradually swallowed up by the spiritual light sword. Yi Yun's loud voice reverberated throughout the abyss, as he shouted, "All of you, die for me." In the blink of an eye, the demonic beasts were sliced and diced by the spiritual light sword, turning them into fertilizer for the earth, with none left alive on the ground. At that time, Yi Yun completed the task of eliminating these troublesome ferocious beasts. He let out a soft sigh, landing lightly on the ground. Now was the time for him to start absorbing the spiritual energy of the ferocious beasts from before. There was nothing left in the entire abyss that could disrupt his journey. Immediately after, the system notified that his experience points had increased by 500,000 points, successfully breaking through to the 7th level of the Chi Blood Realm. Looking at the notification, Yi Yun said with satisfaction, "Gained 2 levels at once, not bad." And now was the time for him to go get the main item he was aiming for. Looking towards the shimmering dry tree in front of him, Yi Yun laughed to himself, indeed. It was thanks to these demonic beasts. Next, this BUNU fruit will be mine. Having only taken a few steps forward, Yi Yun sensed a danger rushing towards him. He quickly jumped to the side, and a spiked iron ball smashed into where he had been standing with a loud thud. It was Zheng Qianlong's mace. These opportunists had definitely been eyeing this place for a long time, waiting for Yi Yun to deal with the ferocious beasts before coming out to snatch the item. Zheng Qianlong shouted, "Kid, this BUNU fruit is targeted by your father. If you know what's good for you, get out of the way." Responding to these words, Yi Yun asked with a mocking smile, "Based on you?" Yi Yun's mocking attitude made Zheng Qianlong very angry. He raised his mace and charged towards Yi Yun, shouting, "Yi Yun, how dare a piece of trash like you be so arrogant?" Yi Yun stood still, without moving a muscle, yet Zheng Qianlong's mace could not touch his body. Yi Yun said in a contemptuous tone, "Ha, is this all the strength you have?" Zheng Qianlong was very surprised. He did not think his opponent was this strong. While Yi Yun's figure was still in front of him, his real body had already teleported elsewhere. When he realized it, it was also the moment when Yi Yun delivered a palm strike directly into his dantian. Zheng Qianlong, who had no defense, was immediately sent flying by this palm strike, his mouth spewing fresh blood. He crashed hard against the cliff wall. This time, his injuries would definitely not be light. His subordinates, who were watching their young master Zheng being beaten, turned pale with fear, not daring to take a single step forward. Yi Yun said slowly, "Young Master Zheng, daring to openly take my things will cost you your life." Zheng Qianlong, covered in injuries, responded with a cold snort, "You're a bit interesting." He took out a red pill from his pocket and stood up, continuing, "But today, don't even think about leaving here alive." After saying this, he put the pill in his mouth and swallowed it. Yi Yun was still stunned, not knowing what kind of medicine his opponent had just taken. Very quickly, Zheng Qianlong began to undergo bizarre changes. His face turned red, and blood vessels bulged out wildly. In the blink of an eye, Zheng Qianlong had broken through, his abilities multiplying several times. Even his body had grown to 3 times its normal size. He roared at Yi Yun, "This time, you are dead for sure." Through the conversation between 2 of Zheng Qianlong's subordinates, it was learned that the pill he took was a second-level Qi blood pill. After taking it, one could rapidly increase their strength 3 times for a short period. They also confidently asserted that Yi Yun would surely die this time. Zheng Qianlong grabbed the mace lying on the ground. He raised the mace high, saying, "Yi Yun, I'll give you a chance. If you kneel down now and become my son, calling me father, I might have mercy and spare your life." Yi Yun responded with a provocative tone, "Enjoy these last few minutes. Don't cry and look for your father later." The scene shifted to outside the Black Moon secret realm, where the 3 patriarchs of the Yi, Zheng, and Zhu families were waiting for their people. As time passed, it was almost time for them to return. Yi Wusong's eyes were fixed on the entrance of the secret realm, his eyebrows furrowed as he worried about his son, Yi Yun. Seeing this, Zhu Yuanlei immediately spoke up mockingly, "Oh my, Patriarch Yi hasn't said a word. Is it because he's worried about his son getting hurt?" Still not seeing Yi Wusong respond, he continued, "Oh, in my opinion, with so many ferocious beasts inside, it's normal to lose an arm or leg. Even if they don't encounter ferocious beasts. Conflicts over treasures between teams are also normal." Zheng Yinfeng then added, "That's right, it's based on strength. If someone gets injured or dies, it means they didn't have the ability." Zhu Yuanlei further implied, "Since it's a rule set by the ancestors, everyone must abide by it. I hope Patriarch Yi won't hold a grudge against our 2 families because of this." After saying this, the old man laughed smugly, not knowing that his son was being mangled by Yi Yun. After letting those 2 arrogant old men speak for a while, Yi Wusong slowly responded, "Humph, Patriarch Zhu is right. I am indeed worried about my son. However, I'm not worried about him getting hurt," he said, looking at the faces of the 2 men, continuing, "But I'm worried that he will play too wildly and won't be able to stop himself, ha ha ha." At this moment, the secret realm had a large disturbance, and all 3 men immediately stopped their argument. The first group to appear was the Zheng family's people. They did not come out in a normal way, they were sent flying out, with Zheng Qianlong spitting out blood violently. Seeing this, Zheng Yinfeng was about to go crazy, shouting, "Longer!" He rushed forward to support his large son, thankfully preventing him from falling to the ground. Zheng Yinfeng quickly asked, "Longer, are you okay? How are you?" Zheng Qianlong stammered, replying, "Father, pain, so much." Feeling all over his son's body, he realized that all the bones in his body were broken. Zheng Qianlong trembled as he said, "Yi Yun, it's Yi Yun." After speaking, Yi Yun and his Yi family brothers walked out of the secret realm proudly. As soon as he stepped out, Yi Yun said, "Patriarch Zheng, your good son was crying for his father in there. And I kindly brought him out for you, no need to be so polite." Zheng Qianlong was now like a cripple. No matter how his father called him, he could not utter a single word. Zheng Yinfeng looked at Yi Yun with a fierce look, filled with murderous intent, saying, "I must tear your body into 1,000 pieces." Zhu Yuanlei, waiting for his son to come out, loudly questioned, "Yi Yun, what's going on? Why is it that only your Yi family's team has come out? Where is our Zhu family's team?" Yi Yun responded with a mocking tone, "Oh dear, Patriarch Zhu, although I intended to take care of him a little, this secret realm is very dangerous. I can't guarantee that I can take care of him properly, right?" Zhu Yuanlei pointed directly at Yi Yun, scolding, "You little brat, you must have played dirty tricks on my son. Otherwise, why wouldn't any of them come out?" He also called out to the Zheng patriarch, saying, "Zheng Yinfeng, are you still going to stand there and watch the show? If we don't eliminate this kid, he will surely become a great calamity in the future. Upon hearing this, Yi Wusong stepped forward to remind him, Patriarch Zhu, what do you mean? Do you want to break the rules? Zhu Yuanlei gritted his teeth, angrily replying, Yi Wusong, you can't blame me for this. He drew his sword, looking so angry that he wanted to eliminate Yi Yun, shouting loudly, today, I will definitely leave this brat's life here. Just as he finished speaking, his throat was gripped tightly, making it difficult for him to breathe. None other than Yi Yun had done it. He actually had the audacity to grab the old man by the throat and squeeze tightly, saying, Patriarch Zhu, if you don't abide by the rules, we will have a way to play without abiding by the rules. After this sentence, Yi Yun's hand squeezed tighter, choking Zhu Yuanlei as if he was squeezing the neck of a chicken. The old Zhu's eyes rolled back, his throat gurgled a few times. And then he went silent. Zhu Yuanlei officially reunited with his son in the underworld. Zheng Yinfeng, seeing the old man next to him die before he could even react, began to panic and fear. He probably did not expect that Yi Yun would kill a family patriarch so quickly. Zhu Yuanlei died with his eyes wide open, his mouth agape, surrounded by blood and gore. The scene was truly pitiful. Yi Yun turned to Zheng Yinfeng, saying in a low voice, have you been waiting long, Patriarch Zheng? You're next. This old man from the Zheng family, seeing his old friend die, had taken precautions, but he still underestimated Yi Yun too much. Instead of running away, he raised his spear and charged towards Yi Yun, shouting, don't be so arrogant. He was indeed on guard, but this speed was too slow for Yi Yun. With a slight shift, the Zheng's attack missed its mark. Zheng Yinfeng refused to admit defeat, continuously launching attacks, front and back, jumping in every direction. But sadly, Yi Yun blocked every single one. Even Zheng Yinfeng's flowery fist and kicking skills, he simply deflected with his sword. After toying with the old man for a few moves, Yi Yun disappeared into thin air, surprising the old man surnamed Zheng. Immediately after, Yi Yun's figure reappeared in front of him, startling Zheng Yinfeng, who couldn't react in time. The sword in Yi Yun's hand swirled in the air. He complained that Zheng Yinfeng's speed was too slow. The old man surnamed Zheng tried his best to withstand the opponent's sword dance, but soon began to falter, as he could barely see the opponent's attacks. Half a minute later, Yi Yun changed his attack direction, closing in on his opponent and asking, is this all you've got? Without letting the old man answer, Yi Yun immediately landed a palm strike on his chest. Luckily, the old man was still alert and used his spear to block. But of course, that spear was also reduced to scrap metal. He could only stare, both regretful and angry. While mourning for his spear, he didn't notice that Yi Yun had landed another blow. This distraction cost him dearly, with his very life. He stood there blankly, with dozens of cuts from the sword, blood flowing incessantly. Zheng Yinfeng fell. Even the people of the Yi family couldn't believe their eyes. They didn't expect the young master, who had just recovered his cultivation, to be this strong. Zheng Yinfeng struggled to sit up, gritting his teeth, as he looked at Yi Yun and said, I didn't expect that I would lose to you. As he spoke, he glanced at the Yi family head and continued, Yi Wusong, the three great families have lived in Baiyun City for hundreds of years, always maintaining a balance. Now that this balance has been broken by your Yi family, the two of us will definitely join forces. Will you be able to withstand that? Yi Yun slowly walked towards Zheng Yinfeng, nodding and replying, Clan head Zheng makes a lot of sense. Zheng Yinfeng looked at Yi Yun, his eyes narrowed with contempt. He began to bargain for rights. Yi Yun, if you spare me today, I will definitely work for your Yi family. Oh, that's right. I can also speak on your behalf before the Zhu family. Yi Yun's cold words were his reply, Humph, Clan head Zheng, you are right. The balance among the three great families in Baiyun City has lasted too long. So from now on, Baiyun City will have only one great ruling family, and that is the Yi family. Zheng Yinfeng probably didn't expect that he would lose face to such a young man. He was so angry that he couldn't utter another word. Yi Yun said calmly, "The Zhu and Zheng families have relied on the secret realm trials over the years, harming countless of my Yi family clan members. Did you think we forgot? Since you like to be bound together, then go to hell together." As he spoke, Yi Yun raised his hand, preparing to finish off the talkative old man surnamed Zheng. Zheng Yinfeng's eyes widened in horror as he shouted, "No, wait, you can't." A second later, Zheng Yinfeng lay in a pool of blood. His painful screams gradually faded away and disappeared completely. While the Yi, Zheng, and Zhu families were embroiled in bloody conflict, the Zhu family in Baiyun City remained peaceful. There were several guards in front of the Zhu family's main hall. The night watchman's clapper echoed throughout the neighborhood, warning of the dry weather and the need to be careful of fires. But this peace was quickly broken. A man was walking out of the Zhu family's main hall. Behind him were several menacing-looking men carrying knives. He was Han Li, the second leader of the Wild Horse Gang, with the cultivation of the 8th stage of the Qi and Blood realm. He appeared agitated, shouting, "Hey, how much longer do we have to wait?" At this moment, Zhu Qianhao, Zhu Yuanlei's younger brother, with the cultivation of the 5th stage of the Qi and Blood realm, came out. With a leisurely demeanor, he took a sip of tea and replied, "Second leader Han, don't be impatient. If our clan head hasn't given the signal, then you and I should wait." Han Li gritted his teeth in anger. He grabbed Zhu Qianhao's collar and questioned, "If you've chosen our Wild Horse Gang, are you afraid that we can't handle the Zheng and Yi families? Do you not trust me, or do you not trust the 100 brothers of the Wild Horse Gang?" Zhu Qianhao replied slowly, "Second leader Han's skill is profound, of course I trust you. But to ensure that the plan goes without a hitch, we must wait until the clan head succeeds before we take action." The people selected for treasure hunting in the secret realm were originally the elites of the 3 great families. Our plan was to wait until the treasure hunt in the Black Moon secret realm ended. Taking advantage of the Zheng family's relaxed vigilance, the clan head would strike Zheng Yinfeng with a fatal blow, and then we would provide backup. As for the Yi family, they can't make any waves. At this time, as long as the clan head and the heads of the 2 great families are killed, the remaining clan members will be like snakes without heads. There's no reason why they wouldn't surrender. Hearing this, Han Li finally let go, nodding. So that was the plan. He couldn't help but mock these famous and reputable families, these so-called righteous people. When they use despicable means, they are even more disgusting than me. Zhu Qianhao replied, "As long as we can achieve our goal, any means will do. But if the city lord investigates, then second leader Han will have to bear the blame for us." Han Li pounded his chest confidently and said, "Don't worry about this. As long as the money is settled, everything else is negotiable." He sounded happy, but Han Li drew his sword, menacing them. The gleaming blade emitted a faint light under the candlelight. He warned Zhu Qianhao, "But I'm telling you, my old man's greatsword is extremely fond of drinking human blood. When it comes to killing, you won't be able to stop it." Zhu Qianhao, never letting go of his teacup, poured another cup of tea for Han Li and replied, "If second leader Han can help us kill all the clan members of the Zheng and Yi families today, we will be grateful beyond words. Why would we want to stop it?" Han Li took the teacup and said, "Then today, I will let you see the might of my Wild Horse Gang." Everything seemed to have reached a consensus, but suddenly a third party appeared, a familiar voice saying, "Want to destroy my Yi family?" Yi Yun stood before the 2, saying, "Your skills aren't good enough." Han Li turned around abruptly, asking, "Who is it?" Zhu Qianhao seemed more knowledgeable, recognizing the person as the young son of the Yi family. They had no idea when Yi Yun had arrived, or what he had overheard. At this point, both of them drew their swords, intending to resolve the situation right there. Zhu Qianhao boldly attacked first, thrusting his long sword forward. Han Li also swung his large saber. Yi Yun didn't hesitate, charging towards the two enemies. To Yi Yun at this moment, the two were just useless fools who enjoyed talking nonsense. In no time, Han Li was struck directly in the forehead, blood spurting out in all directions. Zhu Qianhao fell to the ground with a thud. Blood gushed from his mouth uncontrollably. The two ringleaders were dealt with by Yi Yun alone, right in the territory of the Zhu family. The subordinates of the Wild Horse Gang and the Zhu family simultaneously attacked Yi Yun. Yi Yun, with his sword in hand, began to engage them, saying, "Today, none of you can escape." The room was suddenly filled with the sounds of clashing swords, shouts, and fighting. The situation seemed unfavorable for the group. Zhu Qianhao rushed towards the main door, yelling, "Quick, quick, someone." But he was completely surprised to find that there wasn't a single person outside, only corpses scattered throughout the corridor. Yi Yun had already dealt with them. Before he could collect himself, a body fell in front of Zhu Qianhao, scaring him to death. He trembled on the ground, muttering, How could this be?" Yi Yun walked out of the room and said coldly, "Oh, right, I forgot to mention. Your people have already gone down below." The scene zoomed out, showing the entire area in front of the main hall. The courtyard was littered with corpses, all thanks to Yi Yun. It was safe to say that he was too dominant. Yi Yun stroked his sword and said slowly, "The Zhu and Zheng families, along with the Wild Horse Gang, have made 3 fatal mistakes." Zhu Qianhao, using his last bit of strength, threw his sword at Yi Yun and shouted, "Don't come here." With just a little bit of spiritual energy, Yi Yun easily controlled the tip of the sword in his palm. He said, "The first mistake is that you should not have provoked the Yi family." Zhu Qianhao was wide-eyed, his fear causing sweat to pour down his face. Yi Yun continued, "The second mistake is that you should not have presumed that you had the right to attack the Yi family." As he spoke, he snapped the enemy's sword in half. The third mistake, he mentioned, was that they kept running into him, Yi Yun, who repays kindness and seeks revenge. Zhu Qianhao started to threaten loudly, "Yi Yun, even if you kill us today, it's useless. When the city lord questions you, the Yi family will also be doomed." Before he could finish his sentence, Yi Yun's sword had already cut through his throat. Yi Yun killed Zhu Qianhao without batting an eye. He would kill everyone who did not submit today. Zhu Qianhao, who dared to threaten him, was immediately sent to hell, his head falling to the ground, dead with his eyes open. At this time, Yi Wusong and the people of the Yi family arrived. Seeing them, Yi Yun said, "Father, everyone has arrived. I'll leave this to you. I need to make a trip to the Zheng family." In everyone's eyes, Yi Yun had always been weak and uninterested in competition. His current fearless killing surprised everyone. They doubted if he was really the young master they knew. Yi Wusong was also shocked by his son's transformation. He sighed and said, "I'm worried that this child has gone mad and can't be stopped anymore." In the next 3 days, the Yi family constantly brought back valuable items seized from the Zhu and Zheng families. Everyone was extremely busy. Wu Bo held the ledger, constantly checking. He reported to Yi Wusong and his son, reporting to the clan head, reporting to the young master, the forces in the Zhu and Zheng families that participated in the attacks on our Yi family disciples have all been destroyed. Now, the sects in Baiyun City have all expressed their willingness to obey our Yi family. In addition, here are the things that were seized. Wu Bo pointed to the piles of treasures stacked on the ground. Yi Yun replied, "Wu Bo, you've worked hard." Wu Bo waved his hand and said, "The young master is too polite." Yi Wusong patted his son's shoulder and said, "This calamity, thanks to Yun's quick thinking, if it weren't for your timely decision, our Yi family would have completely disappeared from Baiyun City." Suddenly, a person rushed in from the door, shouting in a panic, "Report." He gasped and said, "The city lord has invited the young master to the city lord's mansion immediately to talk. This meeting would definitely be related to the Zhu and Zheng families." Yi Yun didn't avoid it and followed the invitation to the city lord's mansion. Upon arriving, someone greeted him and led him to the lotus pond. The city lord's mansion was heavily guarded, with soldiers everywhere. When he arrived, the figures of two people, one old and one young, appeared. The young one was a girl pushing a wheelchair. Seeing Yi Yun arrive, she whispered, "Father, he's here." Yi Yun guessed that the person in the wheelchair was the city lord, and he clasped his hands and said, "Junior Yi Yun of the Yi family pays his respects to City Lord Fang." In response to his greeting, a shower of hidden darts shot out. Fortunately, Yi Yun reacted quickly and immediately created a protective wall around himself. He frowned and questioned unhappily, "City Lord Fang, what is the meaning of this?" Only then did City Lord Fang speak, "Not bad, you react very quickly." He praised, "To be able to reach the 9th stage of the Qi and Blood realm at such a young age, no wonder you were able to annex the two great families, Zhu and Zheng. You do have some skill." This City Lord Fang's real name was Fang Lei, and his realm was first-level Grandmaster. The girl beside him was his daughter named Fang Lingya. With the cultivation of the 9th stage of the Qi and Blood realm, Yi Yun didn't care about Fang Lei's praise. He only asked, "City Lord Fang, are you here to interrogate me?" The City Lord asked him in return, "If I say yes, what are you going to do?" Yi Yun replied, "It was those two families who wanted to harm my Yi family first. Are we supposed to just stand there and not fight back? Blindly enduring will only lead to defeat." If City Lord Fang can't even see the situation clearly, Yi Yun boldly said, "Then I think this position of City Lord should be changed." City Lord Fang was very unhappy with Yi Yun's answer. Yi Yun himself had no intention of admitting his wrongdoings, instead, he openly declared war. The two of them stared at each other with the most loving eyes, secretly using their inner energy to fight each other. Their gaze was about to burst into sparks. After a while, Feng Qi called out to his daughter, "Yaa, eye drops, hurry up, my eyes are too dry." Fang Lingya quickly took out a bottle of medicine and gave it to Fang Lei. "Here you go, father." Yi Yun looked at it awkwardly, not knowing what these two were up to. City Lord Fang put the drops in his eyes and sighed, "Alas, at this age, once I use my internal energy, I can't endure it." "Please don't laugh at an old man." Yi Yun smiled bitterly. "I wouldn't dare." Suddenly, the City Lord's attitude towards Yi Yun changed. His gaze became much gentler than before. He said, "You're a promising young man, truly brave. Rest assured, I didn't come here to interrogate you today. The matter between you, the Yi family, and the Zhu and Zheng families, I have sent people to investigate. It turns out that they intended to kill people first, wanting to collude with bandits to kill innocent people. With such ambition, their deaths are not a pity." Yi Yun asked in doubt, "Then if the City Lord did not call on me for those reasons, what is the purpose of today's visit?" The City Lord cleared his throat and replied, "Today, I came to ask you for a favor." He pointed to his daughter and continued, "I want to ask you to escort my daughter, Lingya, to the Kaiyuan sect in Xinjiang County, and protect her with all your abilities." These words surprised not only Yi Yun, but also Lingya. When Kaiyuan sect was mentioned, Yi Yun suddenly recalled Elder Chio's invitation not long ago. Over here, Fang Lingya shouted at the City Lord, "Father, you clearly promised me, why do you still want to send me to some Kaiyuan sect?" The City Lord replied slowly, "Lingya, you're not a child anymore, you need to grow up on your own. My health is deteriorating day by day. I can't continue to look after you. Your talent is stronger than mine. I can't teach you anything else. The Kaiyuan sect is a place where your strength can improve faster. Moreover, I've also found a reliable companion for you." Yi Yun suddenly spoke up, "City Lord Fang, it seems like I haven't agreed to go to the Kaiyuan sect yet." City Lord Fang turned to persuade Yi Yun with benefits. He said, "Yi Yun, I won't beat around the bush with you. Joining the Kaiyuan sect will bring you many benefits without any harm. Your strength is indeed very strong. If you also receive guidance from Elder Chio, but if the Yi family relies on you alone, it's not enough. Temporary force can intimidate the two great families, but it's not a long-term plan. As the days go by, other families may not avoid developing thoughts of betrayal. At that time, there will be a second and third Zhu and Zheng family. You also can't always be present to protect the Yi family. These words made Yi Yun seriously think about the future of the Yi family. The city lord continued, the most important point is that the world is vast, the outside world is very broad. I believe that with your strength and talent, you will not be content to be limited to a small Baiyun city. At that time, the Yi family will only become a hindrance, hindering your development. He made an exchange with Yi Yun, as long as you agree to my request, until Xiaya goes to school and returns safely, I swear as the city lord of Baiyun City that I will ensure that the Yi family will not be threatened or attacked. What do you say? Yi Yun didn't agree immediately. He replied, is the city lord mistaken? The current Yi family is no longer the same as before, we don't need anyone's protection. He emphasized, including the city lord. City Lord Fang shouted angrily, how audacious! Yi Yun suddenly snapped his fingers. Immediately, the people in the city lord's mansion were held at knife point. The people of the Yi family had infiltrated at an unknown time. All the people in the city lord's mansion had been controlled by the Yi family, unable to move. Yi Yun said arrogantly, City Lord Fang, sorry for the offense. Fang Lingya, angry, charged forward with a short sword, questioning, Yi Yun, what do you want to do? At this moment, the people of the Yi family reported that the entire city lord's mansion had been brought under their control. Yi Yun nodded in response, well done. Before coming here, he had already arranged his troops. Even outside the city, there were people from the Yi family. As long as he gave the order, they would all take action. He turned to ask the City Lord Fang, what do you think of our Yi family? Do we still need protection? What surprised the City Lord's people even more was that the people who came here were all above the first level of the Qi and Blood realm. Their aura was also well hidden. Even City Lord Fang didn't notice it. He didn't understand how they were made in such a short period of time. At this time, Yi Yun said, the Yi family's internal conflicts and chaos are already a thing of the past. The current Yi family will no longer be pitted by others. Not that anyone can stop the Yi family from becoming stronger. City Lord Fang shook his head and replied, alas, forget it, it seems I have misjudged. Suddenly, Yi Yun said, however, there's one point you said that is very correct. As if catching an opportunity, City Lord Fang hurriedly asked what it was. Yi Yun replied, the world out there is vast, it's time to go out and see it. Hearing this, City Lord Fang angrily slammed his fist on the chair and yelled, well, if you won't accept a toast, you'll be forced to drink a forfeit. In that case, I can only use my ultimate skills. Yi Yun gritted his teeth and replied, let's go all the way. Just as a great battle seemed imminent, City Lord Fang suddenly started crying, hugging Yi Yun, sobbing as he said, wah, you are a strong young man, and you are bullying a disabled person. Is it your intention to tie up an old man's hands? I worked so hard to raise my daughter, is it that easy? I only want to protect her, is that wrong? Yi Yun was suddenly speechless. Fang Lingya blushed with embarrassment. She probably didn't expect her father to act so shamelessly, begging in such a manner. City Lord Fang hugged Yi Yun tightly, saying incessantly, Yi Yun, if you don't agree, I will cry until the sun rises, and the sea dries up. In his entire life, Yi Yun had never experienced anything so strange. After thinking it over, he had no choice but to reluctantly nod and say, I agree, is that enough? Let go. After hearing those words, City Lord Fang immediately changed his face back to his normal appearance. He said, a gentleman's word is as good as a horse. From now on, my Xiaya will be in your care. He turned around and took out a book from his pocket, instructing, this martial arts manual is my family's inner power cultivation technique. The moves contain a domineering yang energy. As he spoke, he threw the martial arts manual to Yi Yun. Unfortunately, Xiaoya is a woman, so she can't learn it. Now, I'm passing it on to you, as a token of my appreciation for this trip. The martial arts manual was called Diamond Glazed Body. At this moment, the system displayed a notification: "Congratulations, host, you have obtained a basic martial art." Thus, Yi Yun's information on the system was updated. In addition to his experience points, weapons, and old techniques, he now had a new martial art gifted to him by the city lord. Yi Yun clasped his hands to thank him and said, "In that case, I will accept it. In 3 days, I will escort Miss Fang safely to the Kaiyuan sect." After concluding the negotiation, we turned to Qingyang County. On a busy street, in a tavern, 2 men were talking to each other. The first man asked, a man with a missing eye, "Brother Wang, there have been many new faces in Qingyang County recently. What's going on?" The one-eyed man replied, "Brother Li, you're from outside the city, so you don't know. They are all here for the Kaiyuan sect's recruitment of disciples." The one-eyed man, while tearing off a large piece of meat and stuffing it into his mouth, continued slowly, "The Kaiyuan sect is one of the strongest sects in several cities around Qingyang County. They have many experts. Now that they are openly recruiting disciples, of course they will attract many martial artists. However, it is said that the Kaiyuan sect's conditions for recruiting disciples are very strict, and there will be many tests and trials. Therefore, although every year many young men and women come to the Kaiyuan sect to participate in the assessment, only a very small number remain in the end." Yi Yun and Fang Linghua, on their way to the Kaiyuan sect, happened to be sitting in this tavern. The words of the one-eyed man caught their attention. The one-eyed man continued, "That's not all. Even if one successfully passes all the assessments, they can only be called outer disciples. Only inner disciples can truly enjoy cultivation resources." After hearing this, the man surnamed Li sighed, picked up his wine cup and said, "According to what Brother Wang said, I won't join the fun. Well, let's have another cup." After the 2 men finished this topic, Yi Yun and the other left the tavern. Seeing Yi Yun frowning, Linghua laughed and started to mock him. "Yi Yun, why are you so quiet? Could it be that you are scared by what those people just said? Are you afraid you can't get into the Kaiyuan sect?" Yi Yun scoffed and asked in return, "Scared? It's more accurate to say excited." There were many martial artists on the street at this time, seemingly also on their way to the Kaiyuan sect. Yi Yun thought to himself, Baiyun City is just a small place in the Northern Territory. Qingyang County is indeed much larger, and it will definitely be much more lively. This Kaiyuan sect will definitely not disappoint me. As for Linghua, hearing Yi Yun say that he was excited, she felt that he was complacent and didn't know his own limits. She said, "Excited? You conceited person. I'm warning you, don't hinder this young lady later." At this time, at the foot of Mount Qingyou in Qingju County, this was where the Kaiyuan sect was established. Only by climbing Mount Qingyou could one reach the Kaiyuan sect's mountain gate. Unlike many people who climbed the stairs step by step with fatigue and difficulty, Yi Yun walked lightly as if gliding. He even said, "The first challenge is to climb the stone stairs. It doesn't seem difficult." He didn't forget to turn to Linghua and ask, "Am I right, Miss Fang?" Fang Linghua was out of breath at this time. Her knees were starting to ache, not wanting to take another step. Watching Yi Yun walk forward effortlessly, she cursed inwardly, "How annoying, how can this guy be so practiced?" She gathered her spirits, determined not to let Yi Yun make her lose face. Seeing her standing still, Yi Yun looked at the setting sun and urged, "If you keep dawdling, it will get dark." He suddenly grabbed Linghua's hand, causing her to shout in surprise, "Wait, Yi Yun, what are you doing?" He replied, "Helping you." In Linghua's mind, she imagined 7,749 romantic scenes. She thought, why is he suddenly so close to me? Doesn't he want to hug me? As she thought this, her face turned red with embarrassment. Who would have thought that Yi Yun didn't hug her at all? Instead, he grabbed her 2 legs and 2 arms, just like he was tying up a pig. He said, "This will be a little faster." The romantic scene that Ling Yue imagined was as beautiful as it was, but the reality slapped her as painfully. Her face was blank, unable to speak. Yi Yun reminded her, "Don't move, hold on tight." After he finished speaking, he used his wind-like speed to carry Ling Yue. Ling Yue's whole body was swaying back and forth, as if she had never been shaken like that before. In front of them, there was a group of people climbing up, looking very determined. Yi Yun pulled Ling Yue like he was flying, surpassing the group of people in an instant. Despite Ling Yue shouting in terror the whole way, the path that Yi Yun passed through didn't even leave a trace. Only a gust of wind blew past. Everyone was surprised, murmuring in confusion. Just now, it seemed like something flashed by. In no time, Yi Yun had far outstripped this group. Only Ling Yue's angry shouts echoed back. She cursed, "You disgusting Yi Yun." Her voice kept echoing along the way, "Quickly let me down, you." Despite Ling Yue's yelling, Yi Yun kept pulling her all the way to the top. But the panting sounds that echoed throughout the journey weren't from the one running tirelessly, but from the one who had been yelling all the way. Upon arriving, Yi Yun dropped Ling Yue down with a thump. She scrambled to sit up. Her mind was still dizzy. Finally, she had arrived. 2 people from the Kaiyuan sect had been standing here for a long time to greet the people who came to participate in the test. Both of them were deacons. One was named Zhong Zhuiyang, and the other was Zhong Guogang. Seeing Yi Yun and Ling Yue arrive, Zhong Zhuiyang smiled and welcomed them. "Congratulations, you have passed the first trial. Since you have come here, it means that you all want to join the Kaiyuan sect. But joining the Kaiyuan sect is not easy. The sect stipulates that you must be at least 18 years old and have reached the Qi and Blood realm before joining." Zhong Guogang pointed to a strange rock and said, "This is our sect's spirit stone for testing. It can measure age and cultivation. If you meet the requirements, the spirit stone will light up automatically. If there is no response, it means that the requirements are not met." At this time, many people had arrived. Upon hearing the 2 deacons' introduction, they all sighed and said, "As expected of the Kaiyuan sect, the conditions are really strict." Someone else angrily shouted, "Stop complaining and get in line." This test lasted for an hour. Those who passed the test lined up in neat rows. The 2 deacons said, "Congratulations to all of you for passing the Spirit Stone test. You have met the necessary requirements to join the Kaiyuan sect. However, if you truly want to become a disciple of the Kaiyuan sect, you can't be without power." Zhong Zhuiyang looked at the number of people remaining, which was quite a few, about 40 people. He frowned and thought for a while. After a while, he and his colleague led the way, proceeding to the second test. The crowd followed behind, moving to another place. Upon entering the area, they encountered a group of Kaiyuan sect disciples practicing vigorously in the courtyard. Finally, they were led to the Kaiyuan sect's martial arts performance arena. Zhong Guogang emphasized loudly, "This is the final test. Those who can remain will be disciples of the Kaiyuan sect. The rules are very simple. On this martial arts stage, you can fight freely. The last 20 people remaining on the stage will be the winners. Weapons are not restricted. But you are not allowed to be life-threatening." Everyone listened carefully to the rules. Everyone was very excited. Zhong Guogang nodded and said, "Then let's begin." At this time, a new face appeared in the back. He looked at the group of people coming to the trial and chuckled as he shook his head, "More new chickens. I wonder if there will be anyone more powerful this time." He was an outer disciple named Tenfeng, with a cultivation of the 9th stage of the Qi and Blood realm. At this moment, another person stepped forward. He was Chen Ping, also an outer disciple, with a cultivation of the 9th stage of the Qi and Blood realm. He went forward and nodded in agreement with Han Feng's thoughts. He said, "That's right, oh, how boring. Why don't Han brother and I make a bet and see who can stay?" He looked around for a while and then targeted Yi Yun. He said, "I think that small guy with the solemn face is not bad. I bet this time he can make the shortlist. So, I will bet 5 3rd stage Qi and Blood pills." Han Feng, "Could it be that you don't dare to bet?" Han Feng replied, "Your heart is too dark, kid. These are my savings for half a year." That was what he said, but he was very interested in the bet. Looking around, he also targeted someone to bet on. The person he targeted didn't look ordinary. Chen Ping laughed loudly, "Ha ha, brother Han, then let's wait and see." Han Feng scoffed and replied, "Humph, don't cry and regret it when you lose later." Han Feng seemed very confident. He secretly laughed in his heart, Chen Ping, I've already asked around before coming. Cao Mian is a once-in-a-century genius of the Cao family. No wonder Han Feng made the bet with such confidence. It was said that 4 years ago, when Cao Mian was only 15 years old, he had already broken through to the 4th level of the Qi and Blood realm, and now he had reached 1st level Grandmaster. The more Han Feng thought about it, the more joyful he became. Yet Chen Ping dared to bet on a young and inexperienced teenager that few people knew about. Today, the Qi and Blood pill was his for sure. At this time, the people participating in the trials had already begun the final selection assessment. 40 people walked onto the martial arts stage one after another. Everyone brandished their swords and bows, staring intently at their opponents. Fang Lingya said to Yi Yun, "These people look difficult to deal with, we can cover each other." Suddenly, Yi Yun stood in the middle of the field and loudly called for the stewards, surprising everyone who turned to look at him. He tossed out the token that Elder Chiu had given him earlier, saying, "I want to use this. Is that okay?" The 2 stewards looked at each other in shock, saying, This is Elder Chiu's token." Han Feng, observing from the sidelines, was so startled he nearly fainted, while only Chen Ping remained calm, as if he had foreseen this. Steward Zheng Zuiyan stroked his beard and said, "Since Yi Yun has already gained Elder Chiu's recognition, he is exempt from the test. The others are not allowed to attack him." Thus, Yi Yun was allowed by the stewards to go to the observation platform to relax, without having to participate in the fight. Fang Lingya asked in confusion, "Yi Yun, shouldn't you be fighting alongside me?" Yi Yun replied, "Young miss wants to experience things. She can't always rely on my protection. If you can't even pass the outer sect disciple test, how can you expect me to protect you your whole life?" Scolded by Yi Yun, Lingya retorted angrily, Who needs you to protect me my whole life?" She walked forward indignantly, saying, "It's just an outer sect assessment, I'll win and show you." Fang Lingya stepped onto the stage, her eyes full of determination, and began to summon her weapon. A jet-black whip appeared in her hand. She officially entered her own battle alongside the other candidates. Yi Yun, watching, thought to himself, for someone with such strong self-esteem like Fang Lingya, the aggressive tactic is really effective. Although he had promised Fang Lei to protect her, constantly protecting her wouldn't allow her to grow stronger quickly. Only real combat could make her stronger faster. That was why Yi Yun didn't help her on the stage, and let her do it herself. Chen Ping, having won the bet, patted Han Feng's shoulder and laughed, "Ha ha ha, no need to test, it seems I've won this time." Han Feng had lost miserably in this bet. He asked Chen Ping indignantly, "Damn it, did you know this beforehand?" Chen Ping replied, "If I didn't inquire carefully, how could I have easily made the bet? It's just a pity that Brother Han overestimated himself. You're so confused you don't even know it." Han Feng stubbornly said, "Don't speak too soon. If Cao Mian can also get promoted, I won't be considered a loser. At most, it'll be a draw." On the stage, the fierce battle between the candidates raged on, with everyone using their ultimate skills to show off. Fang Lingya seemed to be doing quite well, her whip lashing at quite a few people. She had already defeated 5 people at the beginning, but there were still 23 people left on the stage. In her heart, she didn't understand why she suddenly felt no more tension after hearing Yi Yun's words. Instead, she felt confident to fight alone. Just as she was distracted, Cao Mian made a move towards her, laughing loudly, "Ha ha, there's an opening." Fortunately, Fang Lingya was not an easy target. She jumped up and dodged this sudden attack. As she dodged, a cold chill ran down her spine because Cao Mian had closed in on her from behind. He whispered, "You can't escape." He grabbed Fang Lingya's neck and murmured, "Become a ghost under my sword." Fang Lingya's resistance only made Cao Mian sneer. With a disdainful tone, he said, "Too weak. What's a woman like you doing at the Kaiyuan sect?" He squeezed Fang Lingya's neck while saying, "Admit defeat early, or this young master will go all out and break your neck." At this moment, Fang Lingya remembered Yi Yun's words and his contemptuous look. No matter what, she didn't want to be looked down upon by Yi Yun. She grabbed Cao Mian's arm and said, "Let me give you one sentence. No matter when." Cao Mian suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of danger. Fang Lingya's body began to tremble, her whole body emitting a terrifying aura, as if it was burning. Her voice rang out, "Don't look down on women, or you'll suffer a great loss." After saying that, Cao Mian was kicked dozens of meters away by her. She took the opportunity to chase after and attack him. Cao Mian never expected that one day he would be knocked over by a woman. The most heartbroken at this moment was probably Han Feng. Seeing Cao Mian being knocked down, he was on the verge of tears. Fang Lingya broke through during the fight, her strong aura making many people on the stage wary. Yi Yun liked this. It seemed the situation was still stable and didn't need his assistance. Fang Lingya held her whip in her hand, ready to wait for the next challenger. Cao Mian stood up after being kicked, his mood extremely bitter. He lunged toward Lingya, shouting angrily, "You bitch, die for me." Suddenly, an arm grabbed his shoulder. The arm was Yi Yun's. He used his aura to suppress Cao Mian, making him unable to move. Yi Yun said, "Hey, kid, what do you think you're doing?" A cracking sound was heard, as if Yi Yun had just used his aura to break something. Cao Mian cried out miserably, my leg." It turned out that Yi Yun had broken his leg. Lingya turned around and realized that Yi Yun had just saved her life. Yi Yun stepped on Cao Mian's back, not allowing him to stand up. Cao Mian shouted, You let me go." Yi Yun twisted Cao Mian's wrist, revealing a patch of black powder in his palm. Yi Yun asked sternly, "You want to use poison even after losing?" His evil deed exposed, Cao Mian was beyond help. He kept shouting, let me go." Yi Yun's cold voice sounded, "I really don't want to be fellow disciples with someone like you." Yi Yun's words frightened Cao Mian. He quickly shouted, "Yi Yun, what do you want to do? Have you forgotten what stewards were just said?" Yi Yun replied, "He said that others are not allowed to attack me, but he didn't say that I'm not allowed to attack others." While saying this, Yi Yun used his aura to push Cao Mian to the ground, causing him to cry out in fear, "Yi Yun, you want to kill me? Don't mess around. The rules say you can't endanger lives." Yi Yun grabbed the collar and pulled him up, saying coldly, "It was said that lives can't be endangered." Cao Mian begged, "It hurts. It hurts. Please, spare me." Yi Yun kicked him away, saying, "So, disabling you doesn't count as breaking the rules." Cao Mian, having been kicked, was now flying straight towards the stone pillar nearby. Unsurprisingly, he crashed into the stone pillar, causing screams and sounds of shattering to echo around. The 2 stewards, seeing this, dared not intervene, and stood in shock. Cao Mian's palm strike just now was aimed at Fang Lingya's vital point. If Yi Yun hadn't blocked it, she would have died on the spot. But the 2 of us couldn't even see Yi Yun's shadow. Truly worthy of being the disciple that Elder Chiu chose. While the 2 stewards were still lost in thought, Yi Yun's voice startled them, "Stewards, I really don't want to be fellow disciples with this kind of despicable person. Am I breaking the rules by doing this? The two stewards looked at each other and waved their hands, replying, no. At this time, Fang Lingya approached Yi Yun and thanked him. Yi Yun reminded her, don't be careless. There are still many opponents. Cao Mian had been eliminated. Han Feng angrily slapped the stone pillar, cursing, damn it, damn it, damn it. Chen Ping chuckled to himself, brother Han's 5 qi and blood pills. I'll take them without being polite. Instead of accepting this loss, Han Feng secretly held a grudge against Yi Yun, planning to settle accounts with him someday. The battle between the candidates continued. As the time it takes for an incense stick to burn passed, the fight was gradually coming to an end. The defeated lay scattered on the stage, groaning in pain without end. Not many of those who could continue fighting were still standing. Yi Yun quietly surveyed the scene. He knew that this battle was about to end. Some people on the stage were gradually finishing their fights. A young man with a refined appearance, holding a fan, was Xiao Yunqing. He had just finished his match with a win and said to his opponent, I was being lenient. Although the opponent had lost, they were very impressed and bowed, saying, your skill is superior. A muscular man named Hu Wei, after a threatening move with his blade, also managed to win. Seeing that the time was right, stewards were signaled to stop the fight, saying, the remaining 20, you have all passed the assessment. From today onwards, you are officially outer sect disciples of the Kaiyuan sect. Finally, Fang Lingya could breathe a sigh of relief. She had also completed her assessment with good results. At this time, Yi Yun noticed Xiao Yunqing, the mysterious man who always carried a fan. Xiao Yunqing and Hu Wei would both be worthy opponents in the future. Whether they would become friends or enemies, Yi Yun had to be cautious of them. At this moment, stewards came to gather the 20 who had passed the assessment, and said, all disciples, come with me to the affairs hall to receive your identity tokens and other miscellaneous items. The 20 outstanding individuals who had passed the assessment followed behind the 2 stewards, officially becoming disciples of the Kaiyuan sect from this day forward. As they walked, stewards were introduced. Our entire Kaiyuan sect has 7 major peaks, 36 secondary peaks, and 300 minor peaks. Among them, the 7 major peaks are the cultivation centers of our Kaiyuan sect, with the most resources. But only inner sect disciples can enter them. If anyone enters the inner sect without permission, they will be killed by the restrictions placed on the major peaks. Remember not to enter the wrong place. Zheng Guogang added, besides the main hall, our inner sect also has the Spirit Refining Pavilion, Treasure Pavilion, Affairs Hall, Martial Arts Arena, and a 7-story Treasure Pagoda, as central areas. The Spirit Refining Pavilion has 36 stone rooms, each with powerful spirit gathering formations set up. All disciples can use them for cultivation. The Treasure Pavilion is where the treasures of the Kaiyuan sect, natural resources, and earthly treasures are stored. Martial techniques, elixirs, and sharp divine weapons are all in there. The affairs hall that I just led you to is where you accept missions and get the necessary daily supplies. As for the martial arts arena and the 7-story treasure pagoda, your qualifications are too shallow. It's not too late to explore them later. The 2 stewards took turns introducing the Kaiyuan sect. Stewards were concluded, you have all received your tokens, storage bags, and 5 spirit stones as entry gifts, right? Seeing that no one shook their head, he sternly reminded, finally, I will say this one more time. In the Kaiyuan sect, specially made spirit stones are used for trading. In the future, when you activate your cultivation formations, your rewards will all depend on them. In other words, no matter what status you had before, or how wealthy you were. Once you become a disciple of the Kaiyuan sect, it counts for nothing. Some people, hearing this, turned pale with worry, crying out, how can this be? I know cultivation is very difficult. I brought a lot of money from home to spend. But now it's all useless. Some others secretly laughed, worthy of being the Kaiyuan sect, completely fair, starting all over again. After introducing everything, stewards were pointed out the cave dwellings, which were reserved for outer sect disciples to rest. The male and female disciples were assigned to 2 different places. Looking at the cave dwellings in front of them that looked like rat holes, some people showed open disapproval. Are these dwellings too simple? Someone next to them sighed, replying, "Brother, you're being rather polite in your description." Knowing that these people were disappointed, the stewards found it very normal. These people were only outer sect disciples. Only after they became inner sect disciples would they be able to enter the mansion of the Beast Peak. He also told them that if they were not content, then they should work hard in their cultivation, and win in the inner sect competition in 3 months, and they would soon be able to enter the inner sect. Hearing this, Yi Yun smirked. In his heart, he told himself that he must win that. Yi Yun quietly went into his cave dwelling to focus on cultivating. It seemed that things were going well at the beginning of his cultivation here, and he was not disturbed by anyone. After a period of silence, the system surfaced to announce that Yi Yun's experience points had increased by 60 points. After a period of cultivation, Yi Yun opened his eyes. He realized that as long as he placed the spirit stones in the spirit gathering formation, he could gain 3 times the spirit energy of the original spirit stones. However, swallowing this spiritual energy was not enough to help him level up his experience points quickly. He had to think of more ways to obtain more spirit stones for himself. The first period of time quickly passed. Everything was very peaceful during this time. Until one day, at the affairs hall, where disciples received their daily items. The caretaker was dozing off at his desk. At the same time, 2 people arrived, including Hen Feng, who was walking forward. The person behind Hen Feng started to tease him, "Brother Feng, why are you at the affairs hall? Are you short of money lately?" Hen Feng snapped irritably, "Stop being nosy." Earlier, Han Feng had been tricked out of 5 blood chi pills by Chen Ping, which had caused him a great loss. If he didn't collect spirit stones to exchange for new elixirs, Han Feng's cultivation would not progress for an unknown period of time. Thinking that only Han Feng had come, he didn't expect a crowd in front of him, jostling each other. Someone shouted, "I was here first, don't cut in." Another person pushed that person away and yelled, "I was clearly here first." Han Feng grabbed a person nearby and asked, "What's going on? I haven't been here for a few days. Why is the affairs hall so crowded?" This person replied hesitantly, "Brother Feng, you probably don't know. Recently, many of the affairs hall's missions have all been taken by the new outer sect disciples. Moreover, they are completed very quickly, far exceeding everyone's expectations. Now, if you want to take a mission, or exchange for spirit stones, you have to line up early. Otherwise, the supply will not meet the demand." Hearing that it was the new disciples who caused this, Han Feng didn't think it was a big deal. He said calmly, "The new disciples have no foundation. They just want to earn as many spirit stones as possible. It's just a temporary burst of enthusiasm. Furthermore, there are no more than 20 new disciples this time. Every day, the affairs hall distributes about 300 missions of various sizes. Is there any need to be so ambitious?" That person scratched his head and explained, "Brother Feng, you probably don't know. The problem is that among them, there is someone who can complete nearly 100 missions in a single day." The person he was talking about was Yi Yun. While the crowd was waiting in line, he had already brought the mission items to exchange for spirit stones. Zhu Lao, the person in charge of exchanges at the affairs hall, was drunk and red-faced every day. Seeing Yi Yun come to make an exchange, he mumbled in complaint, "Kid, you come and bother me every day when I'm drinking." He slapped the table, and spirit stones immediately appeared on the table, in green, red, purple, and gold. He threw them to Yi Yun, saying, take it. I don't want to see you again." Yi Yun put the spirit stones into his storage bag. Before turning to leave, he made an appointment to meet Zhu Lao again tomorrow, which shocked Zhu Lao back to sobriety. He tossed out dozens of mission cards, chasing Yi Yun away like he was chasing a demon. Get out, get out. Tomorrow I want to sleep until I wake up naturally. Don't come and knock on my door, kid, or you'll ruin my beautiful dream. Unexpectedly, Yi Yun didn't avoid it and reached out to accept all of it. He smiled slightly and said, "Thank you, Zhu Lao." Everyone was shocked when they saw the mission cards, exclaiming, Zhu Lao actually dared to give him 7th grade missions. It must be known that the difficulty of missions at the affairs hall ranged from 1st grade to 10th grade, from lowest to highest. Outer sect disciples like them were only suitable to do missions from 1st grade to 4th grade, such as gathering spiritual herbs or capturing 3rd stage demon beasts. The difficulty of missions from 5th grade to 10th grade increased drastically. Seeing that Yi Yun was able to complete so many 7th grade missions by himself, everyone was very curious about his true identity. Zhu Lao hugged his wine jug and said to the crowd outside, "You remaining kids, there are no more missions for today. Go home." Everyone was bitter and resentful after hearing this. The most bitter one had to be Han Feng. He watched Yi Yun leisurely walk past, and his heart was filled with anger. The old grudge that had caused him to lose his bed hadn't subsided, and Yi Yun was now openly taking all the missions, making Han Feng furious. He grinned his teeth so hard he almost wore them away. Yi Yun walked alone to the mountains to start his 7th grade mission. Looking at the demon beasts jumping around in the valley below, he thought to himself, "This is the next mission. It doesn't look too difficult." These demon beasts were the 3rd stage swift-winged wolves. They were grouped together, scattered under the bushes. Occasionally, some of them would have the urge to fight each other. Normally they looked adorable, but when they got angry they looked no different from wild dogs. Yi Yun stood and observed for a while, realizing that these 3rd stage swift-winged wolves specialized in fighting in pairs. The current number he could see was about 30 to 40. And they were all at the leader level. This number of wolves made Yi Yun excited. He rushed down quickly. The wolves, as soon as they saw a human figure, charged out like a broken nest, scrambling to pounce on and tear apart the intruder. Yi Yun thought to himself, "This time I really struck gold. I'll keep 2 for the affairs hall mission, and the remaining 30+ wolves will be mine." These wolves appeared very dangerous. Each one bared its fangs and claws, charging out madly. After deciding to keep 2 for later, Yi Yun started to aim for the right moment and quickly deal with the remaining wolves. Then, he frantically unleashed his moves. In just a blink of an eye, he completely cleared out all the wolves. The 3rd stage swift-winged wolves all turned into stepping stones, helping Yi Yun become stronger. He devoured the entire group of wolves, absorbing all of them into his body. Very quickly, the system notified him that the group had been devoured, and Yi Yun successfully obtained 3.6 million experience points. Just when he thought it was all over, a roar sounded behind him. 2 fearless swift-winged wolves were charging at him with open mouths. Yi Yun immediately used his diamond-glazed body to protect himself. Then, he quickly controlled the 2 swift-winged wolves with his aura, making it impossible for them to move. Finally, Yi Yun launched a decisive blow, dealing with them completely. He clasped his hands, and flames burst out from his whole body, burning the 2 swift-winged wolves alive in an instant. He collected the 2 demon cores from the 2 swift-winged wolves, ending the battle. The system quickly sent a message congratulating him for breaking through to the 1st stage of the Grandmaster realm. His skill points were enough for him to gain 1,000,000 times the normal speed. The experience points he had accumulated at this time were over 9.6 million out of a total of 10 million. As soon as he reached this number of points, he could break through to the 2nd stage of the Grandmaster realm. Leaving behind the dozens of swift-winged wolf corpses, Yi Yun left contentedly. As he walked, he thought, "This diamond-glazed body is indeed a high-grade martial technique. Truly domineering and powerful." His attack speed had now increased several times over. Based on his current cultivation speed, he thought that next time, he should ask that Zhu Lao to give him 8th grade missions. While still preoccupied with the system interface, Yi Yun didn't notice that a beam of light was attacking him from behind. The beam of light missed, landing right at Yi Yun's feet. A group of people from the Kaiyuan sect appeared. They were targeting Yi Yun, or rather, the 2 demon cores that Yi Yun had just obtained. They demanded that Yi Yun leave the demon cores and leave. Their style was indeed domineering. Yi Yun asked coldly, "Do you know me?" The leader was not a stranger. It was Han Feng. He replied, "Not only do I know you, but since you angered me, your fate is sealed to be very miserable." He shamelessly continued, "However, I am a generous person. As long as you obediently hand over the demon cores now, I might consider sparing you." Yi Yun realized this person's goal, but he only quietly said, "Oh." The group following Han Feng started to clamor at this time, "Brother Feng, why talk so much to this guy? We'll hurt him and his things will naturally belong to us. I saw just now that he exchanged a lot of spirit stones at Zhu Lao's place." One bald person nearby seemed scared. He said, "Senior Brother Wang, is it really okay for us to harm our fellow disciples like this? What if the stewards or elders ask about it?" The person beside Han Feng immediately interrupted, saying, "What's there to be afraid of? Disciples get injured, lose arms and legs during missions. Isn't that very normal? As long as we don't say anything, who can investigate?" So, with the exception of Han Feng, the rest of the group jumped out simultaneously and attacked Yi Yun. Each one of them blocked one side, surrounding all possible escape routes, thinking that Yi Yun would surely die this time. The chatty one said, "Brother Feng, go rest up there and watch us beat this guy until all of his teeth fall out." They had prepared to come, and they cooperated very well. They took out chains to surround and bind Yi Yun, forming a formation and trapping him in the middle. Yi Yun vaguely noticed that the formation, under his feet, was gradually absorbing the spiritual energy from his body. He had never taken these people seriously, but after this he could see that he had underestimated them. The chatty person started to grin menacingly and said, "Junior Brother Yi, you've just entered the sect, so you've probably never seen the spirit formation of our Kaiyuan sect. Right? This formation will continuously absorb your spiritual energy, making it impossible for you to escape. Furthermore, the more people casting the formation, the stronger the binding force will be. It feels very uncomfortable to be bound, right? Obediently hand that thing over, and you may reduce your punishment." Yi Yun replied in a cold tone, "Do you think you can trap me with just this little bit of power?" As soon as he finished speaking, a mysterious power erupted, causing the chains to shatter. Then, the binding cage began to shake. An extremely large source of energy was transmitted from the inside. Han Feng watched in disbelief, his mouth hanging open in shock. In just an instant, the diamond-glazed body once again saved Yi Yun's life, and the blazing flames broke the shackles. Not stopping there, Yi Yun exerted his strength, erupting with immense power that blew away the entire group of people, and no one could stand their ground. All those who fell were seriously injured, making groaning noises in their throats. Han Feng, holding his sword, trembled uncontrollably. He thought to himself, "How is this possible? Has that kid broken through to the Grandmaster realm in just half a day? How could he do it?" Now, Han Feng had no way back. The gun was already loaded, and he had to fire it. Thinking this, he charged toward Yi Yun with his sword, yelling, "Yi Yun, I'll kill you." Yi Yun would quickly help Han Feng see the light without needing to drink vitamin A. Yi Yun used his speed, which was 10 times faster than Han Feng, and jumped towards him. Han Feng's sword was neatly held between Yi Yun's bare fingers. A second later, the sword shattered into a dozen pieces in front of Han Feng's wide-open and astonished eyes. The next second, Yi Yun used one hand to grab Han Feng's neck and lifted him up, saying, "I'll return that sentence to you." As Yi Yun's hand slowly tightened, he continued, "Since you coveted my possessions, it was already destined. Yi Yun's voice became colder and colder. He continued, to have a very miserable ending. Han Feng, frightened, began to beg, Yi Yun, Big Brother Yi, please don't kill me. Yi Yun clicked his tongue and replied, TSK, you know how to be sensible. After saying that, he threw Han Feng down with his group of brothers. A moment later, the group of them knelt down on the ground, offering spirit stones to Yi Yun. Han Feng bowed, saying, these are all the spirit stones we have. We hope Big Brother Yi will accept them. Please spare us. Yi Yun sat quietly and picked up the pile of spirit stones, disdainfully saying, are your lives only worth this little bit of money? The group of people, faces swollen and bruised, were speechless from his question. Yi Yun's voice sounded again, as old disciples, you must have a lot of valuables, right? He also leaned close to Han Feng's ear and asked, storage bags, everyone carries them, right? As soon as he mentioned it, the faces of this group of people changed, and everyone looked at each other regretfully. They had no other choice. They offered their storage bags to Yi Yun with both hands, saying, everything we have from when we entered the sect until now is here. We hope that you, kind sir, will show us mercy and spare us. Yi Yun took everything, not forgetting to mock them, it seems that you've saved up quite a lot of good stuff. After taking everything, Yi Yun threw back the empty bags to them. Seeing that everything was seemingly settled, the group of people tentatively wanted to leave. Han Feng wiped the sweat off his forehead and whispered, don't worry. We will definitely not say a word about what happened today. The chatty one hurriedly stood up and said, well, if you are satisfied, then we'll leave first. They were about to leave when Yi Yun called them back. The group of people were so scared that they didn't dare to move. Unexpectedly, Yi Yun pulled out his sword and showed his moves at 10 times his normal speed, slashing the sword past the group. A few seconds later, some people had lost an ear, and some had been slashed across the hand. They all cried out in pain. Han Feng shouted, Yi Yun, you went back on your word. Yi Yun coldly put the sword back in its scabbard, then asked back, when did I go back on my word? He turned to look directly at the group, continuing, I agreed to spare your lives, but I didn't say that I wouldn't injure you. You guys once said that during missions, losing an arm or leg is very normal, right? Han Feng was left speechless by Yi Yun's logic, and couldn't retort at all. After teaching these people a lesson, Yi Yun turned and left without lingering any longer. He quickly returned to his cave dwelling and continued to cultivate the spirit stones that he had exchanged for doing missions, and those he had robbed from Han Feng, now began to take effect. After a period of time, the light from the energy of the spirit stones was gradually absorbed by Yi Yun, and all that was left was useless stones. After this, Yi Yun successfully broke through to the second stage of the Grandmaster realm. He began to strive to accumulate new experience points to reach the third stage of the Grandmaster realm. He was not far off from reaching it. He was only a few thousand points away from a complete breakthrough. Yi Yun secretly rejoiced. Unexpectedly, there were so many spirit stones and elixirs in the storage bags of those disciples. They were able to help me break through to the second stage of the Grandmaster realm. Thinking back, we usually bully and deal with those fellow disciples, and that also counts as eliminating evil for the people. Since returning from the mountain, he had been sitting in his cave cultivating for a whole day, thinking that he needed to slow down a bit, or he would be overwhelmed. Suddenly, the command token transmitted Fang Lingya's voice. She called, Yi Yun, are you there? Yi Yun was startled and looked at the token on the bed. He picked up the token, wondering what Fang Lingya wanted to tell him. He asked, what's the matter? On the other end, Fang Lingya cautiously asked, is it convenient for you right now? At this time, there was another woman next to her. Fang Lingya carefully said, my friend received a 5th grade mission, but we need a group of 4 people, currently we have 3. And want to invite you. I heard that recently the missions of the Affairs Hall have become very difficult to compete for. She said so but didn't know that the mastermind, who caused the missions of the Affairs Hall to be snatched away quickly was Yi Yun. He thought about it, A 5th grade mission with 4 people participating. The reward would definitely be paltry, so he directly refused Fang Lingya, he said. I was planning to rest, I'm afraid I can't help. Hearing this, Fang Lingya was a little disappointed. She reluctantly replied, I understand, then never mind, you rest. Then she turned to the figure standing behind a large tree nearby. Xiao Gongzi, I'm sorry, my friend said he wants to rest, let's find someone else. The girl next to her also called out. Yan Qinggij, it's okay, let's find another senior brother. The figure turned out to be Xiao Yanqing. Knowing that Yi Yan would not participate, his expression seemed a little disappointed. But the expression behind the fan was completely different, his eyes full of calculation. He muttered to himself, what a pity. The group of 3 was probably still continuing to carry out that 5th grade mission, with no intention of leaving the mountain. While walking, the girl beside Lingya kept curiously asking, Hey, Xiao Ya, that friend of yours named Ji, does he like you? Otherwise, why would he immediately come over when he heard that Xiao Zhong was there? For some unknown reason, Yi Yan appeared along with the group of 3. Xiao Yanqing even pretended to be polite and said, Fortunately, Yi Zhong has arrived. Otherwise, I don't know how long this mission would have dragged on. Fang Lingya, after hearing the girl's casual question, began to think about the blockhead Yi Yan. Could it be that Yi Yan likes me? Thinking back to everything from when he accepted her father's request, during the journey to Kaiyuan sect. A while has passed since then, to be honest, she still doesn't know what Yi Yan's true feelings are towards her. What he does always exceeds her expectations. He had once saved her from Cao Mion's assassination, reminded her to be careful with opponents, many other things flashed in Fang Lingya's mind. But it still didn't seem enough for her to confirm that Yi Yan had feelings for her. She turned her face away to prevent her friend from seeing her flustered face. She waved her hand and said, Tang Shijie, you're wrong. I feel that Yi Yan definitely doesn't have that kind of feeling. Let's not talk about this anymore, let's quickly catch up with them. After speaking, she immediately ran ahead to hide her flustered look, ignoring Tang Shijie calling from behind. Yi Yan walked with Xiao Yanqing. He said to Yi Yan, I don't know if Lingya has told you about this mission before, it is a bit dangerous this time. We have to find a way to get to the Black Marsh in the center of the jungle to obtain the Xiyin bone flower, which is said to be a great yin-cold item. Few people can find it. It's easy to encounter monsters on the way, but the most troublesome thing is the miasma produced by the Black Marsh. Once inhaled, it will immediately corrode our internal organs. And even if you are lucky enough to survive, you will become disabled. It was so difficult, yet Xiao Yanqing took 2 girls along. Yi Yan asked in doubt, the mission is so difficult, why did you immediately look for them? Wouldn't it be easier to find the sex master brothers? Tang Shijie heard this and replied unhappily, Yi Yan, are you worried that we, the Qi and Blood realm, will be a hindrance? Xiao Shidi is clearly in the 3rd stage of the Master Realm and doesn't look down on us, but you do. Xiao Yanqing waited for Tang Xiaoru to speak for a while, then he clarified, Yi Zhong is suspecting me. I don't dare to hide, the reason I invited everyone to form a team is that I have special means to ensure the mission's success. He took out a small bottle of medicine and continued, this Yang Yuan Dan is a secret medicine of my family. Taking it can eliminate toxins for an hour. It can help everyone maintain the best state in the Black Marsh. He also did not forget to flatter the 2 sisters behind him, with 2 beauties as companions, isn't it better than a group of men looking at each other? The 2 girls blushed with excitement after hearing this. Tang Xiaoru smiled and said, Xiao Shidi is so eloquent. Yi Yan looked at the pill in his hand and asked suspiciously, is that really true? Tang Xiaoru believed it completely. She put the pill in her mouth and drank it, urging everyone, drink it quickly. Just relying on our bodies, we definitely won't be able to withstand the poisonous miasma. Xiao Shidi, you are really too good, so thoughtful. Yi Yan and Fang Lingya hesitated and did not dare to drink. Xiao Yanqing saw this and approached to ask, why don't you drink the elixir? the yin-cold poisonous miasma here is very dangerous. It's not easy to pass the outer disciple assessment, it's not worth leaving your life here. Although there were still many doubts, but hesitating would not solve anything, so they had to drink the pill. Yi Yun's eyes kept scanning the man surnamed Xiao. Seeing that the two had finished drinking, Xiao Yunqing said, "All right, while the elixir is still effective, let's go quickly." He led the way in front, with everyone following behind. Yi Yun was at the end. Yi Yun secretly crushed the pill in his palm. It turned out that he had only pretended to drink. Xiao Yunqing still had something that made him not trust. After dealing with everything, he quickly followed the other three. They quickly arrived at the swamp. The yin-cold poison was emitting a mysterious blue light. In the middle of the swamp was indeed the Yin bone flower they were looking for. Fang Lingya, seeing the Yin bone flower, immediately called out loudly, "I found the Yin bone flower, everyone look." The flower was in the middle of the swamp, and was a blue color. The shape was not like a normal plant. Tang Xiaoru ran over and happily said, "We are really too lucky." Fang Lingya suspiciously asked herself, "Strange, why haven't we encountered any monsters on the whole road? How can it be so smooth?" Tang Xiaoru didn't pay attention to this. She racked her brains thinking how to cross the swamp to get the Yin bone flower. Xiao Yunqing came from behind and said, "This is very simple. I have learned a set of formations, which can materialize spiritual energy for a short time, forming a bridge for us to pass." He glanced at Yi Yun and continued, "However, this formation is exquisite, it always needs someone to control it, so I have to trouble Yi Zhong to go and get the Yin bone flower." Yi Yun did not refuse this suggestion. He replied, I'll go." Xiao Yunqing said again, "It's too dangerous for you to go alone. Lingya has a higher realm, she can assist you. Tang Shijie, stay here to help me protect the formation." The two girls didn't think much and nodded in agreement. Each person had a task. They immediately started working. Xiao Yunqing stood on the shore and began to set up his 7-star stepping heaven formation. When his hand touched the ground, immediately a faint blue barrier appeared on the ground. The formation was officially opened. After that, the spiritual energy of the formation materialized into mounds of earth, like a bridge connecting from the ground to the middle of the swamp. Next was the performance of Yi Yun and Lingya. When the formation was complete, and they got the signal from Xiao Yunqing, the two immediately jumped onto the bridge and advanced to the Yin bone flower. On the way, Lingya whispered to Yi Yun, don't you think it's a bit strange?" Yi Yun nodded in agreement. Lingya covered from behind. She looked around vigilantly and continued, "Not even a bird is flying, it's eerily quiet." Yi Yun replied, "Maybe the problem lies in the flower." He was now close to the Yin bone flower. He drew his sword and prepared to remove the flower from the swamp. He aimed for the angle to cut, and with a sword, the Ling Feng Zan chopped it off cleanly. His speed was extremely fast. With just one sword he cut it accurately. The two girls were surprised. They did not expect it would be so easy to pick the Yin bone flower. Only Xiao Yunqing's face looked not very happy. Just when everything seemed to be about to be done, suddenly the small buds of the Yin bone flower grew rapidly in a shocking manner. They were sharp like spears rushing towards Yi Yun's group. Everyone started to panic and shouted to remind each other to be careful. Yi Yun was the closest, the first to be attacked by the Yin bone flower. He quickly took out his sword to block. But stranger things were happening. The buds were like tentacles with consciousness. They were constantly reaching out of the swamp. Xiao Yunqing on the shore shouted to Yi Yun and Lingya. He said, "You two, don't stand too far. My spiritual platform can only maintain 7 steps." At this time, it seemed that something very large was about to break out of the swamp. Large bubbles appeared on the surface of the water, along with the corpses of animals floating on the surface. The large thing that emerged began to reveal its head. It was the skull of some giant creature, completely a white skeleton. Yi Yun had never seen this strange thing. His eyes were fixed on the skull, not daring to be careless. But the skull was just a decoration. Shortly after that, a thing that was not a plant, not a monster appeared. On top was the Yin bone flower, below were thousands and thousands of skulls of humans. And different animals, all lying under a giant eye. Yi Yun said in surprise, "Is this its true form?" Lingya, looking at the skulls, realized that all the monsters that had disappeared on the road were lured by this strange thing and became its food. Suddenly, a dark shadow flashed across Lingya's face. Yi Yun's voice cried out, "Lingya, avoid it quickly." She reacted very quickly. She jumped high to avoid the attack of the thing guarding the Xiyin bone flower. On the shore, Xiao Yanqing controlled the formation for too long. It started to become unstable. He shouted to the two, "Yizhong, Lingya, don't get entangled. Take that flower, quick and decisive." Yi Yun replied, "No need to tell me." He was jumping up, attacking directly. He swung the sword in his hand, cutting off many tentacles that were reaching out. He had his own determination from the beginning. This strange thing was not easy to deal with. It made Yi Yun have to use a lot of strength in the hope of making this thing go back down into the swamp again. Yi Yun's Ling Feng Zan slashed out. A ray of light cut across the strange thing. After this move, the Xiyin bone flower was cut and fell to the ground. Yi Yun then reached out his hand and uttered an incantation, pulling the Xiyin bone flower into his hand. Under the effect of the incantation, the Xiyin bone flower quickly moved into Yi Yun's hand. Then the strange things seemed to go crazy. They shook wildly, causing the swamp to shake violently. While Xiao Yanqing was trying to maintain the formation for the two to return, Tang Xiaoru, to protect his safety, had to continuously use her sword to cut off the attacks of the strange thing. But the attacks became more and more numerous, making her gradually run out of strength. Lingya was also trying her best to support. Seeing that Yi Yun had obtained the flower, she and him had to quickly retreat, but the attacks of this strange thing were getting stronger. Retreating was not easy. In the tension, the materialized spiritual energy under Lingya's feet began to fade and then disappear. Looking at her feet floating without support, Lingya was extremely shocked. Tang Xiaoru saw the danger of Lingya. She shouted, "Oh no, Xiao Ya is falling. Xiao Shidi, quickly create another spiritual platform." Xiao Qingyun tried his best but couldn't create another spiritual platform. He could only try to hold on to the remaining ones. He said panting, "It's not possible, it's too late, there's no way." Fortunately, there was still Yi Yun. After picking the flower, he used his speed that was 10 times faster to rush over and pick up Lingya, who was about to fall into the swamp. He put the flower in his mouth to temporarily hold it. Fortunately, he was in time. Lingya had not fallen into the swamp. After catching Lingya, Yi Yun handed the Xiyin bone flower to her. The attack of the strange thing did not stop. Yi Yun continuously had to use Ling Feng Zan to both attack and block. He used a part of his great power to unleash a dazzling sword light, causing that thing to suffer an extremely strong blow. The light emitted from this attack was very large, even illuminating the entire swamp area. Lingya, lying in Yi Yun's arms, stared at the man who saved her. A strange feeling arose in her heart. The two quickly left the swamp and returned to the ground. Fortunately, the two were safe, no one was injured. Tang Xiaoru ran over and hugged Lingya, emotionally saying, "Xiao Ya, I was really scared to death just now, fortunately you're okay." Xiao Yanqing scratched his head embarrassedly and apologized to Lingya. "I'm sorry Xiao Ya, the two of you were too far apart. That entity launched a desperate blow before dying. The power was too great. I tried my best to resist but didn't have time to create another spiritual platform for you. Fortunately Yizhong was here, otherwise a great disaster would have happened. I apologize." After speaking, he reached out towards the Xiyin bone flower, his face revealing an indescribable greedy expression. He said, "Fortunately, the mission is completed without any harm. With this Xiyin bone flower, we can go back and hand it over." Before he could touch the Xiyin bone flower, his arm was blocked by Yi Yun. Yi Yun said, "Hiding for so long. In the end, you can't take it anymore." While speaking, Yi Yun gave Xiao Yanqing a cold glare. Xiao Yanqing, after hearing what Yi Yun said, pretended not to understand his intention. He asked back, "Yizhong, what do you mean?" Yi Yun replied, "Just now, between the two of us, If she had obtained the Xian bone flower, and not created a spiritual platform in time and fallen, it would have been me, right? Your plan has 3 steps. Step 1, let 2 out of 3 of us embark on danger. After successfully obtaining the flower, you will eliminate the remaining person. Step 2, intentionally choose the person with the lowest realm to stay here, to protect your law, and use the chaos to eliminate them quickly. Tang Xiaoru's face looked distasteful. She shouted, "Wait, what are you talking about, Yi Yan?" Yi Yan ignored her and continued, "Finally, you will deal with the remaining person, because of the depletion of spiritual power from the battle just now, and monopolize the mission reward." Lingya held the Xian bone flower in her hand. She stood there silently listening to every word Yi Yan said. Xiao Yanqing laughed sinisterly, pulling his hand away from Yi Yan's hand. He said, "Yi Zhong's analysis really surprises me. What is it called, die or not die? I want to say." Xiao Yanqing's voice became strange. He said, "Half of your feet have long stepped into the Yama Hall." At this time, the 2 girls began to hold their chests in pain. Lingya frowned in shock. "What is going on? My chest hurts so much." Tang Xiaoru was even more miserable. She couldn't stand and fell down, spewing black blood from her mouth. Xiao Yanqing's plan was indeed very meticulous. At this time he was probably thinking it was time for him to reap the rewards. He was waving his fan in his hand, saying, "So unlucky. I originally wanted to use the inner disciples to compete to eliminate the opponent, that is you, Yi Yan. It seems like it's not working. But I am not deceiving you. Although this elixir can resist miasma, it will cause a backlash if you mobilize your internal force." Tang Xiaoru realized she had been deceived by this smooth talker. She slumped onto Ling Yue, weakly saying, "How could this be, Xiao Shidi? How could you deceive?" Xiao Yanqing had already turned his face. Yi Yan didn't hesitate to draw his sword, reminding the 2 girls to retreat, making it easier for him to face Xiao Yanqing alone. Seeing that Yi Yan had no reaction, Xiao Yanqing probably guessed that his pill had not been consumed. He grinned sinisterly and said to Yi Yan, "You are very smart. Maybe you didn't eat the elixir. Although it's tricky, it seems I can only deal with you here." Yi Yan revealed the aura hidden within him. The black smoke enveloping his body looked as if he had just emerged from a mysterious place. He responded to Xiao Yanqing. "Is that so? You are very confident in yourself, huh?" Xiao Yanqing refused to be outdone, his entire body exuding a green aura that made others want to stay away. He said loudly, "You are indeed a worthy opponent. It would be a pity to let you die like this." Hearing this, Yi Yan merely sneered, for the one who would die was not necessarily him. He said to Xiao Yanqing, "It's either you die or I live." Then, the 2 charged at each other. The sounds of swords and fans clashing rang out. Yi Yan struck a fatal blow, and a single sword strike cracked the ground. Xiao Yanqing seemed to be in no danger. He was quickly injured, and a fear of Yi Yan began to grow in his heart. He thought to himself, "Yi Yan is clearly below me in terms of realm and strength, but his speed is so fast that people can't react in time. This speed is truly terrifying. There's simply no time to react." In the end, Xiao Yanqing was no match for Yi Yan. After only a few moves, his weapon was knocked away by Yi Yan, the fan flying out. Yi Yan's strength was so powerful that it made people tremble. Losing his weapon meant that Xiao Yanqing had lost his last hope of escaping death. Yi Yan's sword flashed, and it was Xiao Yanqing's turn to suffer. Yi Yan quietly put his sword back into its sheath and said, "You're not qualified to take my life." Xiao Yanqing's fan fell to the ground. The sound was pleasant to the ear, but it was sad for someone. Xiao Yanqing was covered in blood, silently sensing death waving at him. He still couldn't believe that he had lost so easily. He shouted loudly, "Yi Yan, I want to kill you." A thud sound echoed. Xiao Yanqing's eyes widened, his eyebrows furrowed in pain. Another wound appeared on his shoulder. It was Ling Yue. She didn't look poisoned at all. She even threatened Xiao Yanqing, "Don't move, or the next blow won't just pierce your shoulder." Her healthy appearance shocked Xiao Yanqing. He gritted his teeth and said, "Impossible, you clearly drank the elixir. Just now, could you have been pretending?" Ling Yue chuckled and replied, "The ruse of deceiving others and oneself, you're not the only one who knows it. Thanks to you, this young lady could only use her spiritual energy to resist the miasma after entering the swamp. Otherwise, that last strike would have crippled your arm." It turned out that she did not drink the elixir given to her by Xiao Yanqing, but threw it away when he wasn't paying attention, pretending that she had taken it. Ling Yue's resourcefulness was unexpectedly sharp. Yi Yun couldn't help but praise, "It seems that Fang Da Xiaojie is growing up very quickly." Ling Yue pulled the weapon straight out of Xiao Yunqing's body, causing him to fall to the ground. She angrily approached Yi Yun and asked, "Yi Yun, what do we do now? Although I really want to kill him in one blow, according to the sect's rules, if something goes wrong during an assignment, we still can't directly take his dog's life." Xiao Yanqing, who was covered in wounds, chuckled to himself, "Heh, that's right. Even if I make a scene in front of the elders and the executive, I just need to claim you guys wanted to kill me and steal the assignment, and I won't lose my life. Where there's life, there's hope. If I take advantage of this opportunity to get acquainted with the elders, I won't be afraid of not having a comeback." Xiao Yanqing looked at the unconscious Tang Xiaoru, thinking, "As for the witness, I just need to say a few sweet words, and that foolish woman Tang Xiaoru will obediently speak for me when she wakes up." Suddenly, Yi Yun grabbed this guy's neck and squeezed, asking, "Were you just thinking that there was a way out, and even secretly rejoicing that we didn't have any evidence?" Xiao Yanqing was startled and frightened. Could this Yi Yun be a mind reader? How could he say everything that he was thinking so accurately? Yi Yun squeezed his hand and sneered, "Looking at your sinister face, I guess I'm right." Yi Yun did not kill this dog immediately, but released his hand. He threw a golden badge in front of Xiao Yanqing. At this moment, Xiao Yanqing's heart collapsed. All of his calculations were broken by Yi Yun. The process of his scheming, the process of his confession, all were recorded by the badge. Xiao Yanqing began to tremble with fear, saying, "This is a recording stone. From when? No, this item is so hard to get in the sect, it's priceless. How do you have it?" Yi Yun replied coldly, "There are many things you didn't think of." In fact, he would not have gotten these things after just entering the Kaiyuan sect, but he had gotten many interesting things from scavenging from the previous group of people, and the recording stone was among them. Seeing that there was evidence to convict him, Ling Yue happily exclaimed, "Great, with this recording stone, there's no need to worry that he won't admit his guilt. Just say that while carrying out the assignment, he slaughtered fellow disciples, and he will be punished with 81 days of lightning strikes. Quickly tie this guy up." Yi Yun slowly walked in front of Xiao Yanqing and said, "No rush, before we take him back to the sect." Xiao Yanqing looked at Yi Yun in fear, sensing that he had an ulterior motive. He subconsciously retreated behind, trembling and asking, What do you want to do?" Yi Yun whispered something into his ear. The content of the words was unclear. Only Xiao Yanqing was seen yelling as if possessed, "Help, help, this guy's a madman." No matter how much he yelled for help, no one could save him from Yi Yun's grasp. He quickly became a part of Yi Yun's spiritual energy. Yi Yun placed his hand on his head and began to absorb his spiritual energy. After completely draining the spiritual energy from Xiao Yanqing, Yi Yun finally signaled to his teammates to take him back to the sect for reporting. Yi Yun looked at Xiao Yanqing lying on the ground and said coldly, "Your cultivation is crippled today, behave yourself on the way." Ling Yue coldly snorted beside him, saying, "Trash, this is already a bargain for you." After saying that, she turned to look at Yi Yun, intending to take the two unconscious people back. Suddenly, a sharp pain struck, causing Ling Yue's face to contort, her pupils dilating. She staggered, unable to stand still. Seeing this, Yi Yun quickly ran over to support her and asked with concern, "Fang Ling Yue, what's wrong?" Besides the unexplained headache, Ling Yue's whole body was freezing cold, shaking uncontrollably. She leaned completely on Yi Yun and said in a soft voice like a mosquito, "Yi Yun, it's so cold." Yi Yun's face was filled with panic when he saw her in so much pain, and her whole body freezing cold. Without thinking much, he immediately took her to the affairs hall. Not knowing how much Elder Chu hated Yi Yun, there was a sign outside the affairs hall that read, "Yi Yun and dogs are not allowed to enter." Elder Chu sat inside, as usual, hugging his wine jar and sleeping soundly, while mumbling in his sleep, it wasn't easy to buy this 50-year-old jar of wine. I must enjoy it today. Even if the Emperor of Heaven came, I wouldn't open the door. Just as he finished speaking, Elder Chu's dream was shattered. The door with the warning sign forbidding Yi Yun from entering was kicked open. Elder Chu slammed his hand on the table in anger and shouted, "Who is it? Are you blind?" Yi Yun carried Ling Yue in. Tang Xiaoru was dragging Xiao Yunqing's legs. She called out, "Elder Chu, we are in trouble." As soon as Elder Chu saw Yi Yun, he knew that he would not have peace. Only Yi Yun would dare to kick the door open and enter like this. He said unhappily, "Yi Yun, I knew it was you." Yi Yun helped Ling Yue sit on a chair. She was groaning continuously, causing outsiders to think something dark was happening. Tang Xiaoru anxiously pleaded, "Elder Chu, something went wrong during our assignment. You're so knowledgeable, please take a look at Xiao Yue." Elder Chu's face was full of boredom. Not wanting to see anything, he replied, "The affairs hall is not the healing hall. If you've taken an assignment, whether you live or die, whether you're rich or poor, is up to fate." After he finished speaking, he turned to chase them away, saying, "Go, go, go, find someone else. Don't bother me while I'm drinking." Unexpectedly, he had only taken a few steps when he was surrounded by Yi Yun's sword aura, threatening him. With a crash, Elder Chu's 50-year-old jar of wine fell to the ground and shattered. Elder Chu glared at Yi Yun and said, "Ha ha ha, so it's you, Yi Yun. What? You still want to fight? Want to use force to make this old man obey?" He took out a square purple box, wanting to teach this brat Yi Yun a lesson. He said, "Take a good look. Do you think you can easily boss this old man around?" Yi Yun's sword aura was shining all over the room, but he acted as if he was not threatening at all. He replied, "I wouldn't dare." After saying that, he suddenly took out a large jar of wine and put it in front of Elder Chu, continuing, "It's just that if you continue to waste time, my 100-year-old jar of wine will definitely find another taster." Elder Chu immediately put away his weapon and affectionately put his arm around Yi Yun, blaming him for not saying so earlier. Tang Xiaoru secretly thought after seeing him change his face so quickly, "That's a slap in the face, completely woken up, damn it." For the sake of a jar of wine, Elder Chu lowered his voice and went to check Ling Yue's pulse. Tang Xiaoru stood beside him, anxiously wanting to know the situation. Elder Chu revealed a serious expression, saying, "HMPH, rare, rare. This girl has a congenital cold body, do you know that?" This was the first time they had ever heard of a congenital cold body. They had no idea what it was, and their faces were all blank. Elder Chu then said, "A congenital cold body refers to a martial artist who is born with a cold and poisonous constitution. This cold poison severely hinders the martial artist's cultivation. If it gets worse, they may never be able to condense qi." Yi Yun asked doubtfully, "But Xiao Yue clearly cultivates no differently from normal people." Elder Chu sighed, replying, "That's because there has always been a pure yang qi protecting her body, resisting the cold qi since she was in her mother's womb." While holding the wine jar to his mouth, he continued, "This qi must be controlled extremely skillfully. Too much will bring life, and too little will have no effect. If I'm not mistaken, this girl always used her true qi to resist the miasma while on the assignment, which is extremely energy-consuming. And then she was unexpectedly affected by the cold qi of the yin bone flower, which completely unleashed the cold poison of her body. Currently, The two types of qi in her body are conflicting, causing the meridians to flow backward. If a cure is not found, I'm afraid she won't live more than 3 days. At this point, Yi Yun finally understood why Fang Lei had been so generous, giving him the Vajra body, and saying that Fang Ling Yue could not cultivate this skill. On the surface, he was expressing gratitude, but in reality, it was to prevent Fang Ling Yue from having an accident, so he could use the Vajra body to help. He had to admit, Fang Lei was truly a sly fox with deep plans. He then asked Elder Chu what he thought. I cultivate the Vajra lapis lazuli yang qi, which is extremely pure. Can that help her regulate her qi? Elder Chu shook his head, replying, no use, no use. Her body's true qi is scattered now. It's not possible to cure her by simply regulating her qi. Looking at Ling Yue's pale face, twisted in discomfort, Yi Yun quickly asked Elder Chu for a cure. Elder Chu held his wine-filled belly and snorted, replying, according to what I think, it's better to fight poison with poison. First, completely activate the cold qi in her body. Then introduce yang qi into her body, to make her completely transform into a frozen ice saint body. The concept of the frozen ice saint body was also new to Yi Yun. He didn't know what it was. Elder Chu began to explain, although a congenital cold body has a bad impact on a martial artist. If there's luck, one can advance to the frozen ice saint body. That is one of the top constitutions. Once it's activated, the cultivation realm will increase greatly. It's possible to kill enemies who are at a higher level. Seeing him explain so much, Tang Xiaoru couldn't wait any longer. She ran out, grabbed Elder Chu's collar, and shouted loudly, then what are you waiting for? Quickly save her. Yah. Elder Chu didn't know what he had done in his past life, that he would meet such a troublesome group involved with Yi Yun in this life. He had to stay with them until late at night, and carefully remind them how to guide their spiritual energy before finally leaving. Ling Yue was put in a large room, soaking in hot water. It seemed to make her feel a lot better. But she wasn't soaking alone. Next to her was Yi Yun, bare-chested. He slapped his forehead in frustration, saying, how did things turn out like this? Ling Yue's face was dark, and she was still in a coma. She entrusted everything to Yi Yun this time. If he wanted to save Ling Yue, he had to follow Elder Chu's instructions. Saving a person was still more important than embarrassment. In the next few days, Ling Yue rested and was taken care of by Tang Xiaoru and everyone else. She woke up after being in a coma for 4 days. The first person she saw was Tang Xiaoru. Seeing Ling Yue wake up, Tang Xiaoru quickly helped her sit up and happily said, Xiao Yue, you're finally awake. Ling Yue rubbed her forehead, trying to recall the events of the past few days. She asked, Shijie, weren't we carrying out an assignment? Why are we here? Tang Xiaoru replied, of course, it was that reliable Shidiyi who brought us back. Tang Xiaoru's attitude towards Yi Yun was not good. Seeing her call him reliable, Ling Yue looked doubtful and asked, reliable? I remember you had a lot of prejudice against him before when we went on the assignment, why now? Mentioning Yi Yun, Tang Xiaoru's eyes suddenly sparkled, as if she had fallen into a love net. She looked into the distance and replied, oh my, I always thought he was a brat who always said harsh words and was hard to approach. Later, I discovered that I had eyes but couldn't see. He is truly the treasure of our Kaiyuan sect since its founding. Ling Yue was completely shocked. She didn't know what had happened during her coma that made Tang Xiaoru so infatuated with Yi Yun. Tang Xiaoru still looked infatuated, continuing, you don't know. When you fainted, although he didn't say anything, he held you in his arms the whole time, and found a doctor to help you. At the swamp, before bringing Ling Yue back to Kaiyuan sect, Yi Yun detoxified Tang Xiaoru, asking her to take Xiao Yanqing back for punishment. His appearance at that time was really cool. making her remember it forever. Suddenly, Tang Xiaoru leaned close to Ling Yue's ear and whispered. She began to recount the process of Ling Yue's coma. She didn't know if she mentioned the part about the two of them being naked in the hot spring. She only knew that after Yi Yun finished guiding the Qi, he found Elder Chu and asked about the next steps. At that time, Elder Chu had given Yi Yun a pill and said, "This is the Ice Soul pill. It can activate the energy of the frozen Ice Saint body. You just need to take it and circulate the energy for 7 days, that's it. You guys are lucky to have found the right person. Only this old man has one pill in the entire Kaiyuan sect." At that time, Tang Xiaoru was very happy that she had finally found a way to save Ling Yue. She quickly urged Elder Chu to save her, but Elder Chu frowned and replied, "Are you kidding? Do you think I'm a charity worker? This elixir is very precious. If you want it, bring out 500 spirit stones to exchange for it." Upon hearing the price, Tang Xiaoru fell into contemplation. 500 spirit stones was too much. The monthly salary of an outer disciple was only 10 spirit stones. And an inner disciple's monthly salary was only 20. Unexpectedly, Yi Yun generously threw a big bag to Elder Chu and said, "There are 1,000 spirit stones here. Consider the rest as an invitation for Elder Chu to have some good wine." Needless to say, Elder Chu was very happy. His eyes lit up and he laughed with pleasure. "Ha ha ha, very sensible, very sensible." While he was rummaging through the spirit stones, he curiously asked, "But you're so generous, it makes this old man curious. What is this girl to you?" At that time, Yi Yun had replied that Ling Yue had been entrusted to him by someone else, so he would do his best to protect her. Tang Xiaoru earnestly recounted, "It cost 500 spirit stones to treat you." He didn't say a word and took them all out, and even paid double. Such a man with such a spirit, I've never met in the entire Kaiyuan sect. Do you think he's a treasure or not? Upon hearing this, Ling Yue only responded lightly, "So that's how it is. It seems I have to think of a way to thank him." She said it like that, but the Ice Soul pill was priceless. Yi Yun was so generous, even Ling Yue wasn't sure if she could be so generous. Tang Xiaoru mischievously said to Ling Yue, "Say thank you. I think you should repay him with your body. After all, you two have been in the hot spring for 3 days and 3 nights. Ling Yue blushed and shyly asked, "What? Yi Yun and I were in the hot spring for 3 days and 3 nights. After saying that, she fell backward again, fainting. Her mind started to become confused, causing Tang Xiaoru to panic and shout, "Hey, Xiao Yue, don't faint." Elder Chu said you still have to circulate the energy for 7 days. The scene shifted to another place in Kaiyuan sect. A person sat on a chair, looking very powerful. He raised his chin and asked the person kneeling below, "Is what you said true?" The person replied, "It's definitely true. That disciple's name is Yi Yun. He's been acting arrogantly since he joined the sect." The person kneeling on the ground was none other than Han Feng, who had just been taught a lesson by Yi Yun, and had all his belongings looted. Now he was denouncing Yi Yun's crimes. He gnashed his teeth in resentment and said, "That guy relies on an elder as his backing, arbitrarily seizing the possessions of the disciples, stealing all the treasures that we've accumulated for 10 years. He is clearly provoking your position in Kaiyuan sect." Hearing this, the person sitting on the chair angrily squeezed his fist, trying to control himself. This person was Han Xian, the 6th elder of Kaiyuan sect, with a cultivation base of the transcendent 4th realm. He had the surname Han, no wonder as soon as he got away. Han Feng had immediately run here to report. Han Xian, without discerning right from wrong, quickly convicted Yi Yun, saying, "It seems that Qiu Zhangyan is getting old and his eyes are failing. Taking in a stinky brat, who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth." Han Feng seized the opportunity to add, "Uncle, Elder Qiu is the master of Qin Zhongzhu's, who was promoted just half a month ago. He is the 10th elder to be promoted by Qin Zhengzhu, and has already broken through to the transcendent fourth realm. Han Xian was silent for a while before replying, "No need to worry. It's just that the sect leader is thanking him for saving his daughter, Qin Yao, and giving him some sweet fruits. But this newly appointed elder's foundation is unstable. Does he really think he can step on my head? As for that Yi Yun, I'll let him know what the consequences are for offending the Han family in Kaiyuan sect." Having received the support of the elder, Han Feng was definitely smiling secretly to himself. He continuously kowtowed to Han Xian, saying, "Uncle is wise." Han Feng thought to himself, Yi Yun, don't even think about having a good life in Kaiyuan sect." At the same time, Yi Yun was walking around the grounds of Kaiyuan sect, thinking to himself, "It's been a full month since I came to Kaiyuan sect. Perhaps recently my cultivation realm has increased so much that my speed of gaining strength has also slowed down. To make a big leap forward in a short period of time, I must find a way to make myself stronger." As he walked past two other disciples, one of them said, "Did you hear? There's someone who's won 4 consecutive matches at the arena today." The other one exclaimed in surprise, "Ah, so powerful. Let's go watch the excitement." Yi Yun overheard the conversation of these two people. As he remembered, the arena was a place for fair and public duels between fellow disciples. They could use spirit stones, spirit herbs, or weapons to bet on the outcome of the duels. All in all, the arena was a very good place to earn spirit stones for someone with fighting ability like Yi Yun. If that was the case, he couldn't be absent from the arena. In just a blink of an eye, he started moving toward the arena, preparing to arrange a duel for himself. The dueling arena of Kaiyuan sect was truly vast, worthy of a large sect in Xinjiang district. At the moment, there was a match going on, and the spectators were constantly shouting, cheering on the participants. The two contestants on the stage were continuously exchanging deadly blows. On the side of the arena, an executive was silently watching the entire match. The two of them were very aggressive, but a match always had a winner and a loser. At this time, one person was at a disadvantage and had fallen to the ground. Before he could stand up, his opponent pressed his sword against his throat and said, "You lost." The loser was Li Qianba, a Grandmaster Realm expert. He had lost, but he was truly very angry, because his opponent was in the same realm, but had much more strength. The victor was Hu Wei, a formidable opponent since the beginning of the selection rounds for entering the Kaiyuan sect. From the buzzing comments of the crowd below the arena, it was known that Hu Wei was very powerful. He was about to win his 5th consecutive match. Looking at his life-risking fighting style, one would have thought he wanted to kill someone. A disciple also revealed that Hu Wei had a younger sister, who was suffering from an incurable disease. To earn enough money for her treatment, he had taken on many assassination jobs. He had provoked a lot of grudges in the martial world, and only entered Kaiyuan sect because he couldn't bear it anymore. After hearing about Hu Wei's situation, people partially understood why he was risking his life so much. It turned out he was just a refugee. At this time, Yi Yun had also arrived. He quietly observed and listened to everything that the crowd was gossiping about. Looking at Hu Wei, he felt very familiar. He quickly recognized that Hu Wei was one of the people he had met when he first came to Kaiyuan sect. On the stage, Hu Wei sheathed his sword and chased his opponent off, with no intention of making things difficult. But that Li Qianba was the worst. He had lost, but his face now revealed a sly look. When Hu Wei turned to leave, Li Qianba launched a sneak attack, using his weapon to injure his opponent from behind, causing Hu Wei to suffer from the unexpected attack. The wound on his back made it difficult for Hu Wei to move. Realizing he was in danger, he quickly turned around. Taking advantage of his opponent's unguarded state, Li Qianba used his fastest speed to rush forward, wanting to regain his reputation. He said, "The rules of the arena are that unless you fall off The stage, if the opponent doesn't admit defeat, then it's not over. Fighting a battle doesn't mean no deception, shitty who. Li Qianba's attack unexpectedly contained poison. It was gradually spreading, causing Hu Wei's body to lose strength and tremble, unable to stand. Li Qianba was now continuously punching Hu Wei hard. He was punching while arrogantly yelling, "Shitty, fight back, weren't you very arrogant just now?" The poison in Hu Wei's body made it impossible for him to display his martial arts, which made Li Qianba, who had just lost face, hit even harder. He shouted, "Why aren't you talking now? Are you scared silly? Admit defeat early, you weak chicken." Hu Wei was beaten so badly that he spat out fresh blood. Seeing this scene, the other disciples couldn't help but curse Li Qianba for being shameless. Hu Wei fell in the middle of the arena, unable to stand up. Li Qianba slowly walked over, saying, "The dueling arena is not just like this." He walked over, preparing a poisonous move in his hand. His shameless voice rose again, "Don't want to open your mouth? Then get off the stage." After saying that, the weapon in his hand flew straight toward Hu Wei. It seemed that Hu Wei no longer expected a miracle to happen. He could only lie there waiting to be pushed off the stage. But unexpectedly, Yi Yun suddenly ran up from under the arena and patted Li Qianba's shoulder, making him extremely surprised. In the next second, Yi Yun kicked Li Qianba directly, making him fall into a corner of the arena. His chest was red and swollen from being kicked by Yi Yun. He gritted his teeth and asked, "Who are you?" Yi Yun replied at this moment, "Let me fight with you." Then he turned to ask the presiding executive, "How do I issue a challenge?" The executive turned to ask Hu Wei, "Can you still fight?" Hu Wei's entire body was injured, causing him pain. He struggled to sit up and replied, "Forget it. I give up my right to fight." The executive then turned to reply to Yi Yun. He said, "As of now, Li Qianba has accumulated a total of 160 spirit stones. If you want to challenge him, you just need to place the same amount of spirit stones in front of me, and the winner can directly take all of the spirit stones." Li Qianba got up after his fall. He looked at Yi Yun and said, "I've heard about you, Yi Yun. You're outstanding among the outer disciples this time, but let your shij advise you. Don't be reckless. Otherwise, you won't even have your underwear left." Yi Yun responded domineeringly, "You should admit defeat, otherwise you won't have a chance later." The disciples who were watching seemed to hate the shameless Li Qianba very much. They unexpectedly supported Yi Yun, shouting, "Go, Yi Yun, I believe in you. Teach Li Qianba a lesson for me." Some people didn't believe that Yi Yun could beat a senior. They said, "HMPH. I bet this newcomer won't be able to take one move and will be defeated." Yi Yun did not like to dawdle. He threw the spirit stones towards the impatient elder and said, "I am very busy, let's begin quickly." Li Qianba hated Yi Yun's arrogant attitude. He stomped his foot on the ground and shouted, "Yi Yun, I am a 4th-level Grandmaster, relying on your 2nd-level Grandmaster strength. You want to defeat me? You're courting death." Li Qianba became frenzied with rage. He took up his weapon and launched a direct attack at his opponent. Facing this madman, Yi Yun was very calm. Slowly drawing his sword, he coldly said, "Oh, who is the egg and who is the stone here?" Before his opponent could run in front of him, Yi Yun had already performed a horizontal sword strike in a flash, appearing behind Li Qianba. Of course, the novice was not skilled enough to see the attack just now. Yi Yun was too fast, making him not understand what had just happened. Yi Yun used only one move and silently returned his sword to its sheath. Now it is clear who the egg is and who the stone is. It was not until this moment that Li Qianba realized that he had just been attacked by his opponent. The wound did not even have time to transmit the sensation of pain. It was not until it bled that he was shocked to realize that he had been injured. The people who bet on Li Qianba were about to die of anger. They kept roaring and cursing. "What are you doing? Clearly you have the advantage in cultivation level, but can't beat a newcomer." Hu Wei, who had not left the arena since leaving, was quietly observing the two people on the stage. His mood was complex and unpredictable. Li Qianba shouted angrily, "You little brat, stop showing off." He threw the two weapons from his two hands, launching his most dangerous move in the hope of extinguishing his opponent's hateful attitude. Yi Yun was bored and did not bother to draw his sword. He controlled his opponent's weapon with his bare hands. With this strength, Li Qianba could only blame himself for not knowing his own limits and making things difficult for himself. Li Qianba was in big trouble at this time. Not only his weapon, but also his body lost control. He could not control his body at will. He just stood there in horror. He realized that the spiritual energy on Yi Yun's body was unusual. It was the spiritual energy that produced coercion. It was this that made him unable to move. He thought in fear. The sword move just now was so fast that it could not be seen with the naked eye. If I don't admit defeat, I will not have a life left. But before Li Qianba could say the words of surrender, he was injured by his own weapon flying over. He had absolutely no chance to resist. He knelt on the arena, his rough back lowered. Yi Yun silently walked over and said, "I just said you have no more chances to surrender. Everything could end here." Yi Yun generously sent a big gift to Li Qianba on the occasion of his first match in the Colosseum, a palm strike that shattered the arena. This palm sent Li Qianba flying, rocks and soil covered him. The screams were very pleasing to the ear. The arena exploded. The mysterious blue light created by Yi Yun was illuminating the entire Colosseum. Although it was daytime, the light was still very strong and clear. What was surprising was that Yi Yun's move was so fast that it made everyone panic. Basically, they did not know what happened just now. They did not see Yi Yun make a move. They only knew that they had just experienced a spiritual energy explosion. Yi Yun lifted Li Qianba's neck coldly and asked, "Overseer, how is this judged?" "He's unconscious." The overseer was furious. Throwing all the spirit stones bet on Yi Yun, he shouted, "These are the spirit stones you won, take them and leave quickly." Yi Yun received the spirit stones and asked in confusion, "Hu Wei can win 5 consecutive matches, why can't I fight the next match?" The overseer was about to curse. He slapped his hand on the table and pointed to the arena, shouting, "Open your eyes and take a look yourself. You broke my arena, how can you fight the next match?" At this time, Yi Yun understood. His move just now was too excited, using a bit too much force, causing the arena to collapse. He sighed, thinking, "Clearly I only used 30% of my strength. I did not expect it to turn out like this." After the end of that match, no more matches were opened until the arena was repaired. Yi Yun had to go back in disappointment. When he passed through the forest, he was suddenly shouted by a voice, "Stop!" A tall figure stood in his way. It was Hu Wei. Yi Yun looked at the person in front of him for a while and recognized that this person had been cured of the poison. So he asked, "The poison has been cured. Are you here to thank me now?" Unexpectedly, Hu Wei had no good intentions of thanking him. He pointed his sword at Yi Yun and replied, "I'm here to kill you." Yi Yun sneered and asked, "Killing fellow disciples so blatantly? Aren't you afraid of being punished?" Hu Wei shouted, "The dead cannot speak." As he spoke, he swung his sword. A blinding light was shooting straight towards Yi Yun. The power of this move was not small, but it was too simple for Yi Yun. He did not even bother to move. He just ducked and avoided the attack. Yi Yun snorted coldly and said, "This is not enough to kill me." After speaking, he drew his sword and made his counterattack. Hu Wei also did not stand still. He once again swung his sword and slashed out violently, saying, "You didn't use your full strength in the arena last time, right? Let me test your true strength." But Hu Wei overestimated himself too much. His slash was easily dodged again, with just a jump from his opponent. Yi Yun's whole body was blazing with golden spiritual energy, heading straight towards Hu Wei's back. Hu Wei was clearly very surprised because he could not grasp the opponent's too fast speed. He realized that he had just missed his slash when Yi Yun launched the Vajra glazed body attack from behind. Hu Wei certainly could not avoid this move. A grunt from him was proof that he was injured by the Vajra glazed body. A single punch caused Hu Wei to fall and drop his sword. His body was sent flying. colliding repeatedly with several trees nearby. He fell down. Looking at his condition, he didn't seem to be doing well at all. He was not poisoned like in the fight with Li Qianba, but the injury seemed to be much more serious. Yi Yun sneered and said, "My strength is that a single punch can end you." The main character's power is indeed far beyond everyone else. It is only Hu Wei's fault for overestimating himself and underestimating his opponent too much. But Hu Wei would not know that this was the first time Yi Yun tried to control the spiritual power created by the Vajra-glazed body. The destructive power was so surprising. If in the future Yi Yun could cultivate to perfection, its power could be even more obvious. Hu Wei was now unable to get up after being beaten. He gritted his teeth helplessly, and said that he was not as skilled as Yi Yun. "You kill me." Yi Yun approached and replied, "It's more refreshing to admit defeat. Do you have any last words before you die?" Hu Wei revealed a pensive and aggrieved expression and said, "Qingyue sect, Hu Lin, my younger sister, please give her everything I have in Kaiyuan sect, but don't tell her that I'm dead. You make your move. I have no regrets dying in your hands." After speaking, Hu Wei laughed loudly. His voice was really like he had given up everything and no longer cared about life. Yi Yun silently listened to him, his eyes thoughtful. After listening to Hu Wei, he turned around and told Hu Wei, "You can go." Hu Wei was surprised. He came to cause trouble for no reason, but Yi Yun had no intention of killing him. An ordinary person would certainly not let him go. He asked in doubt, "You are not going to kill me? Why?" Yi Yun looked towards the horizon in a distant way. He took a long breath and replied, "In this world, why are there so many whys? Killing you is just a momentary whim. Not killing you is also a momentary whim." He turned back to look at Hu Wei and continued, "Anyway, killing an ant is as easy as flipping a hand, right?" Hu Wei laughed loudly after hearing this, not knowing whether he was laughing at Yi Yun's greatness or his own inferiority. Watching Yi Yun's figure leave, he loudly asked, "Do you mean that you don't put me in your eyes, right?" Yi Yun replied, "It's up to you, think whatever you want." Hu Wei sighed and said, "Humph, I, Hu Wei, have always been fair in my transactions, and I don't like owing others." He loudly reminded Yi Yun, "Be careful of the sixth elder, Han Xian. He is the one who paid to hire me to kill you." Yi Yun said thank you in surprise. Han Xian officially took action to destroy Yi Yun. From now on there will certainly be more trouble to come. In the following days, Yi Yun continued his journey to find treasures to increase his cultivation level. Not only the forests, but even the hottest deserts, Yi Yun went to find. And actually found many treasures here. This was also thanks to the system reminder. Otherwise it would be difficult to detect. Through this collection in the desert, Yi Yun successfully obtained 3.2 million experience points, leveling up to the 3rd level Grandmaster. To reach the 4th level Grandmaster realm, he had to surpass 15 million experience points. At this time he had accumulated more than 14 million, the distance to leveling up was not far. During this time, not only did he focus on cultivation and finding treasures, Yi Yun also learned about the Kaiyuan sect. Currently there are a total of 10 elders. They rarely stay in the sect on a normal day, they only appear during the sect's grand competition. The lowest realm is also the 4th level transcendent realm. Ranked by combat power from high to low, Han Xian was in the 6th position. Unlike Elder Chiu, who was in the 10th position, Han Xian was the type who would use any means. If he said he would do it, he would do it. After the last incident with Hu Wei, the old man Han Xian really needed to be taken seriously. At this time, the system issued a notice that a treasure aura was detected in the south. Yi Yun did not think much and immediately went. His goal this time was very clear. He had to quickly improve his martial arts before the enemy attacked again. Compared to Han Xian at the transcendent level, Yi Yun needed to strive harder. The current speed that was 10 times faster might still not be enough to deal with him. At this time, following the system's signal, he had arrived at the place where the treasure aura was. As soon as he arrived, he discovered that danger was surrounding this place. What he saw before his eyes was also very surprising. This place was not just him, but also other people. they were fighting with a giant 5th-level peak scorpion. The group of people were trying their best to attack, but it seemed that the situation was not very promising. That scorpion was not easy to deal with. All the attacks of the group of people could not hurt the scorpion, it even angered it, making things worse. Behind this scorpion was a cave. Yi Yun noticed that there was a light shining inside. That was the sand mandala, probably the treasure that the system notified Yi Yun about. The sand mandala is a precious spiritual material. According to legend, it can resurrect the dead. It seems that these people were trying to pick flowers, but were misunderstood by the beast as destroying its nest. That's why there was a battle like this. At this time, the group was having trouble with the scorpion beast. Chen, who with a 6th-level Grandmaster cultivation, saw that the situation was not good. The beast's attack was too strong for him. It would also adjust its position continuously. They could not get close to the mandala at all. Li Yuan, with a 7th-level Grandmaster cultivation, also expressed helplessness and said, "If we continue like this, I am afraid it will not die, and we will be exhausted first." Liu Mai, a 7th-level Grandmaster, suggested to Li Yuan that she and Li Yuan combine sword techniques to attack. She did not believe that they could not kill this scorpion. Li Yuan and Liu Mai began attacking from two sides. The scorpion also raised its two large legs forward. Li Yuan's soaring wind fist and light-breaking slash. Liu Mai simultaneously attacked, hitting the scorpion's skin, which was like steel. But all their attacks were ineffective. They had no power to cause damage to the beast. At this time, a blue-clothed woman appeared using the silver moon slash to block the beast's attack for everyone. She shouted a warning to everyone to be careful. The scorpion beast was angered by the group of people. It seemed about to swallow all the humans who had invaded its territory into its belly. Yi Yun had been observing from the side. When the blue-clothed woman appeared using the silver moon slash, he couldn't help but praise that her sword speed was very fast and fierce. This woman's name is Li Qingzhu, a 9th-level Grandmaster. She is the senior sister of Yi Yun and the rest of the group. A few seconds later, a few more people came to join the fun, led by a handsome man named Wang Gan, the captain with an 8th-level Grandmaster realm. He came over and praised Li Qingzhu. "Senior sister, your swordsmanship has improved again. While it is injured, let's take advantage of the victory and charge forward." So the 5 people worked together and rushed towards the beast. Yi Yun secretly assessed. These 5 people are all wearing the inner sect uniform of Kaiyuan sect. Their strength is quite strong. The weakest also reached the 6th-level Grandmaster realm. It seems that they are doing a task of the affairs division. He sighed, thinking that this treasure hunt was quite a pity. There was no way to easily occupy the treasure alone. The battle between humans and beasts was becoming more and more fierce. The scorpion blew out a fiery red spiritual energy, forming a huge vortex, probably wanting to suck all 5 people into the vortex to swallow them all. The 5 people immediately stopped attacking, each creating a protective circle for themselves, trying to resist the spiritual energy that the scorpion was blowing out. Unexpectedly, the spiritual energy became stronger and stronger. The group of people began to panic. They realized that the beast was going to risk everything in one move. Liu Mai worriedly asked her teammates loudly, "It wants to perish together with us. What should we do now?" She turned to Li Yuan and asked, "Senior brother, do we want to stop the mission?" Li Yuan also realized that the team situation was about to be over. Continuing could lead to everyone's death. So he signaled everyone to retreat and not continue the mission. This was, needless to say, definitely good news for Yi Yun. If the group gave up the mission, he could confidently attack and occupy the treasure alone. He had long prepared a black cloak for himself. Preparing to jump out, the group of people said the words to give up the mission. He immediately seized the opportunity to quickly run into that cave, without any politeness, and took away the sand mandala. Liu Mai quickly noticed that they had just been robbed by a figure. The group had just gone a little way. Hearing Liu Mai discover the person, they suddenly turned back, and they also saw the figure of Yi Yun wearing a black cloak holding the sand mandala and running away. But they could not chase after them to snatch back the treasure. At this time the beast was going berserk and releasing poisonous gas. They had to use their energy to protect themselves. They had no chance to chase after Yi Yun. Luckily, this group of people was still strong enough to resist the poisonous gas until it dissipated. Li Yuan worriedly ran to Liu Mai to ask, "Junior sister, are you okay?" Liu Mai shook her head a little tired and replied, "I'm okay." But it was at this moment that a person in the team looked into the beast's nest and shouted in surprise. "Oh no, the sand mandala has been robbed." Wen Gan suddenly looked around for a while and then asked, "Where is Qingzu?" On this side, Yi Yun had already run towards the forest. On the way, he suddenly smelled a strange fragrance. He knew he had been discovered. Immediately, Yi Yun stopped. At this time, Qingzu was standing in front of Yi Yun. She said coldly, "Hand over the item. You are an outer disciple of the Kaiyuan sect, why do you rob the treasure?" Yi Yun just stood still and did not respond at all. Qingzu asked again, "Are you male or female?" Yi Yun then spoke, replying, "If you were already prepared to retreat and give up the mission, this treasure is a natural resource, anyone can take it." After speaking, Yi Yun rushed towards Qingzu, directly passing her by without leaving any further information. The speed at which he ran past Qingzu surprised her greatly, as it was even faster than the speed at which she had chased him just now. But with the treasure being snatched away right before her eyes, she was determined not to give up, immediately chasing after Yi Yun. No one had ever been able to match Yi Yun's 10 times speed. Once he ran, his opponent could only helplessly give up, yet this time, a woman like Qingzu could run neck and neck with him. If Yi Yun's speed was 10, hers was also about 7, this made our main character unable to avoid being surprised. Of course, Yi Yun would not let her follow him and cause trouble. He pulled out a talisman, preparing for a 1-minute teleportation for himself. After a boom sound, the talisman burned and the space displacement talisman was also activated. Yi Yun disappeared without a trace into space. The person chasing him now could no longer sense his aura, and could no longer determine the opponent's direction of escape. Qingzu, who had been chasing so closely, suddenly lost track of Yi Yun, making her very surprised. But this Qingzu was not willing to give up so easily. She stopped and began to concentrate her spiritual power. She used her spiritual power to sense and block the entire forest in the hope of finding the thief's aura, but very quickly she was disappointed, because Yi Yun's aura had completely disappeared, leaving no trace. At the same time, several of her other teammates also chased after her. Wen Gan saw Qingzu and asked, "Qingzu, how is it? Did you catch that guy?" Qingzu, standing on a high branch, slowly came down, shaking her head and replying, "He ran away." Liu Mai seemed a little disappointed. She said, "No way, that guy is just a 3rd-level grandmaster, and also an outer sect disciple. Could it be that he deliberately concealed his cultivation level and was actually an expert?" Qingzu replied, "Even if he was a Qi and Blood Realm outer disciple, if he had a space displacement talisman in his hand, the 5 of us would not be able to keep him." Everyone was very surprised after hearing this. They exclaimed, "What? Space displacement, senior sister, are you joking?" Wen Gan pondered for a while and said, "A space displacement talisman can only be created by a martial king-level powerhouse who has the ability to control space. Moreover, based on the different levels of the displacement talisman, the value is also different. It is said that even tens of thousands of spirit stones may not be enough to exchange for one." This raised suspicions among everyone. How could an outer sect disciple have something as expensive as a space displacement talisman? Liu Mai sighed in boredom and said, 5 inner sect disciples on the combat power list, yet we were taken advantage of by an outer sect disciple. If this were to spread, wouldn't this be the biggest joke since the founding of Kaiyuan sect? Although Wen Gan was not happy either, he still accepted this fact. He replied, "Since it's already like this, it's useless to say more. If we can find that guy and take it back, then we can consider the mission not a failure. If it is a space displacement talisman, then the opponent will return to the sect sooner or later." They immediately returned to Kaiyuan sect to investigate that same day. Indeed, the group's guess was not wrong. Yi Yun really had to return to the sect after obtaining the treasure, he returned to his outer sect disciples' cave dwelling. He was still holding the sand mandala in his hand, one hand holding Henfeng's storage bag, and exclaimed, "That kid Henfeng's storage bag is really a treasure chest." He originally thought that the space displacement talisman was at the bottom of the box, but unexpectedly, it could be used immediately. There were also flowing shadow stones, soul-capturing pearls, target cloud bow, space displacement talisman. All in all, this time Yi Yun had spent a lot of effort to get the sand mandala. He had also almost been discovered by the inner sect disciples. All this effort was only in the hope that this spiritual material would not disappoint him. With the item in his hand, there was no more time to delay. Yi Yun immediately began to absorb it. Before long, he had absorbed it, successfully gaining 1 million experience points, breaking through to the 4th level Grandmaster realm. His information was quickly updated on the system. At this rate, he only needed to earn about 2 million more experience points to reach 18 million experience points. At this level, he could break through to the 5th level Grandmaster realm. The distance was not too far. He had leveled up, but his speed had not increased accordingly. It was still at 10 times the normal level. If he wanted to break through further, perhaps he needed to spend more time to try harder. However, the feeling of leveling up was still extremely wonderful. Yi Yun was very excited. While he was feeling the new source of power, a figure flashed past his cave dwelling. He immediately turned back, full of vigilance, and asked, "Who is it? We don't know what's about to happen to him, but let's switch the scene to the next day. The author is forcing it, so there's no other way. Let's go to the market fair of Qingyang County with Yi Yun and Fang Lingya for a walk." At this time Yi Yun complained uncomfortably. "I'm telling you, Miss Fang, the purpose of us sneaking down the mountain is not to take a walk. Right?" Lingya frowned and replied, "No. I heard that there is a big auction at the largest auction house in Qingyang County. That is the treasure pavilion. There will be many treasures. That's why I brought you to take a look." She also generously added, "If you like anything, I can buy it for you. Consider it a thank you gift for the ice soul pill last time." Suddenly her voice lowered. She said softly, "That's right. I haven't thanked you yet." Bringing up these things made the young lady, Fang Lingya, very embarrassed. The city lord's daughter had been served from childhood to adulthood. Saying such words of thanks made her feel somewhat ashamed, and her face turned red, fearing that Yi Yun would misunderstand. She even loudly explained further, "Also, I didn't put on makeup because of you, and it's not a date. So don't think nonsense." It turned out that if she didn't say so, Yi Yun wouldn't even know he had that thought. He was too lazy to argue with her, so he just nodded to let it pass. He coldly replied, "I know, I didn't say anything either." Lingya knew she had overreacted. She covered her embarrassment by urging, "Let's go quickly, the auction is about to start." It wasn't easy for this young lady to buy a good seat. Then she tried to walk very quickly, deliberately letting Yi Yun fall behind so that he wouldn't see her face turning red with embarrassment, while in Yi Yun's eyes, he just saw women as an incomprehensible species. The two of them squeezed through the crowds of the streets to get to the treasure pavilion, not noticing that behind them there was a figure that was both strange and familiar. Watching them, it was Yang Qingmu, the person whom Yi Yun had almost beaten to death before in Baiyun City. Yang Qingmu saw Yi Yun, and immediately returned to the Yang family to report. He tried his best to describe Yi Yun, and also did not forget to mention Fang Lingya, the daughter of City Lord Fang, who was with Yi Yun. He also carefully investigated the close relationship between the two, and also learned that the two had joined the Kaiyuan sect a month ago. The person he was reporting to was Yang Longzhan, the young master of the Yang family, a 7th level grandmaster. Regarding the information that Yang Qingmu gave, this person just quietly listened and did not show too much emotion. After listening, he just told Yang Qingmu to leave and receive the reward. Yang Qingmu stood up with his disabled body. His wounds were not completely healed. He bowed his head to thank Yang Longzhan with great respect. However, before he could receive the reward, he was scolded by a loud shout. "A useless piece of trash, do you still have the face to receive a reward?" Before he could receive the reward, he immediately received a takeout meal. A palm strike came out and struck Yang Qingmu directly in the chest. This palm seemed to want to take his life. The person who struck him was Yang Zhong, the head of the Yang family, a first-level transcendent realm. He instructed Yang Longzhan, "Zana, you're about to inherit the position of the family head. Why are you still unable to distinguish like this? That thing that had its arm chopped off by others, and couldn't even get the job done, is really throwing away the Yang family's reputation." He sat on his throne, his face looking at Yang Qingmu revealed a look of disgust and said, "Incompetent, worthy of death." Seeing the family head Yang Zhong come out, the Yang family from top to bottom bowed and saluted in unison and said, "Congratulations to the family head on his seclusion exit." It turned out that today was Yang Zhong's seclusion exit day. He had been in seclusion for 2 months. This appearance had increased his cultivation a lot. His son, Yang Longzhan, couldn't help but praise, "After not seeing you for 2 months, father's cultivation has improved again." Hearing his son say that, he snorted coldly and replied, "If I had not been in seclusion, could you have done that in the Yi family?" He said with a sarcastic tone, "What is that Thu Shangyun? He dares to intercept and kill a Yang family member." During this time, Yang Qingmu was dragged out like a piece of trash. The 2 people dragging him didn't even bother to carry him, they just dragged his 2 legs across the doorstep. Yang Longzhan, facing his father, only knew how to play along. When his father scolded, he bowed his head and nodded. What father said is the truth. Today Yi Yun dares to come to Qingyang County. I will make sure he can't go back alive. Yang Zhong looked at his son with more white hair than his own. He probably felt a little irritated and ignored the matter of Yi Yun, and scolded his son, "Before I wanted you to become a disciple of the 6 Harmony sect, but you didn't want to, you just wanted to learn the techniques of that ghost-like old man, you see. You have already become like this at just over 20 years old." Although he said that, the tone of his voice also showed that he cared about his son. Yang Zhong understood the meaning and said in a soothing tone, "Father, please don't be angry. The deeper the dark secret technique becomes, the more withered the appearance becomes. Your current appearance shows that it has been effective. Today you have broken through from the Qi and Blood realm to the 7th level Grandmaster realm. Father should be happy instead." Although he cared about his son, seeing that Yang Longzhan had made such progress, Yang Zhong did not pursue it further. He sighed and said, "Forget it, then prove to me what you have learned over the years." He reached out and poured a viscous red liquid into a large skull-shaped cup that looked extremely gruesome. While pouring he said, "Go, before nightfall, bring down Yi Yun's head." He brought the cup close to his mouth and said, "I can't wait to use a new bone cup." Yang Longzhan accepted the order and of course, he immediately acted. He had been looking forward to this day too much. At this time, the treasure pavilion also had quite a few people who came to watch the excitement. Among them was a group of inner disciples from the Kaiyuan sect. Wang Gan exclaimed to the girl sitting next to him, "As expected of the once-a-year auction, it's really lively. Don't you think so, junior sister Qingzu?" Qingzu did not intend to say anything, until Wang Gan took out a toy and gave it to her, saying, "That's right, last month, when I went out on a mission, I unexpectedly obtained a magic artifact. It is said that it can withstand attacks from a 3rd-level transcendent realm. You take it for self-defense." Qingzu did not care about these things. Wang Gan was very enthusiastic, but she coldly turned away and replied, "No need, senior brother, keep it for yourself." Seeing that she refused, Wang Gan had to put the item back in his bag. His voice was a little unhappy as he said, "Forget it, you are the closed-door disciple of the 3rd elder. You've seen many rare things on a daily basis. It's normal for this thing not to catch your eye." Qingzu did not let Wang Gan's words enter her ears. At this time she noticed a familiar aura that was very close to her. She blurted out, "I seem to have seen him." Wang Gan blankly asked, "Who?" The person Qingzu mentioned was the person who took the sand mandala. As soon as Yi Yun entered, she noticed him. It seemed that his disguise from last time did not make things difficult for her. At this time, Fang Lingya came along. looking at the crowd gathered, she exclaimed like a child, "Wow, it's really lively in here." She quickly said to Yi Yun, "I heard that there are many rare and exotic treasures in this auction, you must take a look." Suddenly, Wengen shouted loudly and blocked Yi Yun and Lingya. He appeared calm, looking straight at Yi Yun's face and said, "Sir, we seem to have met somewhere before." Yi Yun was a little surprised. As soon as he looked, he recognized an old acquaintance. It was Qingzu, the person who chased him in the forest because of the sand mandala. At this time, Qingzu stepped forward and carefully inquired about Yi Yun. "May I ask, are you a disciple of the Kaiyuan sect?" Before Yi Yun could answer, Lingya interrupted and said, "We are both outer disciples of the Kaiyuan sect, why?" Qingzu did not clearly reveal her intentions. She quietly reached out towards Yi Yun, with the intention of shaking hands to probe him. Her voice softly said, "I am also a Kaiyuan sect disciple, Li Qingzu." Seeing that Qingzu kept aiming at Yi Yun, Lingya began to show her displeasure. Looking at the woman's hand that was reaching out, she felt extremely annoyed in her heart. In Yi Yun's eyes, it was different. He knew that this handshake was meant to probe his spiritual power. It was still Lingya who was the quickest. She directly grabbed Qingzu's hand and nodded with goodwill, saying, "Hello senior brother, senior sister, I am Fang Lingya, he is Yi Yun." Wengan then spoke, "Yi Yun, I am Wengan, Qingzu and I are both inner disciples. We were on a mission outside before, and a treasure was robbed by an outer sect disciple. Do you know that person?" Lingya innocently replied, "How would we know?" "What do you mean by saying that? Don't tell me you suspect that person is Yi Yun." Wengan said with a cold face, "We are just eliminating targets. Why don't you, Yi Yun, let us take a look at your storage bag, to prove your innocence." Yi Yun was still silent and motionless. Lingya became angry and yelled, "Wait, what are you basing it on to want to look?" Qingzu also thought that Wengan had gone too far, especially since this was a place where many people were gathered. She was about to speak up to stop him. But Wengan signaled to her, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." He put on the demeanor of an older senior brother, and began to speak. "It's natural for senior brother to guide junior brother, even if you suffer some injustice and grievances. It's not a problem at all, finding the item is the top priority." Seeing that Yi Yun was still motionless, Wengan reached into his bag and gave spirit stones to Yi Yun and said, "Let's do this. Use 100 spirit stones as an agreement. If you are not the person we are looking for, the spirit stones will belong to you." Seeing that Wengan was determined to go through with his plan to search Yi Yun's belongings, Lingya angrily said, "We do not accept." But at this time, Yi Yun unexpectedly spoke. He pulled Lingya back and said to the two people, 1,000 spirit stones, plus kneel down and apologize, and I will agree to this bet." Wengan was a little intimidated. He turned to Qingzu and asked again, "Junior sister, how confident are you that the person in front of you is him?" Qingzu replied, 80%. Seeing that she was so sure that she had found the right person, Wengan immediately felt confident. So he agreed to Yi Yun's request without thinking further. Yi Yun immediately threw his storage bag to him without hesitation. Wengan carefully handed the bag to Qingzu and instructed, "Qingzu, your soul-searching technique is the most careful, check it carefully." Qingzu hummed and received Yi Yun's bag. She began to use her spiritual power to sense, slowly probing everything inside the bag. The first time she sensed, she could not find the aura of the sand mandala. Thinking that she had not been thorough, she checked again the second time, but the result was still the same as the first time. She did not believe that her judgment was wrong. She still stubbornly checked several more times. After a long time, Wengan began to get impatient. He asked worriedly, "Junior sister, how is it?" Qingzu could not find the sand mandala on Yi Yun. Although her heart was full of doubts, she could not do anything else and had to lower her voice and say, "I'm sorry, you are not him." At this time, Wengan was like he was struck by lightning. His face was about to have no place to hide. Yi Yun sneered. These people underestimated him too much. Putting it back in the bag was too ordinary. No one knew that he had a secret plan already. Lingya showed a look of gloating when the two people could not find the item. She raised her chin and said, "See, I told you, if you are innocent, there is no need to prove it. And people are still innocent." Yi Yun took his bag back from Qingzhu's hand and slowly said, "There are many outer sect disciples, it's normal to make a mistake." He snatched back his bag, but Qingzhu held it tightly, not intending to return it. Yi Yun had to say, "Then return this storage bag to me." Qingzhu did not return it. She took advantage of the moment when Yi Yun reached out to take the bag and immediately used her spiritual power to sense and probe the spiritual power on Yi Yun's body. Although he was a little surprised, Yi Yun's face still showed extreme calmness. After probing for a while, she still couldn't find anything. At this time Qingzhu must have given up her intentions. But keeping the bag for too long made Lingya think that Qingzhu was interested in Yi Yun, which was why she deliberately touched his hand for so long. Wang Gan also felt that something was strange. He used sound transmission to ask, "Qingzhu, junior sister, what's wrong?" Qingzhu used mental transmission to reply, "My spiritual power traveled throughout his body, but I did not detect any aura left behind, which means that he did not use the sand mandala." In addition, when checking the storage bag, she also did not find any aura related to the sand mandala. The two people could not figure out how, with such an important treasure, Yi Yun could not have kept it in his storage bag, and if he did not use it, where did he hide it? Yi Yun had already put it in the item storage on the system. The refining of the sand mandala constantly devoured spiritual power. It was not ordinary cultivation. So of course Qingzhu could not detect any aura. The two people had no more chances to show off. At this time it was Yi Yun's turn to put pressure on them. He asked, "You have also checked the storage bag. When will you fulfill your agreement?" Qingzhu suddenly turned around and left, leaving Wang Gan alone. She said, "Senior brother, find me when it's over." Wang Gan was startled and called out, "Ah, Qingzhu. You're just leaving like that?" With a face as if it had nothing to do with her, she replied nonchalantly, "So what? It was you who suggested the bet. I also advised you, but you didn't listen. He gave you the storage bag, you let me search. Since there is a villain, then you have to bear the consequences." Knowing that she had begun to withdraw, Wang Gan stammered a rebuttal that could not be more stupid. He said, "But overall, I am doing all this for you, you know my feelings for you." Qingzhu did not like to hear this at all. She interrupted Wang Gan and said, "Don't always say it's all for me. If I remember correctly, in the few years of cultivation in the Kaiyuan sect, I have rejected you many times. Is it possible that any man in the world, as long as he loves me, I must love him? Then if there are 10 people, 100 people who love me, what should I do? Do I have to be with all of them?" Qingzhu's words were like a knife stabbing into the heart of the lovesick Wang Gan. He was stunned and speechless. Lingya, when she heard Qingzhu's sharp words, suddenly changed from hating her to being interested in her. She must be very fond of this unruly personality. Yi Yun, on the other hand, could see that the woman was very intelligent and also very frank. In the days to come, he had to be careful. It would be better to stay away from her if possible. Qingzhu turned around and left decisively. Wang Gan at this time chased after her, intending to run away too. He threw a bag to Yi Yun and said, "I have to leave urgently today. I only brought 300 spirit stones. I will give you the rest when I return to the sect." Of course, this could not be overlooked. How could someone as arrogant as Yi Yun let it go so easily? Taking only 300 spirit stones was not enough to let Wang Gan go. He used suppression to hold Wang Gan's legs, and said threateningly, "Did I say you could go?" The suppression force was too strong. Wang Gan was held until he cowered, his legs unable to lift a step. He was extremely surprised. The difference in realm between Yi Yun and him was as much as 4 levels. Clearly Yi Yun was lower, but there was no way to escape Yi Yun's control. It was clearly just a glance, but Wang Gan could feel the enormous coercion emanating from Yi Yun. Everything was making Wang Gan afraid. He knelt down and fulfilled his previous agreement. He said, "Yi Yun, it was my fault today, please forgive me." Yi Yun sneered and replied, "It seems that senior brother has not been clearly taught by the senior brothers above, so junior brother has to exert some effort." After saying that, Yi Yun placed his hand on Wang Gan's shoulder and pushed down an extremely strong amount of spiritual power, causing Wang Gan to kneel on both legs without being able to resist. That was the posture of kneeling to apologize that Yi Yun wanted. Everyone present was very surprised. Although they did not know the specifics of what had just happened, they could secretly guess that the two people had just made a bet. And the person kneeling lost the bet. It could not be said to not be embarrassing. Needless to say how bitter Wang Gan was. He wished he could stand up and hit that hateful junior brother. It was just a pity that Yi Yun's force was too great, making Wang Gan unable to resist. Not stopping there, Yi Yun also wanted to teach his senior brother about the debt of spirit stones. Without asking, and without caring whether Wang Gan agreed or not, Yi Yun blatantly controlled and took away Wang Gan's magic artifact. This is what Yi Yun called taking interest on the debt. After plundering the items, Yi Yun pulled Lingya away from the crowd and went towards the location of the auction. At this time, everyone also began to disperse. Everyone went to find a good seat to wait for the auction. Only Wang Gan, who had just been plundered, was no longer in the mood to watch the auction. He looked in the direction where Yi Yun left with hatred, thinking, Yi Yun, the matter of today is etched into my heart. I will definitely repay it twice over in the future. Everyone began to switch to the important once-a-year auction. After waiting for a long time, they still did not see the treasure pavilion open. Everyone began to lose their composure and noisily asked, "Why hasn't it started yet? When will it start?" As soon as everyone asked the question, a beautiful sister came out from the inside. She said softly, "Everyone has waited a long time." The girl was the one who would run today's auction. She had an elegant demeanor, a gentle voice, and she was also holding a pipe in her hand. She gracefully looked at everyone and said, "Welcome everyone to participate in the auction hosted by the Treasure Pavilion. My name is Hong Lian. I am the auctioneer and host for this time. Thank you all for your support." Lingya, who had been bored this whole time, saw that the auction was about to start. She excitedly stood up and clung to the railing, saying, after waiting for half the day, "It's finally starting." The first auction item, a third-grade high-level weapon, a wave-splitting saber, was brought out by two young ladies. Hong Lian introduced, "This item is a second-grade weapon crafted from the blood and bones of the third-grade berserk blood rhinoceros beast. Warriors who use it will have their combat power greatly increased. The starting price of the wave-splitting saber is 100 gold coins. Let the bidding begin." Everyone was very excited when they saw the treasure. The price continuously went higher. From 100 gold coins it gradually increased to 150, 160, 170. The numbers kept increasing. Lingya stood on one side, looking over at Yi Yun and asked, "How is it? Do you like it?" Yi Yun looked at it quietly and replied, "I don't need it." In fact, the weapon being auctioned was of the same grade as Yi Yun's spiritual sword. Although the grade was the same, its power was not as good. Taking another one was useless. So he was not interested in this toy. In the end, the wave-splitting saber was sold for 300 gold coins. Everyone eagerly waited for the second item to be brought out for auction. Wang Gan and Qingzu, according to the arrangement, were still sitting in the same place. He quietly looked over at Qingzu, feeling bored in his heart, but after thinking carefully, when he was plundered by Yi Yun, it was a good thing that this junior sister was not present. If not, it would be a small thing for him to lose face, but her looking down on him would be a big problem. Luckily she was always indifferent, and did not care. This auction was based on money. Wang Gan thought to himself that this time he would definitely make Qingzu raise her indifferent eyes to look at him. On the stage, Hong Lian continued to bring out the auction item. At this time it was the second to last item on the floor to be auctioned. Looking towards the auction item being carried out by the maid, everyone was curious, what would it be? When the cloth was removed, what was brought out was the blood of the Frost Jade Toad King. Everyone was extremely excited about this red blood. They stared without blinking, not daring to believe what they were seeing. On the stage, Hong Lian said, "As you all know, Hanbing Zushan can cure all poisons in the world, and the effect of this Hanbing Yu Wang is even better than ordinary Hanbing Yu Shan. If martial artists use it, it can cure all kinds of poison in the world, and their cultivation will also improve rapidly, far surpassing 10 years of hard training. All the previous items were not noticed by Yi Yan, but when he saw this blood, he showed great interest, which Ling Yue quickly noticed. Of course, good things are not only liked by Yi Yan, many people at the auction were also very ambitious for this blood. The starting price of 10,000 gold coins was quickly pushed up to 15,000, 20,000, and then up to 30,000. Wang Gan, standing on one side, immediately bid an extremely high price, reaching 100,000 gold coins. This price immediately knocked out several other bidders, and no one dared to pay more than 100,000. Yi Yan was about to shout out 200,000 when his voice was stopped. Ling Yue was covering his mouth, not allowing him to raise the price. She wanted him to calmly wait a little longer. She showed great dissatisfaction when Yi Yan bid on his own. She said, "Yi Yan, let me tell you first, I'm buying it for you." "What, do you think I can't afford it? Are you looking down on me?" Yi Yan didn't know what to say. He replied, "I don't look down on you." The auctioneer started asking for a higher price. Ling Yue began to consider her price. While Yi Yan was secretly laughing, he almost forgot that Ling Yue was a genuine young lady. Seeing her intent on spending lavishly for him, he didn't expect that City Lord Fang was so wealthy. It gave him a feeling of being taken care of, a little embarrassed, but also very enjoyable. Ling Yue thought for a while and then bid 300,000 gold coins, directly offering a price 3 times higher than Wang Gan's previous one. This was all the lucky money she had received since she was born. Her benefactor Yi Yan liked this blood so much, she had to get it no matter what. Even Yi Yan didn't expect Ling Yue to have so much money. This price of 300,000 couldn't help but shock the people participating in the auction. The amount of money she splashed out at once was too much. There were people who might not even earn that much in half their lives. Wang Gan was frustrated and weak. He punched the table repeatedly, showing his anger. At this moment, no one at the scene dared to offer a price higher than 300,000. Wang Gan was really unwilling. He intended to give this blood to Qingzu to please her, but he didn't expect someone to offer such a high price. But Ling Yue wasn't the final boss. Qingzu, who had been silent throughout the auction, suddenly opened her mouth and raised the price of the blood to 500,000. Needless to say, the auction scene was shocked. No one expected Qingzu to have so much money, nor did they expect her to spend so much for this blood. Ling Yue was spitting blood in anger. Qingzu, after yelling out the price, slowly enjoyed her tea, not caring about her surroundings. Hong Lian held up the hammer, ready to close the deal. She asked, "Now it's 500,000, is there anyone else who wants to bid?" Ling Yue wanted to follow but didn't have enough money. She looked at Yi Yan apologetically and said, "Yi Yan, I'm sorry, 500,000 is really beyond my ability. I didn't expect the price to go up this high." Yi Yan smiled lightly and replied, "It's okay. I appreciate your intention." At this moment, the hammer in the hand of the host Hong Lian was about to strike down, closing the deal on the blood. Yi Yan still seemed unwilling to give up on this item. He still thought he should take matters into his own hands. But before he could bid, another person in the crowd raised their hand. Everyone didn't think that there was still someone who dared to bid. This person was City Lord Fang, Ling Yue's father. He stood up and directly bid 1 million gold coins, causing everyone to be horrified. Needless to say, Ling Yue and Yi Yan were surprised by this appearance. Everyone was horrified by the price. Thus, the blood was finalized at 1 million, and the blood belonged to City Lord Fang of Baiyun City. The auction ended at the end of the day. Everyone went home to wait for the auction next year. Ling Yue walked with City Lord Fang. She happily said, "Father, it's such a coincidence. I just came down the mountain and you came to Qingyang County." She teased, "You didn't send people to watch me every day, did you?" City Lord Fang laughed loudly and replied, "Ha ha, no way. But the city lord's stiff face betrayed him. Ling Yue knew at a glance that her judgment was correct. She put on an angry face and didn't want to talk. The city lord was embarrassed and had to change the subject to Yi Yun. He said, "Let's not talk about this anymore. Yi Yun, take this, you guys were bidding for this just now. Right?" City Lord Fang handed the Hanbing Yu Qianwang blood to Yi Yun. Yi Yun knew very well that this old city lord wouldn't simply give things to others. He must have his own plans. He asked, "Tell me, what do you want me to do this time?" City Lord Fang replied with a reproachful tone, "Your ability to make others angry is still as good as ever. You can't say a single word I like to hear. Just take it and don't worry." After that, he turned to look at his daughter and sighed, "It's only been a month since we last met, and Ling Yue has gone from Qi and Blood 9th Realm to Grandmaster 5th Realm. It must be all thanks to you, right?" As he spoke, the city lord glanced at Yi Yun. Ling Yue nodded and replied, "It's indeed thanks to Yi Yun." City Lord Fang threw the blood to Yi Yun and said, "Because of her innate cold constitution, there's a lot of potential accumulated in her body over the years that couldn't be unleashed. Now that her cultivation has soared, I'm really grateful to you." At this point, Yi Yun took the item. He replied, "If that's the case, then I won't be polite anymore." City Lord Fang stroked his beard and smiled meaningfully, "No need to be polite. Just consider it as the dowry I'm preparing to marry Ling Yue off." Ling Yue, as always, jumped up, "Father, what are you talking about?" She was clearly happy and shy at the same time, her face flushed with embarrassment. She turned to explain to Yi Yun, "Don't listen to my father's nonsense. Dowry what? There's basically no such thing between you and me." Yi Yun coldly replied, "Yeah, I've never thought about it that way." These words were like a blow to the hearts of the father and daughter, a painful slap. Ling Yue was stunned. She stammered and asked, "You never thought about it?" Yi Yun nodded and replied, "Yeah, never." Ling Yue's mood turned sour. After hearing Yi Yun's answer, she didn't dare to stay with this group anymore. She quietly said, "I'm going for a walk, don't follow me." After speaking, she hurriedly ran away. City Lord Fang quickly chased after her. He made an appointment with Yi Yun to bring his daughter back, and an hour later they would meet here again. Everyone left, leaving Yi Yun alone. A Shin, City Lord Fang's subordinate, pushed his carriage to chase after his daughter. City Lord Fang said sullenly, "Asan, tell me, why do young people fall in love while old bones like me suffer?" Asan replied with a bitter smile, "Because you're a daughter maniac." Yi Yun stood there dumbfounded, wondering, what's going on all of a sudden? He was really a blockhead. He didn't have the slightest romantic cell. Other people's daughters liked him. And he didn't even realize it, truly clueless. At this moment, he focused all his attention on the bottle of blood in his hand, intending to find a quiet place to study it while waiting for the others to return. Who knows what he was thinking? He left the street and went into a dense forest. As he walked, he thought, Hanbing Yushan can cure all poisons in the world. It wouldn't be bad to keep it for self-defense. At this time, a demon serpent appeared. This demon serpent was really huge. It was looking in the direction of Yi Yun. It slithered behind him, and then unexpectedly used a soul-capturing technique, trying to control Yi Yun. Unexpectedly, Yi Yun didn't even bother to look back, and directly unleashed his spiritual power, resolving the demon serpent in an instant. He only regarded the soul-capturing technique as a trivial trick not worth paying attention to. He didn't kill the demon serpent right away, but pulled it out of the bushes. He knew that there was no reason for something to attack him if he didn't provoke it. He quietly spoke, "Come out. The person behind all this, your tricks have no effect on me." Young Long Zan slowly walked out. It turned out he was the one behind this. As soon as he stepped out, he exuded a thick layer of spiritual energy. He said to Yi Yun, "You've killed so many people from my Yang family, you really have some skills." Yi Yun guessed, "Are you Yang Longzan?" Yang Longzan smirked dangerously. A tiny needle-sharp gold tip poked out from his fingernail. He replied, now that you know, obediently raise your hands and surrender. I, young master, will give you a whole corpse. Yi Yun didn't bother to pay attention, and directly flashed in front of young Long Zhan at lightning speed, surprising the young family member. Yi Yun scoffed and said, "You want revenge, but is this all you have?" Before young Long Zhan could regain his senses, Yi Yun had already launched himself like a shot with his silver moon sword technique. Although young Long Zhan was surprised, it wasn't to the extent that he would die from one move. He was only knocked back a few meters. Yi Yun slowly walked over and sighed. Ever since I entered the Grandmaster realm, I haven't met a strong opponent. Yi Yun looked at young Long Zhan and said, "I hope you can hold on for a bit." Young Long Zhan was bending over, getting up. After hearing Yi Yun's arrogant words, he scornfully replied, "You stinky brat. I will defeat you in one move and show you the true gap between us." After saying that, he unleashed a hazy blue smoke, enveloping the space. It seemed this move was something young Long Zhan was very proud of. He was smiling so hard his mouth wouldn't close. Once he was done, he shouted, "Nether God Art." The hazy blue aura began to spread even more, bringing an indescribable chilling feeling. Yi Yun was slightly surprised by this new chilling aura. The move of the young family member wasn't finished. He continued to interlock his fingers and murmured, "Devouring spirit force bone-melting hand." This time, the aura really made the surrounding temperature drop significantly. There were areas where the aura gathered together like smoke. It seemed that young Long Zhan put a lot of effort into this move. He must have really wanted to kill Yi Yun. The pillars of smoke formed from young Long Zhan's aura now resembled the arms of ghosts, and long fingernails extended out towards Yi Yun at young Long Zhan's command. This was the moment for Yi Yun to use his speed, which was 10 times faster. He just drew his sword and stood still, preparing for his counterattack. Yi Yun used his bright light sword technique at this time. It had been a long time since he had used this move, which also showed he had some respect for his opponent. Seeing that Yi Yun was just hesitating and not making a move, young Long Zhan assumed that the brat before him only had the ability to run away and didn't have any real combat strength. Thus, he recklessly oppressed him without knowing that he himself was facing death. Yi Yun's bright light sword technique was suddenly suppressed by young Long Zhan, and the sword aura in the air was gradually being shattered. Yi Yun was extremely surprised. This was the first time his spiritual power had been defeated. Young Long Zhan noticed Yi Yun's surprise. He chuckled and said, "Very surprised, aren't you?" This technique is called the Devouring Spirit Sutra. Not only can it weaken the spiritual power of martial artists, but it can even weaken the power of martial arts by 30%. No wonder young Long Zhan had taken so long to prepare in the beginning. This was his master, Old Man Nether's, most proud martial skill. Today, young Long Zhan was using it on Yi Yun. He considered it an honor for Yi Yun. Even if he died, it would be worth it. While Yi Yun had no way of countering it, young Long Zhan quietly increased the power of his technique, wanting to make Yi Yun taste the feeling of despair in this one attack. His hands were clasped together, and his mouth shouted, "Devouring spirit force, soul burial." Young Long Zhan created a skull made of spiritual power, and a large snake was wrapped around it. It was very bizarre. This skull was attacking Yi Yun with immense power. Facing this attack, Yi Yun wasn't hurried or worried at all. He even mocked his opponent's words, "Despair. That's more appropriate for you." After speaking, Yi Yun used Vajra Liberation, and used one hand to block the soul burial attack before it rushed towards him. The two techniques had different hot and cold powers. Yi Yun's Vajra Liberation was a pure and righteous technique, which was a counterattack against young Long Zhan. Although the devouring spirit force was very powerful, it also had a fatal weakness, which was that it was afraid of pure fire attributes and pure righteous attribute techniques. Unfortunately, Yi Yun's Vajra Liberation possessed both of those weaknesses. It was already dark, which was the best time for young Long Zhan to attack, but what he didn't expect was that Yi Yun had such a strong counterattack. He wondered what he would do next to kill the Enemy. Fighting to this point meant there was no turning back. Young Long Zan poured his force, increasing his spiritual power. He didn't believe that Yi Yun's one hand could resist this move. Yi Yun also noticed that his opponent was concentrating his energy to suppress him, and he just made a sound filled with indifference. If his opponent thought that one hand was not enough to resist, then Yi Yun would use one more hand. Clearly, the aura emanating from Yi Yun was making the Vajra liberation even stronger. And it was about to completely swallow his opponent's aura. Young Long Zan started to panic now. He thought that by gathering all his strength he would be able to subdue Yi Yun, but who knew that the one who would be subdued would be him? Yi Yun was pressing hard. For him, nothing was impossible. This was the time for him to completely deal with this annoying young family member. Yi Yun just clenched his fist, and the aura changed accordingly. Vajra liberation, controlled by Yi Yun, was tightening the opponent's devouring spirit force. Soon after, young Long Zan suffered a backlash, spitting out a fountain of blood. Seeing his enemy lying on the ground groaning in pain, Yi Yun approached with his sword in hand. Everything would end here, officially ending when Yi Yun's sword spirit pierced through young Long Zan's body. Unexpectedly, young Long Zan used the soul serpent transformation technique, transforming himself into a snake body, and escaping from the grasp of his enemy. Yi Yun smiled lightly and said, "You're not stupid, are you? Want to use a confounding technique to escape?" But there was no way to escape, when Yi Yun had already decided that his opponent must die. He just waved his sword a few times, and a light blue spiritual energy escaped. These sword strikes directly cut young Long Zan's snake body into small pieces. In the forest, the painful cries of young Long Zan echoed, and thus the young family lost their young master. Young Long Zan's exhausted figure returned to human form and collapsed to the ground. His eyes were wide open, filled with bloodshot veins. Yi Yun reached out to help him die with his eyes closed, so he wouldn't have to suffer anymore. Ignoring young Long Zan's screams, Yi Yun was draining the opponent's spiritual power, step by step devouring everything. On the other side, young Zhong seemed to have a premonition about his son, realizing that something bad was happening. He ignored the dazed young family members in the hall, and rushed out to find his son. On Yi Yun's side, he had already finished absorbing young Long Zan's spiritual power, and also found a heavy storage bag. He was curious to see how rich the young master of the young family of Yi Kingdom was and how many treasures he might have. Thus, he continued his work of absorbing treasures, turning everything in the storage bag completely into spiritual power in his body. After this absorption, Yi Yun officially broke through to the Grandmaster 5th Realm. Looking at the information on the system, he only needed to find about 100,000 more experience points to break through to the Grandmaster 6th Realm. What was even more attractive was that the system had upgraded Yi Yun's speed. From being 10 times faster, it had been increased to 100 times faster. This was truly amazing. Before he could celebrate, Yi Yun sensed a dangerous aura approaching him. Immediately after that, in less than a second, Yang Zhong flew over from somewhere and struck Yi Yun. Fortunately, Yi Yun was quick and dodged. Needless to say, Yang Zhong came to save his son, but it seemed he was too late. Yi Yun quietly looked at him with his sword. The old man held his son and cried out in pain, "Zana, Zana. Open your eyes and look at your father." Yang Zhong hugged young Long Zan's cold body and called out. Yi Yun was not moved by this paternal love. He even said with disgust, "You people from the Yang family are really like lingering ghosts, just like cockroaches. As soon as one is gone, another one comes. But that's also good, so I can deal with all of you at once." As he spoke, Yi Yun pointed his sword at Yang Zhong, who was trembling while holding his son. The old man was in grief for a while. He placed his son's body leaning against a stone. He said to his son, "Zana, wait for your father here, your father will take revenge for you." He turned back and called Yi Yun's name, his mood extremely agitated, revealing a dark purple aura. He picked up his sword and murmured, "For my son. Pay for my son's life." The old Yang family member roared violently. The sword in his hand swung high, using the crimson flame slash to attack Yi Yun. Fortunately, Yi Yun formed a protective armor in time and dodged. In terms of realm, the old Yang Zhong was much higher than Yi Yun, but this didn't make the main character afraid. On the contrary, he even said with a bit of disdain, "First realm of the transcendent realm, is this your capital for arrogance?" An opponent as strong as the old man was just right for Yi Yun to test his limits and see how far he could go. Being mocked by a brat who still had the smell of milk on his breath made Yang Zhong furious, and he continuously attacked. Yi Yun dodged for a while, then started to respond. The old Yang family member shouted, "Arrogant brat." He was even more eager to kill Yi Yun right away. His sword was almost piercing through Yi Yun's chest, but unexpectedly, Yi Yun used a snake-like hand to block it unexpectedly. It was Yang Zhong's turn to be surprised, his face turned pale with shock. Yi Yun's arm at this time was like a snake. It wrapped around Yang Zhong's sword, and his move was reduced to nothing. Yi Yun's 100x speed allowed him to easily approach Yang Zhong, and he used a small trick to strike his wrist. The old Yang Zhong unexpectedly grabbed his wrist and cried out in pain, dropping his sword. Yi Yun, in front of the old man, picked up the crimson flame slash. Clearly, the old man was starting to feel worried. Yi Yun picked up the crimson flame slash and sighed, "It's a good weapon." Yang Zhong hadn't calmed down yet after the lightning strike to his wrist. He didn't expect this brat to be able to take advantage of weakness and attack his wrist. He coldly snorted and didn't allow Yi Yun to be so arrogant. He said, "That's just a trick. Even without a sword in my hand, I can make you suffer more than death." Yi Yun carried Yang Zhong's sword on his shoulder, as if it were a trophy. He replied, "Patriarch Yang, don't blame me for not reminding you. The last person who said this to me has already been suppressed and is now drinking tea with the king of hell." The old Yang family member listened and looked at his pitiful son. It was obvious that Yi Yun was talking about Yang Longzhan. Yang Zhong was becoming increasingly angry. He shouted at his enemy, "Yi Yun, you're courting death." At this time, the old man completely unleashed his power. The two sides of him were lit up by the elder's spiritual power, creating a dark purple flame. Yi Yun dodged the attack, carrying the enemy's sword, and said in a mocking tone, "So angry, the young patriarch's temper is so small." Yang Zhong was about to go crazy. He frantically unleashed his power with the only intention of killing Yi Yun. His power engulfed the entire space. Wherever Yi Yun's figure was, he would launch his spiritual power to attack, but with his 100x speed, Yi Yun was not injured once. He quickly rushed towards his opponent, and then said in a threatening voice, "Patriarch Yang, don't blame me for not reminding you. When fighting, being easily distracted by your opponent will cause you to lose your life very quickly." Before he finished speaking, the sword was already close to Yang Zhong's throat. Even though the elder's spiritual power was engulfing Yi Yun, the old man was now extremely shocked, as if he couldn't believe his own eyes. He realized that he had wasted his energy, and it was at that time that the sword was spiraling toward him, and there was seemingly nothing that could stop it. He no longer attacked and switched to defense mode. He quickly used the profound flame blood armor to block the attack from Yi Yun. He was quite lucky that just as he had formed a protective armor, Yi Yun arrived. The lightning speed made Yang Zhong extremely shocked. The sword couldn't penetrate the protective armor of the old Yang family member. Yi Yun didn't seem hurried at all. He smiled and said, "HMPH, struggling is useless." He released the sword in his hand. The sword rushed in and stabbed the protective armor of Yang Zhong. The aura continuously pressed down, causing the armor to weaken. Yang Zhong tried his best to keep his armor, but the blade was getting closer to him. Yi Yun's intensity was exhausting his energy, and he estimated he couldn't hold on for much longer. With a clang, the armor was broken. Yi Yun's fist punched straight into Yang Zhong's shoulder. Yi Yun continued to use his indifferent and cold voice to say to his enemy, "Patriarch Yang, From the moment you lost your composure and revealed your weakness, you were destined to fail. He used Yang Zhong's sword and pointed it at the old man's face, saying, "I'll use this sword to send you to the Western Paradise." The sword pointed straight at the center of Yang Zhong's dantian. The old man stubbornly tried to keep a protective layer of spiritual power, trying not to be defeated. But very soon after, Yang Zhong's last bit of spiritual power couldn't hold on anymore. The sword from Yi Yun's hand pierced straight through his opponent's chest. And blood spurted from Yang Zhong's mouth. Each bone in Yang Zhong's body was under attack from an immense spiritual power, and they began to crack and break into many pieces. Feeling the excruciating pain in his bones, Yang Zhong cried out in agony, unable to stop himself. He collapsed, his mouth constantly cursing the name Yi Yun. Even when he was completely on the ground, unable to get up, he still couldn't take the name Yi Yun out of his mouth. Yi Yun, with his trophy in hand, looked at his helpless opponent on the ground and said, "The capital of the transcendent realm is not enough to withstand one hit." Suddenly, Yang Zhong laughed loudly, like a madman. He said to Yi Yun, "Even if I can't kill you today, don't expect to retreat unscathed." Yi Yun seemed quite surprised. Yang Zhong was preparing to bite his own tongue. This was because he was using the blood rage technique. His whole body didn't look human anymore, but rather like a ghost wearing a human form. Immediately after that, Yang Zhong exploded like a bomb. He wanted to die together, pulling Yi Yun down to hell with him. This blood rage technique of Yang Zhong's was indeed very powerful, and it engulfed a large area of the forest. Trees and plants either fell over or lost their branches and roots, and a thick smoke covered the area. Yi Yun's voice echoed, "Want to trade one for one?" His arm just made a slight wave, and he dispelled all the smoke. After all that, he wanted to die together, but Yi Yun was like an immortal, not having a scratch on him. He even said that Yang Zhong was not qualified to injure him. At this time, 2/3 of the old Yang family member's body was buried in the ground. Looking at Yi Yun, who was safe and sound, his throat felt bitter, and his mind went blank. He really couldn't understand how Yi Yun could be unscathed. Being the main character of this story, the author naturally had some special treatment for him. Yi Yun brushed his hair and said, "I'm sorry, Patriarch Yang. When you self-destructed, I switched to this." He held up the item he had looted from Wang Han at the auction and said, "Your calculations were wrong, this time. I'm not only retreating unscathed, but I also didn't suffer any losses." Seeing the item in Yi Yun's hand, Yang Zhong was speechless with anger, mumbling, "Despicable you, how do you have a high-grade magical artifact? And it wasn't over yet." Yi Yun deliberately picked up Yang Zhong's sword and said, "Your weapon isn't bad, it's mine now." In just a few minutes, after he finished absorbing it, Yang Zhong's cultivation would also become Yi Yun's. Yang Zhong cried out helplessly, "Yi Yun, you wait, even if I turn into a ghost, I won't let you go." The mention of the word ghost made Yi Yun very interested. He turned his cold eyes and looked at Yang Zhong, saying, "To tell you the truth, even if a god comes, I will kill him." With that, he fully absorbed the cultivation and spiritual power of the old Yang family member. Very soon after, the system notified Yi Yun that he had completed the absorption and successfully upgraded to the Grandmaster 7th realm. The old man's cultivation helped Yi Yun go up 3 levels in one go. It had been a long time since Yi Yun had enjoyed this kind of refreshing feeling. What was even more surprising was that Yi Yun noticed someone had been watching him. He mysteriously said, "Come out, how much longer do you want to watch?" Behind a large tree, Qing Zhu reappeared. It turned out that she had been following him all along, and had witnessed everything that had happened. At this time, Yi Yun questioned her, "You've been following me for a while since we left the treasure pavilion, what is your purpose?" Qing Zhu only answered with one sentence, "Hanbing Yu Qianwang." After hearing this, Yi Yun laughed coldly and asked, "Do you want to steal it?" Qing Zhu replied with a very short no. She suddenly bowed in front of Yi Yun and said, "I want to ask for it." She was originally an arrogant person, It was rare to see her bowing down and carefully asking someone for something. Who knows what her intentions were in asking for it? It's unclear where the story will go from here, but we are now being led back to Qingyang County. In front of them was the Li residence. It was very grand. Qingzu was the one who led Yi Yun here, and she even showed great courtesy, carefully inviting Yi Yun to go inside. As he walked, Yi Yun thought, Qingyang County has a total of 3 famous families. Apart from the Yang family, the other 2 families are the Li family and the Mu family. The strength of these 3 families is very strong, and they are mutually restrained in Qingyang County. He didn't expect that Li Qingzu was from the Li family, one of the 3 great families. But what was surprising was that she had personally seen Yi Yun kill 2 members of the Yang family and steal all their spiritual power. Throughout the journey to the Li residence, she didn't ask any questions. This woman's thoughts were really hard to grasp. When they entered the Li residence, the servants were very excited to see Qingzu return. Some even had tears in their eyes and said, young miss actually brought a man back. The sun is rising in the west. After a while of commotion, another female servant reminded them, keep your voices down, don't scare the future young master away. A while later, Qingzu finally led Yi Yun to where they needed to go. Inside the room was a large bed, and a stranger was lying on it, groaning uncomfortably. According to what Qingzu said, this was her grandfather, named Li Yunjian. Yi Yun took one look and knew that this old man had been poisoned. Qingzu recounted, 3 years ago, my grandfather went into the mountains to cultivate, and unexpectedly was poisoned by the black-scaled snake king. This poison will create snake scales all over the patient's body, gradually corroding the internal organs, making the person unable to speak, unable to move, unable to eat, and in constant pain. When the pattern extends to the face, that is the moment of death. Yi Yun looked at this grandfather whose snake scales had already spread to his neck. He guessed that in this state, the Li family must have spent a lot to prevent the poison from corroding. Otherwise, he would not have lasted until now. He turned to Qingzu and asked, therefore, the reason you are so persistent about the blood of the Frost Ice Flash King, following me all the way, is to save your grandfather. But what if I don't intend to give it to you? Ignoring the gazes of the Li family and their servants, Qingzu directly knelt down in front of Yi Yun and said, I can promise you one thing. It seemed she really wanted Yi Yun to help her save her grandfather. She didn't even care what Yi Yun would ask her to do, no matter life or death, she would definitely do it. The Li family members knelt down behind Qingzu, and they all spoke up pleading, young hero, please save our family head. Please save our family head. Yi Yun was startled by these people. They seemed to be forcing him to save the person, not pleading. Looking at these people, their eyes and noses were full of tears, everyone putting on a pitiful look, hoping that Yi Yun would act righteously and save the Li family head. Yi Yun thought to himself, if I don't agree, I might be bothered all the way to the Kaiyuan sect. He had no choice but to take out the vial of blood and said, forget it, saving one life is better than building 7 pagodas. He closed his eyes and handed the thing over, considering this as doing a good deed. He pried open the Li family head's mouth and poured the blood in. He thought if he only relied on the system to devour the poison, this Li family head's cultivation would probably be sucked dry by him in a short time. What he could do now was to give him the antidote, and add a little spiritual power to compensate for him. Everyone was extremely happy to see the snake scales gradually disappearing from the Li family head's body. An hour later, the Li family head gradually regained consciousness, and began to open his eyes. A second later, he coughed and spat out a purplish liquid. Qingzu saw this and immediately stood up and rushed to check. She wiped her grandfather's mouth with a handkerchief. The Li family head, who was now awake, asked, Qingzu, I feel much better, and my spiritual power seems to be gradually returning. Who saved me? She pointed to Yi Yun and replied, he is my fellow disciple, Yi. Before she could finish saying Yi Yun's name, the Li family head had already jumped up and grabbed his hand saying, you are my grandson-in-law. His words made Qingzu's face turn green. Unsure if it was embarrassment or surprise, Yi Yun intended to pull his hand out of the Li family head's grasp and said, "Senior, it's not like that." The Li family head held his hand tightly and said like he was scolding. "What do you mean it's not like that? Go, go, it's rare for me to have such a handsome grandson-in-law." Through the Li family head's touch, Yi Yun vaguely realized that the Li family head's cultivation was not low at all. This power was that of a transcendent realm 4th stage. From the moment he woke up, the Li family head kept holding Yi Yun's hand, and kept asking, "Tell me, how did you and Qingzu meet? Where is your house? What are your parents' names? When do you plan to get married? Go home early to prepare the 3 letters and 6 rituals, none of them can be missed." He talked so much as if he was making up for the time he couldn't talk due to illness. Yi Yun's head started to ache from the questions. He rejected the relationship with Qingzu, and said, "Senior, you really misunderstood. Li's senior sister and I are not related. I have no intention of marrying her." The Li family head immediately showed dissatisfaction. "Boy, what do you mean? Is my Qingzu not good enough for you?" Yi Yun ignored the old man who was fuming. He turned and walked out of the room saying, "Talking is useless. What should be done has been done. I hope you won't bother me in the future. I have things to do, farewell." The Li family head did not intend to let Yi Yun leave. With one hand he had already prepared to deploy spiritual power. Aiming at Yi Yun, he shouted, "Stop. You have to marry my Qingzu today." Yi Yun quickly dodged. He coldly questioned, "Senior, what do you want to do?" Qingzu saw that her grandfather was going too far, so she ran out to stop him. "Grandfather, stop!" she yelled. The Li family head seemed not to hear. His anger was fiercely expressed by the enormous spiritual power he was unleashing. He gritted his teeth and said, "I don't care. Will you marry my precious granddaughter or not?" Yi Yun no longer held back. His hands were also gathering spiritual energy. He replied, "Senior is so unreasonable, then I will have to offend you." Although Yi Yun was never afraid of a fight, but this old man was a transcendent realm 4th stage. He had to be careful, or he would suffer. Unexpectedly, the old man withdrew his spiritual power and turned around crying like a child. Surprising Yi Yun, he cried and sighed saying, "Ace, good boy, you would rather fight with me than marry Qingzu. It seems you really have no chance." He sat down in a corner sadly and continued, "If that's the case, why give me hope? I might as well let this old man die." Qingzu walked behind the old man. She spoke with murderous intent, scaring the old man to death. "Grandfather, how long do you want to cause trouble?" The Li family head immediately stood up and withdrew his angry expression. He grabbed Yi Yun's hand and dragged him away. While walking he said, "I understand. You are just fellow disciples, Yi Yun, right, the person who saved me. Let's go to the treasury, Grandpa will choose some gifts for you." Yi Yun had just arrived at the Li family head's treasury. Inside there were many things piled up. The gold and silver were dazzling. He generously said, "The things here, choose whatever you want." Yi Yun picked up a few things to examine. He deliberately asked again, "Senior, are all these things up to me to choose?" The Li family head replied, choose. Take whatever you like, Ace. It hurts for my poor granddaughter, Ace." Yi Yun didn't want to waste much time. He used the system to determine the grade and value of the items in the Li family's treasury. What was called the Soaring Rainbow Step was just a beginner-level item, and the Thunder Fist was also just copper, not of high value. After looking around, Yi Yun only found 2 sets that were somewhat pleasing. One set was the Mystic Heaven Gong high grade, and the other was the Martial Art Blood God's Wrath earth grade middle grade. He absorbed them into his system. Just when he thought there was nothing interesting, the system suggested some other good items to Yi Yun. A minute later, the Li family head returned, and upon seeing his treasury he was so angry he was fuming. He said, "Boy, you are really not polite. Half of the treasures in my Li family's treasury have been swept clean by you." Yi Yun replied, Senior's life is worth far more than these things. He said so, and no one could argue with him. After receiving the gifts, Yi Yun turned and said goodbye. Thank you for the gifts. Yi Yun takes his leave first. After saying that, he went straight out the main door and left the Li mansion. Watching Yi Yun leave, the Li family head then asked his granddaughter, Zua, is it true that he alone killed the young family head and young master? Qing Zhu only replied with an sound. This fact did not make the Li family head worried, but he was secretly happy. Yi Yun was a prodigy, belonging to the dragon and phoenix among men. Being able to befriend him was a blessing for the Li family. The Li family head even laughed to himself, saying, the young family has now lost their pillar, the rest of them can't do anything. He still remembered there was also the netherworld old man, Yang Longzhan's master. This person was not a good person. It is said that Yang Longzhan was his only successor. If he knew that his beloved disciple was killed, he would definitely seek revenge on Yi Yun. The Li family head assessed that Yi Yun's skills were not bad, but if he met the netherworld old man, life and death would be hard to say. Qing Zhu unintentionally heard this, but had engraved it in her heart. Seeing the pensive expression of his granddaughter, the Li family head teased her. Are you worried? Are you heartbroken? Qing Zhu showed discomfort and replied, I'm just curious. The Li family head snapped his fingers and called the Li family's shadow guards. A group of elite soldiers with full equipment appeared waiting for orders. The Li family head said to them, pass the order down, keep a close watch on every move of the young family. If you find them in contact with the netherworld old man, report immediately. After receiving the order, this group of soldiers disappeared to carry it out immediately. After giving the orders to his subordinates, Old Li turned to his granddaughter and said cautiously, good granddaughter, don't blame this old man for not reminding you. Sometimes, being curious about a person is the beginning of feelings. These words hit Qing Zhu's sore spot, causing her to freeze, not daring to argue. She seemed to not want to face this, and immediately ran away, leaving only the words, I'm returning to the sect. The Li family head stroked his beard and laughed to himself, Aya, running so fast, are you shy? He sighed and said, what the child said, can't be said. Forget it, my granddaughter has her own fate. Returning to the Kaiyuan sect, today was the day the Spirit Refining Pavilion opened. Many disciples would gather here early to enter. People were walking and praising each other, congratulating one person on leveling up, and praising another, all just trivial social matters. In front of the Spirit Refining Pavilion, the steward had been sitting there for a long time. He ordered the disciples to line up neatly to enter the Spirit Refining Pavilion. Everyone seemed very excited. Some people asked each other, Li brother, are you cultivating today or opening a triple room? The person being asked was depressed and said, I want to, but unfortunately, I'm out of money at the end of the month, only enough to rent a double room. While everyone was waiting in line, Hao Yuqian, a burly man, cut in line, arrogantly pushing people to the front of the line. The people who were pushed didn't know who this was, and wanted to fight him, but were stopped by others. That person was Hao Yuqian. His family had been doing business for many years, with a wealthy background. It was said that after coming to the Kaiyuan sect, he used money to exchange for spirit stones, 100 for 1, in just 1 month, he became the richest outer sect disciple. Although his natural talent was not high, but with money he could even command ghosts. If someone offended him, there was no guarantee that he wouldn't pay to hire someone else to beat them up. Hao Yuqian went to the steward and said, same rules, open a room with a 10x bonus. What a 10x bonus room? The person who was angry at being cut in line thought they had misheard. The person next to him sighed and said, do you know why I stopped you? The 10x bonus room is the only room in the Spirit Refining Pavilion. It costs 500 spirit stones each time. Rich people like that can't be provoked. The steward didn't even bother to look up. He replied, you are a step too late. The 10x bonus room has already been opened. Everyone was surprised. No one had ever competed for this spot with Hao Yuqian before. After hearing the steward's words, the arrogant rooster-headed man asked, "Is this true? Who else besides me can spend that much money for the 10x bonus room in the Spirit Refining Pavilion?" The steward didn't want to say much. He pointed to the Spirit Refining Pavilion and replied, "Am I lying to you? Look for yourself, won't you know?" Indeed, someone had already taken the 10x bonus room. The person next to Hao Yuqian said, "Boss, what now? The 10x bonus room is lit up." Hao Yuqian smiled meaningfully and replied, "Wait." He turned to the crowd and said, "You don't understand, the 10x bonus room has never been paid attention to, not only because the rent is high, but after entering. Activating the spirit gathering array also requires spending at least 300 spirit stones. Moreover, it is necessary to regularly replenish spirit stones, so that the array can be maintained. If the array fails to open, or cannot withstand the pressure from the array, one will definitely suffer a backlash." Hao Yuqian showed his deep knowledge. He looked at the 10x bonus room and said confidently, "Wait, even if that person has enough money to open the 10x bonus room, without enough spirit stones to start the array, it's a waste. He'll definitely come out in less than half an incense stick." After one incense stick, the people in other rooms left the Spirit Refining Pavilion one after another. Hao Yuqian still confidently said, "He's about to come out. Being able to hold on for one incense stick is already good. Wait for that kid to come out, I'll beat him up." After waiting another hour, several rounds of people had come and gone, but the 10x bonus room still hadn't been opened, and Hao Yuqian's group was starting to get bored. They insisted on waiting for 2 more hours. By now the sun had already started to set. Hao Yuqian was about to get mad. Seeing his 2 subordinates nodding off to sleep, he slapped them so hard they almost lost their teeth. He shouted, "Wake up, your saliva is all over me." The 2 who were slapped awake were shocked to see that the 10x bonus room was still lit up. "Boss, it's been so long, why hasn't that person come out yet? Could it be some hidden big shot?" The person next to him nodded in agreement. "I think so too." The rooster-head man immediately affirmed loudly, "In the Kaiyuan sect, except for Hao Yuqian, when did a second spender appear? Stealing my 10x bonus room, I'll definitely make him look good today." The 2 subordinates also shouted loudly, "In a competition of power, we've never lost. Boss, use spirit stones to smash him to death." Suddenly, people in the Spirit Refining Pavilion ran out in a panic, making Hao Yuqian pay attention. He grabbed someone and asked, "What are you running for? What happened inside?" This person replied, "The Spirit Refining Pavilion, it's shaking, there's an earthquake." At this time, everyone looked up at the Spirit Refining Pavilion. Indeed, the Spirit Refining Pavilion was shaking violently, as if there was a magnitude 7 or 8 earthquake. But Hao Yuqian immediately recognized the problem. This was not an earthquake, but the person in the 10x bonus room was breaking through. And that's why this tremor was created. Looking at the room that was glowing was enough to tell. Everyone was running away from the Spirit Refining Pavilion, afraid of being buried by this tremor if they stayed. Hao Yuqian's subordinates frantically called out, "Boss, let's run." Hao Yuqian was still curious about the person who stole the room. He ignored his subordinates pulling him, and insisted on staying to see who that person was. Just a few seconds later, the room exploded with a bang. Hao Yuqian was stunned. His subordinates were still trying to pull him away, but he remained rooted in place. At this time, a blue beam of light shot out from the 10x bonus room. Looking closely, it was a figure running out. It was none other than our main character Yi Yun, who was still exclaiming, "The Spirit Refining Pavilion is indeed well deserved." He must be very satisfied with his time in the Spirit Refining Pavilion. Of course he was very satisfied. His realm had increased to the Transcendent Realm first stage. He was only a little bit away from reaching the Transcendent Realm second stage. And he had also unlocked an attack speed increase by 20 times. How could he not be satisfied? Half of the Li family's treasury, relying on the boost from the spirit gathering array of the Spirit Refining Pavilion, indeed did not disappoint Yi Yun, in one fell swoop. He jumped from the Grandmaster Realm 7th stage to the Transcendent Realm 1st stage. His next goal was the Outer Sect competition, which he could easily handle with his current cultivation. He suddenly found the remaining disciples to be a bunch of chickens. Not interested in fighting at all. He left the Spirit Refining Pavilion, leaving behind a mess after the shock he had just created. A subordinate of Hao Yuqian was trying to dig through the rubble to pull his boss out. This heavy blow had caused Hao Yuqian to use up all the spirit stones on him. It was truly miserable. The day of the competition between the Outer Sect disciples finally arrived. From early in the morning, the arena was crowded with people. A female deacon in a red robe, with an extraordinary aura, began to speak. Today, this is the Outer Sect Disciple Assessment Competition held once every 3 years by the Kaiyuan sect. The sparring will still be conducted in a one-on-one format. This assessment will have several rounds of sparring. 300 Outer Sect disciples will compete one after another. After it concludes, only 20 people will receive the qualification to enter the inner sect. It is important to stop the sparring when it is time. Do not be aggressive and cause harm to fellow disciples. At this time, Yi Yun also arrived. He and everyone else looked very serious. As this was the time that would decide whether they would become inner sect disciples or not. At this moment, suddenly, Ling Wei came from nowhere and called out to Yi Yun. The words were already at her mouth, but Ling Wei suddenly felt awkward and swallowed all the words she was about to say. Since returning to the Kaiyuan sect after the auction, Fang Lingya had been intentionally avoiding Yi Yun. He didn't know what this girl was angry about. In fact, Ling Wei had been dwelling on the time when she asked him about his thoughts on being in a relationship with her. He had flatly replied that he had never thought about it. Not paying attention to Ling Wei's feelings for him. She could only blame Yi Yun for being a cultivation fanatic, foolish in matters of love. For the past few days, Fang Lingya had been wanting to think things through to understand everything. She had secretly made a decision. From today onwards, she would follow in Yi Yun's footsteps. Only by standing in a higher position would she make him notice her more. Fang Lingya stared at Yi Yun, her anger flaring up, startling everyone around her. She thought to herself, "You didn't have me before, right? I will find a way to make you have me from now on." Yi Yun was still the same as always. Faced with Ling Wei's causeless anger, he could only sigh, blaming it on the mysterious nature of women. On the arena side, after announcing the competition rules, the female deacon signaled for the competition to officially begin. On the spectator stands, there was a special area for the elders to watch the competition. The person currently watching was Huyen Feng, the 7th elder of the Kaiyuan sect. With a transcendent realm 4th layer cultivation. He exclaimed, "This competition seems to be even more interesting than the last one." Beside him was Sun Qi, the 4th elder, with a transcendent realm 5th layer cultivation. She said to everyone, "I heard there is an outstanding disciple named Yi Yun this time. He was also very prominent in the previous competition. Elder Chiu, you were the one who recommended him, right?" Elder Chiu, who was sitting beside her, smiled embarrassedly and replied, No, 3rd elder's beloved disciple, Li Qingzu, is the truly outstanding one." This heavily cloaked elder was Zhao Ayu, the 3rd elder, with a transcendent realm 7th layer cultivation. She nodded in admiration, such young and amazing comprehension. It truly puts one at ease. My disciple's skills are not bad, but she is too focused on cultivating, usually cold and indifferent, which really worries me. The only person who did not feel interested in the competition was Han Xian. He was angry inside, but could not express it. He had thought that the assassin he sent last time could kill Yi Yun. He did not expect that Yi Yun would reappear here. It was a bit of an underestimation to only send one person. He worried that if Yi Yun entered the inner sect, it would be even more difficult to kill him in the future. On the other side, Elder Sun Qi kept praising, "Elder Chiu has just made a great contribution, and has been praised by the sect master. Today, you have recruited such talents for our Kaiyuan sect. It is truly admirable. Elder Chiu replied embarrassedly, "Fourth elder, please don't joke around." Han Xian sneered inwardly at their praises. He just let Chiu Tsangyin be pleased for a short time, because to wait for today, Han Xian had put in the effort to plan for a whole month in advance. He had long planned for some trusted disciples with deep cultivation to disguise themselves and infiltrate the outer sect disciples. All of this was to wait for today. If one assassin could not kill Yi Yun, then let 10 of them go. Yi Yun would not survive. On the arena, Yi Yun was facing his opponent. Both were very combative, with no intention of yielding. Han Xian was watching Yi Yun's every move. As long as he was here, Yi Yun would not step into the inner sect. Yi Yun's match had just begun, and the dazzling light of the sword had already appeared in many lines in the air. Yi Yun was using the vermilion flame sword he had obtained from Yang Zhong as his weapon of combat. After a few sword strikes, he had already made his opponent unable to attack. This could only be blamed on the opponent being too weak, not Yi Yun being too strong. Thus, Han Xian's first lackey was eliminated by Yi Yun. The presiding deacon quickly announced Yi Yun's victory. Elder Zhao Yu nodded and looked towards Yi Yun, saying, "Swift sword draw, not bad." Han Xian snorted coldly and replied, "Just luck." The matches continued. Yi Yun still just waved his sword a few times. In just a few short minutes, he defeated another opponent. Elder Zhao Yu did not cease her praises, "Truly excellent." Among us, Elder Chiu, although old, has sharp eyes. Elder Chiu held his teacup, smiling embarrassedly and replying, "Not at all, not at all." Only Han Xian was not happy. His people were successively defeated by Yi Yun. In the subsequent matches, no one could surpass Yi Yun. Some even knelt down and humiliatingly admitted defeat. The other outer sect senior brothers were stunned, questioning, "Did everyone see that? Is that Yi Yun really an outer sect disciple? He's too strong." The person next to him replied, "That's right, my eyes cannot keep up with the speed of his sword." Time flew by quickly. The exciting competition ended and was considered better than the previous one. The competition concluded, and the most awaited moment had arrived. The list of outer sect disciples entering the inner sect was about to be announced. Ranked first was Yi Yun, second was Jiang Yu, and third was Fang Lingya. While the deacon was reading the list, Fang Lingya glanced at Yi Yun and murmured to herself, "I will definitely stand at the same height as you." It seemed that she wanted to make herself stronger, hoping that Yi Yun would have a different impression and thought of her. Sigh, what foolish love. Han Xian was restless at this moment. He had intended to make Yi Yun fall off the list, but unexpectedly, the kid was ranked first. Old man Han Xian really did not understand. In such a short period of time, how could Yi Yun have advanced to the transcendent realm first layer? What was unexpected was that Qingzu was also on the spectator stand. She had never cared about outer sect competitions before. This time, she was interested in watching the competition, which made Liu Mai very curious, and she had to turn around to ask Qingzu. Facing the question, Qingzu just turned her head and replied, "It's nothing, it's over, let's go back." Frankly speaking, she came to see Yi Yun. She was probably too shy to show it, so she left so quickly. After witnessing today's competition, Qingzu realized that she still did not know many things about Yi Yun. He was truly a person who kept his abilities hidden. The scene changed to the treasure pavilion, a place where outer sect disciples were previously not allowed to enter. At this time, the deacon had already led everyone to this place. The Kaiyuan sect's treasure pavilion was indeed very large. Yi Yun was surprised at the sight of it. The deacon said to them, "According to the rules of the Kaiyuan sect, official disciples who have entered the inner sect can enter the treasure pavilion to choose one pill, one weapon, and one martial technique as a reward. The deacon led the group inside, introducing each section in turn. The treasure pavilion has 3 floors. The first floor is the treasure floor, the second floor is the weapon floor, and the third floor is the secret manual floor. You can enter and choose any item on each floor. After the time of 1 incense stick, return here to register. After receiving the instructions, everyone excitedly rushed into the treasure pavilion with eager expressions. Yi Yun went off on his own, freely exploring. When he went up to the second floor, he exclaimed, as expected of the Kaiyuan sect, so generous. From 1st grade long swords to 3rd grade short swords. Even 4th grade weapons are available. After looking around, there was one type of weapon that made Yi Yun's eyes widen like a frog's. Among those weapons, he actually saw a 5th grade weapon, the Yuan crystal sword. After the time of 1 incense stick, everyone began to leave the treasure pavilion to register their items with the deacon. Yi Yun met Fang Lingya. He looked at her items and nodded, saying, "Quite smart, you chose items that are suitable for you." Ling Yue also asked, "What about you, what did you choose?" She looked at the sword in Yi Yun's hand with some curiosity. It was not a brand new sword, and it was broken, yet Yi Yun still chose it. However, there were people who were quite knowledgeable. They recognized at a glance that the sword Yi Yun was holding was the Yuan crystal sword. It was said that this was a famous 5th grade divine weapon, capable of destroying heaven and earth, but unfortunately it had been accidentally damaged. This person also sighed and said to Yi Yun, looking at the entire Kaiyuan sect, "Not even the elders can repair it. Now it's just a piece of scrap metal. You'd better not take it." Yi Yun replied, "How do you know I don't have a way to fix it?" Previously, in the Li family's storeroom, Yi Yun had found a very good item. The Li family head saw him take that item and could not help but praise him for knowing how to pick out good merchandise. Because what he took was top-grade ancient profound iron, extremely rare, which could be used to refine his own divine weapon, to increase its grade. Throughout Qingyang County, only the Li family had it. Finally, it was Yi Yun's turn to register. The 3 items he took were the spirit nurturing pill, the swift wind slash, and the Yuan crystal sword. Holding the pill in his hand, Yi Yun thought to himself, the spirit nurturing pill can enhance a martial artist's 5 senses and 6 perceptions. This way, it can strengthen Yi Yun's spiritual power, helping him use attack speeds that are dozens of times faster more easily. The swift wind slash was a mid-grade earth-rank martial technique, famous for its speed and killing power. If combined with a speed that was 1,000,000 times faster, it would be enough to unleash astonishing power. After completing the item registration, Yi Yun quickly left. Ling Yue asked curiously, "Yi Yun, where are you going in such a hurry?" Yi Yun replied, "Of course, I can't wait. I want to find someone to practice with." The place Yi Yun went to was the 7-story treasure pagoda. Each floor had a corresponding challenge. As long as one passed the challenge, they would receive a corresponding reward. At this time, Yi Yun had reached the 1st floor of the pagoda. He started the challenge by inserting spirit stones into the device platform to enter the pagoda. The pagoda door quickly opened. A gust of air split the way, forming a large wall of fire. Yi Yun immediately jumped in. On the same floor, disciples could enter at the same time, but they would enter completely independent passageways. However, the challenges they faced would be the same. This way, they would not interfere with each other, avoiding any impact on the final results. On the 1st floor, Yi Yun was facing a dark shadow panther, a peak 3rd grade demonic beast. Yi Yun was not very interested and even complained, "Is the 1st floor's combat strength only equivalent to a 3rd grade demonic beast?" So he decided to break through 3 floors at once. The dark shadow panther pounced toward Yi Yun. His sword also swung high, unleashing a dazzling golden light. The aura from the sword spread out. When it met the dark shadow panther, it burned fiercely, as if meeting a great fire starter. Very quickly after that, Yi Yun broke through 3 floors of the pagoda. Whenever a floor was passed, the light for that floor on the pagoda would light up. When people saw 3 lights light up in a row, they knew that someone had just passed 3 floors. Some people calmly said, "What is so strange about it? It's only 3 floors." The person next to him immediately retorted, "The important thing is not the number of floors, but the speed." It seems that he lit up the 3rd floor in an instant. I didn't even have time to see it. Among the crowded male disciples, there was a beautiful female disciple who stood out among the men. She was Kinyao, the one who had recommended him to Elder Chio. She was quietly watching the excitement without saying a word. Not long after the 3rd floor's light had lit up, everyone was surprised to find that the 4th floor's light had also lit up. Following that, the lights for the 5th and 6th floors also quickly lit up, making everyone shocked, admiring the person inside the pagoda. It must be known that the highest record of the 7-story treasure pagoda among the previous disciples was lighting up the 5th floor in 2 hours. That was considered a genius disciple. That person was senior sister Li Qingzhu. She had succeeded by borrowing a magic weapon from the 3rd elder. However, the person inside the pagoda that everyone was observing had reached the 5th floor in less than 1 incense stick's time. This pagoda ascending speed was unbelievable. Qin Yao had a mysterious smile on her face. She secretly thought that the person inside the pagoda was very interesting, and she was very interested in learning more about them. After 5 floors of the pagoda had lit up in succession, the person in the pagoda suddenly stopped for a long time at the 6th floor, causing everyone to panic. What's going on? After the 6th floor, there is no movement anymore. Could it be that the person ascending the floors has been injured? A person who seemed knowledgeable began to analyze. If we say that the 1st to 5th floors of the pagoda represent danger, then the 6th floor is a huge divide. Because the person ascending to the 6th floor not only needs to meet strict requirements on cultivation level, but also requires strong combat experience. It is said that even those at the elder level cannot retreat unscathed. These words felt very real, causing the disciples beside him to be surprised and ask back, "Is that true? What is actually on the 6th floor?" The person slowly replied, "This is the scariest thing. Among all the current disciples of the Kaiyuan sect, no one knows what it is." Inside the pagoda, the 6th floor concealed a mysterious person whose legs were bound by large chains. When Yun arrived here, he let out a sound of surprise and then suddenly said, "Finally, I don't have to fight those beasts anymore." He said to the person being tied up, "I hope you can let me have some fun." When the person in front of him started to stand up, the sound of the chains clanking against each other made Yun realize that this person was actually being held captive here. He was the first person he had ever met who was so fast. In less than half a second, the person had already closed in on Yun, almost grabbing him. Fortunately, he had the diamond fluid body to protect him, which helped him avoid the attack of a transcendent realm 5th layer cultivator. Without waiting for his opponent to attack a second time, Yun raised his fist and used the Raging Wave's fist to counterattack. The two of them had their first collision. But what was surprising was that even though Yun clearly hit him, it was like not hitting him at all. The person in front of him seemed to transform into water and disappear before his eyes. In Yun's heart, doubts began to appear. Clearly he had hit him, but there was no feeling of contact, as if he had just hit the surface of water. This opponent's methods were truly very strange and difficult to grasp. After this first contact, the strange person grinned in an unsightly manner, saying, "It seems that the old fogies of the Kaiyuan sect have found a treasure this time." It seemed that these words were praising Yun. He even asked Yun, "Boy, how is my profound vengeance spirit offering technique?" Yun turned his eyes to the space in front of him. He tried to look carefully at that person, repeating what he had just said, "Profound vengeance spirit offering technique." The other person replied, "That's right. Haha, immortal and indestructible, living as long as the heavens and earth." After hearing this, Yi Yun became highly alert. He had seen in the Kaiyuan sex texts that the profound vengeance spirit technique was a cruel, ruthless, and extremely evil technique. To master this technique, a martial artist had to perform a ritual of offering the essence and blood of hundreds of children each day, cultivating for 7 times 7 for 49 days. If successfully mastered, one could transform from physical energy, becoming eternally unkillable. The other person nodded in agreement. That's right, that's right. Yi Yun had always followed the righteous path. Faced with evil ways, he had never submitted. At this moment, his hand tightly grasped the sword on his back. His voice was stern. I, Yi Yun, cannot tolerate the strong bullying the weak. You, for your own selfish desires, have wantonly killed so many innocent children. This led to Yi Yun's decision to defeat this strange person. Hearing Yi Yun's intention, the strange person laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, another hypocrite who thinks he is righteous. Boy, have you ever heard the saying, if a person doesn't look out for himself, heaven and earth will destroy him? The strange person attacked Yi Yun while speaking in a harsh, reproachful tone. Those old fools in the Kaiyuan sect imprisoned me in this treasure pagoda, using my special technique to help their disciples train. Using the noble pretext of having me atone for my sins, isn't it just to satisfy their own selfish desires? This person had been imprisoned for many years, but his strength was truly not to be trifled with. Even though Yi Yun had been attacking continuously, he could not approach him at all. His sword techniques were all blocked. Yi Yun was determined not to give up. The other person chuckled mockingly, saying, Boy, give up your struggle. You cannot cut me. After you die, blame those old fools for sending so many disciples to be killed by me. Ha ha ha. The more he spoke, the more out of control the strange old man became. He was grinning from ear to ear, saying in a shrill voice, Today, I'm in a good mood and I'll give you a swift death. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire space of the 6th floor of the pagoda was enveloped in his spirit energy, turning it completely black. Not knowing what Yi Yun was planning, he waited until the strange old man began to unleash his power, then he considered this his opportunity. Yi Yun used a speed 20 times faster than usual to carve a path for himself through the dense, black spiritual energy. But it wasn't just one. Many other bodies of Yi Yun appeared, making the old man astonished. He was unable to keep up with Yi Yun's speed for even a moment. In fact, he wasn't using clones to attack. It was just that his speed was too fast, so multiple figures appeared. Before the old man could catch up to him, Yi Yun had already stabbed the vermilion flame/sword straight into the old man's body. After ripping him apart with a swift wind slash, Yi Yun successfully fragmented the old man, leaving behind only his terrified scream. But he was immortal. He would not die with just this. Each piece of his body would quickly reassemble. He had no intention of fighting anymore, only wanting to run to preserve his life. Of course, Yi Yun would not let that happen. He rushed away like a flash of lightning. He continuously used his sword to stab and slash at the strange old man. Each time, although he did not die, he suffered excruciating pain. After many, many more sword strikes, the old man's body was fragmented into pieces, yet still could not be completely killed. He kept separating and then reassembling, laughingly saying in a deceitful manner, Ha ha, it's useless. I have an immortal body. Your sword energy cannot kill me at all. Yi Yun unexpectedly asked him, Who said I wanted to kill you? At this moment, Yi Yun grabbed the old man's neck, his voice calm, Only half dead will do. The strange old man began to panic, shouting, You, what do you want to do? It turned out that Yi Yun did not kill him, because he wanted to devour and absorb all his power and cultivation to make it his own. The system was also very cooperative. It immediately went to work. In just a moment, the old man was gradually absorbed until only his head was left. Yi Yun completed the absorption, and it was also the moment when the strange old man disappeared, turning into dust. At this moment, Yi Yun only had the last floor of this pagoda left. He strode forward, extremely eager to see what was interesting on the 7th floor. The 6th floor had been passed, and the 7th floor began to light up. People rubbed their eyes several times to believe it was true. They exclaimed in surprise. "Are my eyes failing me? The 7th floor has lit up. Since when did the Kaiyuan sect have such a powerful person?" At this time, Yi Yun had entered the last floor. Unlike the previous floors, which were extremely dark, this place was very bright and beautiful. A person hiding behind a large chair, knowing that Yi Yun had entered, immediately spoke, praising, not bad, truly not bad." This person was actually a woman. Butterflies were fluttering around her, making it look very chill. She admired Yi Yun, to reach here with a transcendent realm first layer cultivation. And to have killed the old monster on the 6th floor, I feel that you have great potential. She turned the chair around to look directly at Yi Yun and asked, "What is your name?" Yi Yun always kept himself alert. Since entering, he had not removed the thick layer of energy on his body. He coldly replied, "Pagoda Ascender, Yi Yun, please enlighten me." Suddenly, the woman left the chair and gently stroked Yi Yun's chin, saying in a soft voice, "Impatient man. But making women fall in love with you." As she spoke, she gradually closed the distance with Yi Yun, the atmosphere becoming extremely ambiguous. But Yi Yun did not pay any attention to her. Facing her gentleness, he showed coldness. He flicked her hand away, shouting, "Get away." The woman was not angry at all and even posed in an even more alluring way. Again, using her soft, watery voice, she rebuked Yi Yun, he, a man who doesn't cherish flowers and jade, will die a miserable death." The last part of her sentence revealed the true nature of this meeting. She was not playing a cat-and-mouse game anymore. She began to show her power. Right from the beginning, Yi Yun could not stand firm against the immense power of her spiritual energy. In the woman's eyes, she looked at Yi Yun very fondly. It seemed he would be an interesting toy for her to play with. Before he could recover, she unexpectedly disappeared into thin air. The next second, she appeared right beside Yi Yun and attacked. Fortunately, Yi Yun still had that 20 times speed, so he managed to avoid this attack. The woman was also a bit surprised that her attack had hit only empty air. She pouted and said, "I wanted to get close to you twice, why are you so shy?" The intimacy she talked about was still lingering on Yi Yun. If he had been a little slower, at the very least, his arm would have been completely crippled. Yi Yun's vigilance was becoming higher and higher. This woman could not be taken lightly, he had to deal with her carefully. The woman smiled softly and said, the next move definitely won't let you escape." This time Yi Yun took the initiative to attack. A vermilion flame swift wind/sword attack was unleashed, followed by extremely strong sparks. These sparks gradually turned into the shape of dragons, preparing to approach the opponent. The woman exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, although you only have a transcendent realm first layer cultivation, you know many martial skills." Her hand began to release things that looked like purplish coins. She held it in her hand, signaling to Yi Yun that his attack would be ineffective against her. The round thing, like a coin, suddenly expanded, turning into a spiritual energy shield. The woman cheerfully said, "Let me extinguish the fire for you." Then she pressed the spiritual energy shield down, wanting to suppress Yi Yun's fire dragon. Yi Yun gathered his strength, wanting to explode everything. This immediately frightened the woman. Yi Yun's dragon soared up, breaking through the woman's shield. She did not have enough power to suppress this fire dragon. Just as she dodged a bit, the fire dragon had already approached her, bringing a raging fire to scorch her. She did not expect that Yi Yun could fuse sword energy with flames. At the beginning, she had underestimated him too much. Without waiting any longer, she used a spiritual energy barrier to separate herself from the encirclement of the fire dragon. She also used the same spiritual energy to try to trap the fire dragon, curbing Yi Yun's power. Immediately after that, her spiritual energy was broken by Yi Yun in one strike. Both showed equal strength. After a period of time, neither had truly surpassed the other. The woman exclaimed, "You have quite a few tricks, huh?" She was injured by Yi Yun, but she quickly healed herself. She said in a provocative voice, "If that's all you've got, then you might be about to lose." Yi Yun had never met anyone who could heal themselves so quickly, and he naturally felt worried. It seemed that the woman was beginning to take off her mask. She began to admit, "Although you are very handsome, and to my liking. But what can I do? I don't like men who cannot beat me." Her words became colder and colder, and her fingernails grew longer and sharper. In the next second, her wind and lightning covered the entire space, a purplish color preparing to invade and control everything. Yi Yun also began to busy himself, forming hand seals and chanting an incantation, calling out his blood god's wrath. He even used the blood god seal as well. It was the first time seeing him exert all his strength in a fight like this, which was truly rare. Combining the two into one, it had to be said that the power unleashed was no small amount. The destructive force was also very terrifying. Following Yi Yun, he shouted, "I know how to defeat you. Accept your death." The woman also didn't hold back. Her wind and lightning were also unleashed. The two sides began another intense battle. After maintaining balance for a while, the fiery energy from Yi Yun suddenly became much stronger. It broke through the woman's wind and lightning and charged forward without hesitation. The woman was just beginning to feel worried for herself. This attack was completely different from the previous ones. The fighting inside the pagoda unexpectedly affected the outside. The wind and rain were surging, and the air began to become suffocating. Outside the Kaiyuan sect, Qingzu, who was quietly cultivating in a forest, sensed the changing aura. She looked towards the wind and rain that were intensifying, and realized that the source of the chaos came from the 7-story treasure pagoda. She began to ponder, could it be that someone has broken through the final floor already? At the elder Chu Affairs pavilion, he was still as usual, immersed in wine. Noticing the change in the aura, he realized that the kid Yi Yun had begun to get stronger. Something attention-grabbing was about to happen again, but he could not sober up, falling asleep on the table as always. Back to the 7-story treasure pagoda, at this time, Yi Yun was chasing after the woman, who was desperately trying to escape. She did not expect that Yi Yun could see her weaknesses and attack them. Seeing the opportunity, Yi Yun immediately used a speed 20 times faster to launch a swift attack. When the vermilion flame sword was pointed at her, the woman revealed her true form, a small body completely different from her previous appearance. Yi Yun was startled and retracted his hand. He did not expect her true form to be that of a child. From a young woman to a child, she suddenly became upset, her eyes filled with tears. Before he could do anything, this child started crying and screaming loudly, "Wah, you're bullying me. After so many years, there's still someone who dares to bully me like this." Yi Yun was dumbfounded, not knowing what to do with this child. He was even wondering if she had some sort of mental issue. The girl cried even louder as she spoke, pointing at Yi Yun and accusingly saying, "When did you see through my identity, and even think of using mental power to attack me?" Yi Yun calmly explained, "From the very beginning, my Zhuyang FNGZHN didn't hurt you. You are not the same as the old man on the 6th floor. You can recover not because you can recover quickly, but because you are a spirit body, right?" At this moment, the girl did not deny anything, nodding in admission, "You guessed it right. I am Bai Chen, the spirit guardian of the 7-story pagoda." Upon receiving confirmation, Yi Yun began to consider, if it is a spirit body, a spiritual form formed from the essence of heaven and earth, then ordinary martial arts are very difficult to completely destroy it, and only mental power attacks can work. He himself did not expect that the blood god's fury he had taken from Li Mansion would be effective at this time. Thinking back, the current appearance of the spirit body is too different from before. Yi Yun curiously asked, But why did you disguise yourself in that appearance before? The spirit body innocently replied, "It's too boring in this pagoda. Is it not okay to disguise as an adult for a bit of fun?" Hearing this, Yi Yun could only sigh. It seemed that the spirit body still had the nature of a child. Having fought to this point, Yi Yun had won the battle. He didn't stay any longer, sheathing his sword and saying to the spirit body, "Now that I have passed the 7th floor, I have to go and claim my reward. See you later." Thinking that this time, not only would he gain more practical combat experience, but he might also obtain a lot of spirit stone rewards, the corners of Yi Yun's mouth curled up in joy. He had only taken a few steps when the spirit body suddenly grabbed his hand, pulling him along, saying, "The rewards from those old fogies at the Kaiyuan sect are nothing. Don't rush, follow me." The spirit body led Yi Yun to a large gate. Behind it, no one knew what was there. The spirit body said, "Actually, after passing the 7th floor, there is also an opportunity to receive a special reward with me." She pushed open the door as she said, "That is the reward for a first-class talent." The spirit body led Yi Yun behind the door. Inside was a very large space, with many bookshelves lined up. No one knew how many martial arts were stored here. The spirit body even casually told Yi Yun that he could choose any heaven-level martial art for himself. Yi Yun did not expect that he could choose a heaven-level martial art himself, looking at the rows of martial arts that made his eyes dizzy. As much as he liked it, Yi Yun was still cautious and asked, "You said it was an opportunity, what is your selection criteria?" The spirit body replied, "Handsome." This standard was really too advantageous for Yi Yun. He was considered a pretty boy, after all. After wandering around for a while, Yi Yun pointed to something that was stored separately, not on the shelves like the other martial arts, and said, "I've made my choice, it's that one." The thing he had targeted was the Silent Extinction 9 swords. The spirit body couldn't help but exclaim that Yi Yun had a good eye for things. The spirit body gently waved her hand, and the sword flew into Yi Yun's arms. She said, "This martial art is the most powerful explosive secret technique here. I hope you can master it soon." Needless to say, Yi Yun would definitely achieve it. The scene shifted to another location of the Kaiyuan sect, a desolate mountain area. Among the high mountains, there was a small hut. In the vast wilderness, there was a small hut for playing chess. The people here truly knew how to enjoy themselves. The first person to appear was Wang Fen, the Grand Elder of the Kaiyuan sect, with the cultivation of a first-level martial king realm. He pondered while looking at the chess pieces in his hand. Though his eyes were on the chess, his mind was on other things. He said, "Sect leader, it has been several hundred years since our sect has seen the reward of a first-class talent." The person the Grand Elder called sect leader was Qin Yuan, with the cultivation of a 4th-level martial king realm. Hearing the Grand Elder sigh, he asked, "What does the Grand Elder think?" The Grand Elder placed a chess piece on the board and slowly replied, "I will send someone to investigate him later. If he is a talent that can be cultivated, I will make an exception and take him as a disciple." Sect leader Qin Yuan glanced lightly at the chessboard, put the chess piece in his hand back into the box, and said, "I lost. I am getting old, and my reactions in chess are no longer accurate." The Grand Elder then asked, "Does the sect leader have something on his mind?" Qin Yuan stood up, turned and looked at the distant mountain, and replied, "The sect competition of the Qianluo Empire is only less than 3 months away. I hope this person can give me a surprise." Not only did sect leader Qin Yuan want this, but the Grand Elder had also long placed his hopes on the newly joined disciple, Yi Yun. After that, only the laughter of the two people in the courtyard could be heard. At the same time, outside the 7-story pagoda, there was a bustling noise. Yi Yun went to find the elder to receive the spirit stone reward for passing the pagoda. The elder poured out one chest after another, all filled with spirit stones. In no time, the spirit stones formed a large pile. He said to Yi Yun, "These are all yours." At this time, Everyone looked at Yi Yun receiving the reward, their eyes unable to hide their shock and admiration. Suddenly, a woman's voice rang out, as she called Yi Yun's name. It was none other than Qin Yao. She very naturally went to greet Yi Yun. Yi Yun, it really is you. Long time no see. I didn't expect you to actually come to the Kaiyuan sect. Yi Yun was slightly taken aback, and he asked, Are you Qin Yao? Qin Yao didn't answer but instead exclaimed, Was it you who broke through the pagoda just now? You're amazing. Yi Yun just quietly hummed in agreement. Qin Yao revealed an admiring look, which shocked the other disciples. She said, You're too amazing, I really didn't misjudge you. In front of everyone, Qin Yao forcibly pulled Yi Yun away, saying as she ran, Let's go, after such a long time apart. I'll treat you to a meal, and tell me what was inside the 7-story pagoda. Before everyone could figure out what was happening, the two of them had disappeared. Someone even vaguely asked, Is this person Yi Yun, who ranked first in the sect's grand competition? Another person exclaimed in shock, He just entered the inner sect and was able to pass the 7-story pagoda. Is he even human? Among the crowd, there was one person who looked extremely suspicious. He was Han Xian's man. After inquiring about the affairs of the 7-story pagoda, he ran to the old man surnamed Han to report everything. At first, Han Xian didn't believe it. He even asked again, You said that Yi Yun passed the 7-story pagoda. The man affirmed, It's absolutely true, Elder Han. This disciple saw it with his own eyes, absolutely no mistake. Han Xian angrily crushed his teacup, gritting his teeth and saying resentfully, That brat Yi Yun's strength has actually reached this stage. I really regret not taking decisive action to get rid of him. Han Xian's anger made the disciple tremble all over. He said, Elder Han, don't be angry, it's just passing the 7-story pagoda, it doesn't mean anything. Han Xian then stood up and kicked the disciple to the ground, shouting, What do you understand? Others don't know the secrets of the 7-story pagoda, but I, as an elder, know it very well. Once a person who passes the pagoda receives recognition from the spirit guardian inside, they can receive corresponding treasures. These treasures are of a higher grade than those in the treasure pavilion, by more than just one level. If Yi Yun receives a powerful reward treasure, his strength will increase. Wouldn't it be even harder to eliminate him then? Han Xian said while grinding his teeth in anger. The disciple then hurriedly got up and continued to offer a suggestion, Elder, don't be anxious. Do you remember that the spirit spring will open in a few days? How about we take advantage of this opportunity to strike? Han Xian, who was angry, calmed down after hearing this. It seemed that he had thought of something important to do. He chuckled and said, The spirit spring, eh? That's right, you reminded me. I know what to do now. After speaking, Han Xian threw several large bags of spirit stones to his disciple, saying, Today, the sect leader, and the 2 deputy sect leaders are not here. You try your best to suppress the news of Yi Yun successfully passing the pagoda. I don't want any other high-ranking elders of the Kaiyuan sect to pay attention to him. The disciple revealed a greedy expression, unconsciously hugging the spirit stones and saying, This disciple obeys. Han Xian gradually regained his composure. He would let Yi Yun live a few more days, and then the day he would completely eliminate Yi Yun would come. Meanwhile, Yi Yun had been pulled by Qin Yao into a restaurant. After ordering a table full of food and wine, she made Yi Yun recount his experiences in the Kaiyuan sect over the past period. After listening, she nodded and said, I didn't expect you to experience so much in the past few months. I am truly more and more in admiration of you. She also added, Based on your current strength, you might even get a spot in the upcoming Spirit Spring competition, right? Yi Yun was stunned upon hearing about the Spirit Spring competition. Because he didn't know anything about it, let alone having a spot. Seeing Yi Yun's blank look, Qin Yao understood. She said, You haven't been in the sect for long, it's normal that you don't know about it. She began to explain, The spiritual power within the spirit spring can normally provide spiritual energy for martial artists to break through, but it will quickly be depleted. And the spirit spring I just mentioned is a naturally formed spirit spring in Mount Funyo outside of Qingyang County. The special thing about it is that there are spirit veins underground, and after a period of time, it will automatically open to replenish energy, so it can be said to never run dry. However, due to its geographical location at the border and the precious nature of the spirit spring, it has basically belonged to the four major sects since it was discovered. The so-called four major sects are the strongest sects in Qingyang County and the three neighboring counties. Apart from the Kaiyuan sect, they are in order: the Liang sect of Heishan County, the Liuhe sect of Baiyang County, and the Fenglei Pavilion of Huainan County. 100 years ago, after discussions, the four major sects decided to use the spirit spring as a trial point for the four major sects, opening it once a year. Each sect can bring 8 new disciples with higher talent to participate, but ultimately only 10 people can enter. Originally, each sect had 5 spots, but over time everyone became dissatisfied. Therefore, rules for competing before entering the spirit spring were formed. Thus, it has now evolved into only the final 20 people, who in the competition can enter the spirit spring. After listening for a while, Yi Yun had a general understanding. Qin Yao said, "So every year when the spirit spring opens, it is a competition among the newly joined disciples of the four major sects. However, our Kaiyuan sect has been losing more often than winning for the past few years for some reason." She patted Yi Yun's shoulder and affirmed, "Based on your talent and current strength, if you can go, I believe you will definitely win." Yi Yun was not too excited. After listening, he indifferently replied, "If it's really as you say, it's indeed a good place for cultivation breakthroughs. Thank you for telling me this." Qin Yao smiled lightly and said, "You saved my life. What is it to do this? If you need any help in the future, just ask." Upon hearing that, Yi Yun immediately spoke up, "Right now, I do have a place where I need your help." Qin Yao didn't expect Yi Yun to actually need her right away. She was a little surprised but still listened. At the same time, behind the Kaiyuan sect's mountain, a figure was frantically punching a tree trunk, looking extremely angry. It was Wang Can. No one knew how long he had been practicing here. He was just panting, his mood agitated, and he muttered to himself, "Damn it, I clearly tried so hard. But my cultivation is stagnant." Thinking of Yi Yun, Wang Can became angry, continuously punching the tree trunk, while muttering, "That brat Yi Yun is getting more and more attention." Qing Zhu, who is always indifferent to everything in the sect, even personally came to watch his competition. The more he thought about Qing Zhu neglecting him, the angrier Wang Can became. He ran around the mountain forest behind the mountain, crazily releasing his spiritual energy. Suddenly, a laugh echoed, like a sound from the underworld. Wang Can, who was going crazy, also had to stop to see where the laugh came from. From a deep, mysterious cave, it was issuing an invitation, wanting Wang Can to go inside. Wang Can was surprised. He had never seen this cave in all his time in the Kaiyuan sect. Could it be a secret cave? At the same time, Kaiyuan sect disciples were gathering at the training plaza. Sun Qi, the fourth elder, and Han Xian were the leaders. When the disciples were assembled, Elder Sun Qi said, "You are among the inner disciples selected by the elders this time. I believe you already know what our mission is this time. This trip to the Spirit Spring will definitely benefit you greatly. I hope you will not disappoint the sect." The disciples all responded in unison, "Yes." Han Xian fixed his eyes on Yi Yun, muttering to himself, "Brat, just wait and see." The selected disciples followed Elder Sun Qi in turn. The place they were going to was the venue for this Spirit Spring competition. As soon as they arrived, a voice called out, "Sun Qi, it's still you personally leading the team this time." The person who was coming was Lei Shan, the second elder of Fenglei Pavilion, with a cultivation of a 9th-level transcendent realm. He went over and said with a disdainful tone, Wasn't the suffering last year not enough? Qin Yao whispered in Yi Yun's ear. I once heard my master say that he is the second elder of Feng Lei Pavilion, Lei Shan. Although he is young, his cultivation has reached the 9th level transcendent realm, so he cannot be underestimated. At this time, another group of people came. This person was holding 2 large glowing pearls in his hand, constantly rubbing them. He said, Ha ha, even Elder Lei. Elder Sun Chi, they might have come prepared this time, wanting to compete with the Liuhe sect, who always wins, right? This old man speaking is Yang Yang, the 3rd elder of the Lai Yang sect, with a cultivation of an 8th level transcendent realm. Qin Yao explained Yang Yang's information to Yi Yun, probably subtly reminding him to be careful of these old men. After a while, another group of people arrived. The leader was the Grand Elder of the Liuhe sect, known by the world as Liu Jian the Sword Saint, who had reached the 2nd level Martial King realm. It seemed that the 4 major sects did not like each other, as they were already filled with the smell of gunpowder upon arrival. After listening to the old men spout nonsense for a while, Elder Sun Chi coldly stepped forward and replied, Clearly this is a stage for you young people, but the old men keep talking nonsense here. Is it interesting? If you keep dawdling, it will soon be dark. Yang Yang smiled and stepped forward, saying, Elder Sun is right. You old men say things and don't keep your word anyway. It's better to start the main event early. Liu Jian ordered his disciple Yang Guan to go forward first. As soon as Yang Guan stepped forward, he appeared very combative. He spoke, I am Yang Guan of the Liuhe sect, may I ask for guidance from the esteemed brother, who is willing to give it? Elder Sun Chi carefully asked Han Xian, Elder Han, what do you think? Han Xian replied, looking at his skills, this disciple named Yang Guan has already reached the 1st level transcendent realm. It seems the Liuhe sect is determined to win this time. Liu Jian just coldly snorted upon hearing this. The first person to go on stage to face Yang Guan was Qin Feng of the Kaiyuan sect. He clasped his hands in a request for guidance. Qin Yao, who was always by Yi Yun's side, secretly asked, Yi Yun, do you think Qin Feng can win? Yi Yun replied confidently, Qin Feng is not Yang Guan's opponent. Indeed, just as Yi Yun had said, Qin Feng on the stage continuously attacked, but during the fight, he was always outmaneuvered by Yang Guan. Yang Guan even taunted, saying, Is this all you've got? Disregarded, Qin Feng put his all into his attacks, using the condensing spirit fist to charge up. In return, Yang Guan looked down on him, waving his sword to block, then sneering, Ha, you're not worthy of me using my sword techniques. Qin Feng was truly not Yang Guan's opponent. After just a few minutes, he was sent flying backwards by Yang Guan. He was also slashed across the chest by Yang Guan's sword, unable to resist. Qin Feng was still knocked off the stage, officially losing the first match. Yang Guan sneered and said, Truly weak, not even worth a single blow. Everyone in the Kaiyuan sect was very surprised. Their senior brother Qin Feng, whose cultivation was at the 7th level Grandmaster realm, was still easily dealt with by Yang Guan. Only Yi Yun, who had predicted this, calmly accepted the result. Yang Guan, now full of confidence, raised his sword towards the other 3 sects and said, A bunch of trash, if you feel like your strength is enough, then come up here. Everyone was shocked after hearing this, not expecting the Liuhe sect to be so arrogant, truly thinking that the remaining 3 sects were afraid of them. At this time, the Liang sect disciple named Zhu Pingshan began to take action. He seemed very interested in this match, even more excited after seeing Yang Guan's performance just now. Yang Guan just coldly snorted with contempt after taking a look. Another one who's even weaker. Without saying much, he directly delivered a powerful blow, ending the match with Zhu Pingshan immediately. The disciples below were about to be scared. Yang Guan was too strong, and they were completely no match. Lei Shan, the 2nd elder of Feng Lei Pavilion, went over to the Grand Elder of the Liuhe sect and said with a sigh, Ha ha, this young man's strength is not weak. He looks a bit like Senior Liu. Liu Jian replied upon hearing this, yes, Yang's talent in swordsmanship makes me quite satisfied. He is my personal disciple, and I only recently let him out to train. Everyone was extremely surprised to hear that Yang Guan was Liu Jian's disciple, because it was rumored that Liu Jian was not easy to take disciples. This Yang Guan was actually his true disciple. So his talent was definitely extraordinary. No wonder he was so strong. It would definitely be difficult for others to fight against Yang Guan. One after another, the next people to fight were knocked off the stage by Yang Guan, and he even cursed at them, calling them all talk and no action. The Kaiyuan sect disciples were also beaten to a pulp. They apologized in confusion. Elder Sun Chi then comforted them, no need to say more, you tried your best. Yang Yang of the Liang sect sighed and turned to Lei Shan of the Feng Lei Pavilion and said, Little Lei, it seems that the number 1 position is very clear. As for the second position, we might have to compete for it. Lei Shan glanced at Elder Sun Chi and said, Elder Sun, I feel that Elder Yang is right. It seems that this year, it will still be a burden for your Kaiyuan sect to be at the bottom of the rankings. Elder Sun Chi did not say a word, cursing angrily in her heart, damn it, is there no way to deal with them? Han Xian then stepped forward and said, I don't think so. Our Kaiyuan sect can't give up until the last moment. This statement surprised the other elders. They all turned to look at Han Xian in confusion. The old man surnamed Han laughed loudly and said, Ha ha, what are you all looking at me for? He unexpectedly called out Yi Yun's name and said, Yi Yun, I think your strength is not bad. You go up and fight for the Kaiyuan sect. Elder Sun Chi was a little uneasy. She immediately stopped him, Elder Han, although Yi Yun has good talent, he is definitely not their opponent. It's better not to add unnecessary injuries. Han Xian said pointedly, no, I think Yi Yun's strength is not bad. He will definitely be able to turn defeat into victory. Moreover, Yi Yun must also want to win glory for the sect. Wouldn't you say so? Yi Yun knew Han Xian's intention, but he was very willing to face Yang Guan. He replied, Elder Han probably wants to see my strength, right? All right, then I'll let Elder Han enjoy it a little. He walked over to Han Xian, patted his shoulder with deep meaning, and said, so you can avoid doing anything irrational in the future. Han Xian was surprised by Yi Yun's attitude. He asked with a stern face, what do you mean? Yi Yun did not answer, but leaped onto the stage to face his opponent. Yang Guan chuckled, his voice full of contempt, your Kaiyuan sect doesn't have anyone, so you don't need to do this, right? You don't even have a weapon. Hurry up and make your move. I'm limited on time. Yi Yun indifferently replied, with your skills, you are not worthy of me using a sword. Yang Guan gnashed his teeth in anger. No one had ever dared to look down on him like this before. He loudly said, looking at you, from top to bottom, your mouth is the toughest. Wait till I knock you down, then let's see if you can still spout such arrogant words. He immediately raised his sword to attack Yi Yun, but unexpectedly, Yi Yun suddenly disappeared. When Yang Guan didn't have time to react, Yi Yun had already appeared behind him. Yi Yun said, you can't even find my shadow. With a thud, Yi Yun struck his opponent hard on the back of the head. Yang Guan fell face down to the ground just like that. Yi Yun said with a contemptuous voice, you are really too weak. The elders of all 4 sects were extremely shocked, their mouths gaping open. The Kaiyuan sect disciples were overjoyed, constantly shouting, great, senior brother Yi is so amazing. Yang Guan was burning with anger. He picked up his sword, still wanting to continue fighting. He could not accept the fact that he could lose. He gathered all his strength and used his ultimate technique, charging at Yi Yun like a madman. Yi Yun broke his opponent's ultimate technique with a single kick, and then indifferently said, next. Yang Guan was kicked into the lake next to the arena by Yi Yun's lightning-fast speed in a miserable manner. He emerged from the water, shouting angrily, damn it, I'm not convinced. Liu Jian, Yang Guan's master, then rushed out and called, "All right, Guana, you've lost. Come down." At this time, young Guan was awakened by his master's words. He had to accept his fate, unable to stubbornly say anything more. Yi Yun stood on the stage, his face full of pride and said, "Did you hear? This year's Spirit Spring spots are all 8 for our Kaiyuan sect. To save time, you can all come up at once." Han Xian was frightened by Yi Yun's provocation, and he anxiously shouted, "Yi Yun, what are you saying?" But it was too late. Yi Yun's provocation had successfully called the disciples of the other 3 sects onto the stage. They ran up while cursing, "Too arrogant. Daring to look down on the 3 of our sects." Yi Yun snorted coldly. This way, the efficiency of ending the fight would be sped up. All that was seen was Yi Yun stamping his foot once. Yi Yun's soaring kick immediately sent a whole group of people flying off the stage. The energy from the soaring kick spread out, making the elders who were still standing lose their balance. They never expected that the energy emitted by Yi Yun would be so powerful. Han Xian seemed very disappointed. He wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to eliminate Yi Yun, but did not expect Yi Yun to be so strong, much more profound than the appearance he had shown. At this time, Yi Yun resolved everything with one move. He asked if anyone still wanted to fight, but no one dared to step forward anymore. Finally, after so many years, the Kaiyuan sect went from the bottom of the rankings to the top. They were led by Elder Sun Qi into the Spirit Spring, who reminded them, "Stay close, don't fall behind." Elder Qin Qi had not felt the feeling of being at the top of the rankings in a long time. She excitedly said, "This time, the Kaiyuan sect actually obtained all 8 spots. Yi Yun, you are amazing." She turned to Yi Yun and said, "You did a great job. When we return to the sect, there will be plenty of rewards for you." Yi Yun replied, "Thank you, Elder." They began to enter the path to the Spirit Spring. The spiritual energy of the cave on the left was the strongest, while the right was the weakest. The other disciples of the 3 sects also entered one after another. The elders began to instruct, "Take the time to go in, find your own place to cultivate. Seize the opportunity, absorb as much as you can." Elder Lei Shan stepped into the Spirit Spring, looking very excited. He said, "This Spirit Spring is truly amazing. Even standing here, I can feel the surging power." His disciples also quickly went to seize places, finding a good spot for themselves. The elders waited outside, and the disciples entered the cave one after another. Yi Yun and the people from the Kaiyuan sect went very deep, and finally found the place with the most abundant spiritual energy. The place where they were standing was the Spirit Spring, with small pools that seemed to have been divided for each person to enter. Everyone immediately stripped off their clothes, excitedly jumping into the Spirit Spring to quickly cultivate. At this time, Yi Yun received a system signal that the spiritual energy in the due south direction was the most concentrated. Because of this, he found a good spot for himself, immersed himself in the water, and prepared to cultivate. Unexpectedly, Qin Yao also appeared. She stepped down to where Yi Yun was and asked, "Yi Yun, can I cultivate here?" She was wearing a thin garment that revealed her sensual figure, her face somewhat shy as she hesitated to say, "The spiritual energy here seems to be the most abundant." Yi Yun indifferently replied, "As you wish." Thus, Qin Yao successfully cultivated in the same place as Yi Yun. Yi Yun did not let Qin Yao bother him. He closed his eyes and began to cultivate, devouring the spiritual energy in the Spirit Spring. The spiritual energy in the Spirit Spring was absorbed by Yi Yun one after another. After this time, no one knew which realm he would be able to advance to. Outside the cave, the disciples of the Liang sect, who had ranked at the bottom this time, were standing outside, looking depressed. They said, "It's really unlucky. I didn't expect the top spot to be snatched away by the Kaiyuan sect." The person next to him said with a sigh, "That's right, this year our Liang sect is actually at the bottom of the rankings. It's really embarrassing." The eldest disciple of the Liang sect came over, carrying a large gourd. Hearing his junior brothers complain, he said, "Isn't it just losing once? Look at you all looking so distraught. It's a waste of the daily teachings of our master." His junior brother unexpectedly asked, "Senior brother, why aren't you angry at all?" The senior brother replied, "Of course, a mountain man has his plan." He picked up the gourd, opened the lid on top, and prepared to show his junior brothers a good show. The gourd he was holding was a spirit jade gourd, something that Elder Yang Yang had given him before entering the cave, saying that it could devour all the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. He said to his junior brothers, "Now, we just need to aim this treasure at the position of everyone in the Kaiyuan sect. And we will be able to draw out all the spiritual energy in the spirit spring." At first it seemed unbelievable, but when the spiritual energy began to flow into the gourd, the disciples began to believe it was true. Looking at the streams of spiritual energy being drawn into the gourd, the people of the Liang sect shouted excitedly, "Ha ha, with this magic treasure, the Kaiyuan sect will have wasted their cultivation." Today, the eldest disciple of the Liang sect chuckled to himself, "HMPH, so what if you Kaiyuan sect brats get first place? In the end, this spiritual energy will still be ours." The disciples of the Kaiyuan sect inside the cave began to notice that the spiritual energy was weakening. They asked each other, "Hey, do you feel something strange? The spiritual energy of the spirit spring seems to be weakening." One person nodded and replied, "I feel the same way. Could it be that the spirit spring is about to run dry?" Yi Yun also sensed the abnormality of the spiritual energy. Looking at the streams of spiritual energy that were moving, Yi Yun guessed that someone was manipulating the flow of spiritual energy, causing it to gradually diminish. He did not intend to stop this person, but instead smiled with a strange smile and muttered, "Ha, if you want to swallow, then let's see who swallows more." Thus, Yi Yun ordered the system to absorb the spiritual energy even more fiercely. Outside the cave, the people of the Liang sect, unaware of what was happening, were still laughing and shouting, "You fools of the Kaiyuan sect, don't you know that we have another trick up our sleeve?" Ha ha ha. Before they could laugh for long, the spiritual energy suddenly receded, making them unable to laugh anymore. What was even more surprising was that the spiritual energy that had just been drawn into the gourd was now flowing back out. They felt that something was wrong, and they shouted in panic, "Senior brother, it seems that there's a force drawing the spiritual energy back." The eldest disciple started to panic. How is that possible? Could it be that they also secretly prepared a magic treasure that devours spiritual energy? This person was determined not to let the spiritual energy be stolen, and he exerted himself to make his gourd absorb the spiritual energy back. But it was all useless. They soon realized that all the spiritual energy the gourd absorbed was being drawn back in reverse. The eldest disciple of Liang sect started trembling. He tried his best to make the gourd absorb, but it was futile. After that, his own spiritual energy was not enough to sustain the gourd. The power from inside the cave became more violent, even wanting to pull the gourd in. The other disciples, seeing this, joined forces to help their senior brother hold onto the last drops of spiritual energy. But things were getting worse. The group was about to lose their grip. Not to mention keeping the magic artifact, even the spiritual energy they had worked so hard to obtain was about to be depleted. Yi Yun, inside the cave, saw the people outside struggling in vain. He sneered and immediately ordered the system to absorb spiritual energy with all its power. Everyone in the cave began to feel the spiritual energy moving unusually. At the cave of Liang sect, they started noticing something strange. The water in their lake was churning, and the spiritual energy became much thinner. Immediately after that, an earthquake occurred. Everyone panicked, thinking an earthquake was happening. The old man Yang Yang was already feeling uneasy. The spiritual energy suddenly formed a continuous stream rushing towards the cave of Kaiyuan sect. He must have been very surprised. The magic artifact he had sent seemed useless. Lu Jian exclaimed in panic, "What on earth is going on?" The spiritual spring is moving in one direction. Elder Zun-Chi also looked worried. This is bad, if it continues like this. The spiritual spring will dry up. The elders were worried about the sudden movement of the spiritual spring, when they suddenly discovered that Elder Yang had disappeared, making them even more panicked. At this time, inside the cave, Yi Yun, constantly collecting spiritual energy with the system, had broken through to the second level of the supernal realm. Very quickly, he broke through to the third level of the supernal realm. Following that was the fourth level of the supernal realm, then the fifth level, all within a few minutes. Qin Yao, beside him, noticed the movement and the dense concentration of spiritual energy creating wind, which was somewhat surprising and frightening. After a while, Yi Yun let out a cold laugh, because he had completed his absorption. He had broken through to the sixth level of the supernal realm, feeling extremely excited and relaxed. The system information panel immediately updated the information. Host, Yi Yun. Realm, sixth level of the supernal realm. Current experience points, 82, 000, 000, 85, 000, 000. Except for a small amount of spiritual energy left for his fellow disciples, Yi Yun had absorbed all the spiritual energy of the other sects. This breakthrough exceeded his expectations. Those who used magic artifacts to absorb spiritual energy were in a miserable state. They hadn't absorbed much before they had it all drawn back. In just a few minutes, they had all their spiritual energy drained. The eldest disciple, who had exerted himself to hold the good, also lost his spiritual energy. He staggered and fell. The other disciples rushed to check on him. Yi Yun stopped absorbing, stepped out of the spiritual spring, and put his clothes back on. Qin Yao suddenly asked, Yi Yun, the commotion just now, was that caused by you? Yi Yun silently nodded. He said, making a little commotion like this, hopefully it didn't disturb the other senior and junior brothers' cultivation. Qin Yao pointed at the dense spiritual energy flowing in streams and scolded, Yi Yun, let me tell you, you call this a small commotion. Yi Yun turned his face away and gestured for her to put on her clothes before talking. Qin Yao then realized that she was only wearing underwear. Yi Yun then leisurely walked outside and was stopped by someone who angrily yelled at him. He had just stepped out when an arm blocked his way. This person was none other than Yang. Behind him were a group of people from the Liang sect following closely. He asked in a displeased tone, Yi Yun, give us an explanation. Why was the spiritual power in the spiritual spring just now all stolen by you? Qin Yao then stepped out and retorted sharply, Elder Yang, your words are truly wonderful. We haven't even accused you yet. You've learned how to rob, and yet you're the one raising the alarm. Clearly, you guys robbed our spiritual power first, and Yi Yun just helped us fight back. We were acting entirely in self-defense. Yang smiled maliciously and continued to question, you say it's self-defense, so it's self-defense. What proof do you have? How do you prove that the disciples of my Liang sect made the first move? At this time, the other elders also gathered. Elder Zun-Chi immediately asked if Yi Yun's group was all right. Yi Yun shook his head and replied that they were fine. Seeing that his sect's disciples were fine, Elder Zun-Chi turned to scold Yang. Elder Yang, you can eat carelessly, but you can't speak carelessly. If it's as you say. What evidence do you have to be so aggressive and intimidating? Yang was stumped by Elder Zun-Chi's question, and couldn't say a word. Lu Jian added, I see, it's Elder Yang who is reacting very quickly. Yang, feeling guilty, replied, I was just worried about the safety of the disciples, so I acted a step ahead. Lu Jian surveyed the surroundings for a while and concluded, the spiritual spring naturally replenishes spiritual energy. Now that it's dried up, it must be someone who used a magic artifact to devour it. Yang then loudly said, if that's the case, then this Yi Yun should be investigated even more. He pointed at Yi Yun with a very confident tone, he just entered an hour ago, and the aura on his body is now so powerful. He must have secretly used a magic artifact to devour the spiritual spring. At this point, everyone became suspicious of Yi Yun and pressed him to open his storage bag for inspection. Lu Jian was indifferent and politely turned to ask Han Xian and Zun Qi if they agreed to the inspection. Zun Qi was very displeased with this and loudly scolded, "This is really sophistry." Han Xian was taking advantage of this opportunity to want to catch Yi Yun off guard. He didn't believe that Yi Yun had the power to absorb spiritual energy. If he really used a magic artifact, he could use these people to get rid of him. So he hastily said, "Elder Zun, wait, my Kaiyuan sect's disciples are completely innocent, what are we afraid of?" He then turned to ask Yi Yun, "You agree, right?" Yi Yun also nodded decisively and replied, "Elder Han is right, but what if there is no magic artifact on me that can devour spiritual power?" Yang Yang immediately replied, "Then I will admit that I actively made trouble for the Kaiyuan sect and apologize to you. Now, do you dare hand over your storage bag for everyone to inspect?" Yi Yun took out his storage bag without hesitation. Yang Yang even pretended to be incorruptible, saying that he wanted to hand the bag over to the two elders of the other two sects for inspection to avoid suspicion. Yi Yun fearlessly tossed the bag to Lu Jian and said, "One or two, it's all the same old trick. Don't you have any other creativity? Take it and inspect it as you like." Lei Shan yielded to Lu Jian to inspect it first. Lu Jian began to probe with his spiritual power. After a while, he concluded that he had not found anything suspicious. He handed it over to Lei Shan for re-inspection. Lu Jian's conclusion made Yang Yang very surprised. It was not at all what he thought. Lei Shan took the storage bag from Lu Jian, and also began to probe with his spiritual power. But the result was the same as Lu Jian had said, nothing could be detected. Yang Yang was about to burst with anger. If Yi Yun didn't have any magic artifact, how could he have been able to forcefully extract the spiritual energy? Yi Yun was proven innocent. He turned to ask Yang Yang, "Elder Yang, are you satisfied now?" Yang Yang awkwardly cleared his throat and replied, "This matter, perhaps my Liang sect disciples were at fault. I apologize here. I hope you will not blame us." He took out a pill from his bag and gave it to Yi Yun, saying, "This is a breaking barrier pill, a secret pill of my Liang sect, which can stabilize a martial artist's cultivation. Consider it as compensation from my Liang sect." Yi Yun accepted it without hesitation. Yang Yang was ashamed and did not dare to linger any longer. He gestured for his disciples to leave and then bid farewell to the other three sects. "All right, this matter is over. We won't stay any longer. If any of you are interested in the future, you can come to my Liang sect as guests. We will definitely treat you to a lavish banquet." But Yi Yun did not let them leave so easily. He immediately blocked the path of the Liang sect group. He walked up to the eldest disciple of the Liang sect and knocked him down with one move, causing the disciple's storage bag to fly out as well. Yi Yun picked up the storage bag and said to Yang Yang with a dissatisfied tone, "You say it's over, and it's over." Who agreed? Han Xian was afraid that he would cause trouble and scolded Yi Yun in front of everyone. Yi Yun ignored him. From the storage bag of the Liang sect disciple, he pulled out the spiritual energy-stealing good magic artifact and placed it in front of everyone, saying, "You're so stupid that you didn't even bother to destroy the evidence of your crime. Should I say you're stupid or dumb?" The elders could tell at a glance that the good was a spirit jade good that could devour spiritual energy. Needless to say, Yang Yang was completely humiliated. He pretended not to know anything and questioned his disciple, "What is this?" The disciple stammered, not daring to answer. Elder Qin Chi snorted coldly and said, "Framing others and being shameless. Elder Lu, I don't need to say much about this matter anymore, right? Since the truth is clear. And you are the most experienced here, how should we resolve this?" "We will completely follow your orders." Lu Jian replied, "The spiritual spring has been destroyed. There's no point in saying more. With such despicable behavior, I, Lu, disdain to associate with you. In consideration of our centuries-old relationship, your Liang sect should request to be removed from the records of the Qianluo Empire of the Northern Territory. Yang Yang was shocked and knelt down to beg, Elder Lu, please be merciful. Lu Jian frowned and coldly said, HMPH, Yang Yang, you brought it upon yourself. He declared that he would not allow him to live, which shocked everyone in the Liang sect. After announcing the charges against the Liang sect, Lu Jian turned to Yi Yun, ready to say something. Yi Yun was also mentally prepared for what was coming. He was afraid that he would say something harsh next, but unexpectedly he just smiled and said, You are Yi Yun, right? You are indeed a good seed. I will return to my sect and strictly discipline my disciples. We'll meet at the peak in the future. After praising Yi Yun, Lu Jian ordered his 6 Harmony sect to return to their sect. Qin Yao breathed a sigh of relief and said, That was really dangerous. Yi Yun, let's go back too. Yi Yun nodded in agreement. Han Xian was bitter. He did not understand how Yi Yun, this little junior, could have such good luck. No matter what he tried, he could not make him fail. Back in the Kaiyuan sect, Yi Yun continued to focus on cultivation. He used the breakthrough pill given by Yang Yang. The effect was quite good, but he was still a little short of breaking through the realm. As his realm got higher and higher, he felt that the task given by Elder Zhu was becoming simpler. He thought to himself, he might as well wander around to see if there were any high-level demonic beasts he could hunt. Before he could even step out of his residence, Yi Yun immediately sensed danger. A knife with a note attached was flying quickly towards him. Looking closer, he saw that it was a message from someone asking to meet him behind the mountain. This note was a challenge. Since someone dared to challenge him, Yi Yun was also very willing to accept this challenge. In less than 3/4 of an hour, Yi Yun arrived at the location specified in the challenge, already guessing who was waiting for him. Upon arriving at the rendezvous point, without even looking at the sender, Yi Yun loudly called out, Wang Gan. After some time spent in this mountainous region, Wang Gan was exuding a dark aura. He did not look like a disciple of the righteous path, but rather a disciple of the demonic path. Seeing Yi Yun approaching without fear, Wang Gan narrowed his eyes, full of resentment, and said, Yi Yun, you actually dared to come. Aside from everything else, you dared to accept my challenge, you're quite bold. Yi Yun was tired of the lengthy introductions and challenged him directly, Stop wasting words. You dare challenge me, I want to see what your strength is. Wang Gan drew his sword and said sharply, You're about to find out. The humiliation you brought upon me, today I will take it back. After saying that, he used his fastest speed to rush forward and yell at Yi Yun, Die. As he yelled, his foot kicked towards his opponent's face. Yi Yun, without even touching his sword, used an arm to block Wang Gan's attack. It was also during this attack that Yi Yun discovered that in just a few days, Wang Gan had reached the supernal realm, which was quite unexpected. Wang Gan laughed with pleasure and said, Ha ha, unexpected, isn't it, Yi Yun? You are indeed strong, to be able to withstand my 50% strength attack. Then let you try my full strength attack after I changed my bones. His opponent had improved so much in a short period of time. Wang Gan's power was somewhat strange. Yi Yun became cautious. Seeing Yi Yun's highly cautious appearance made Wang Gan very pleased. He sneered disdainfully and said, Ha, Yi Yun, are you scared? You will be the first to die under my move. The aura on Wang Gan's body began to change. A bright red color was merging with black, forming an energy circle. Wang Gan yelled, Love and hate together. After his command, a terrifying source of energy shot out, attacking Yi Yun. Yi Yun hurriedly used tearing wind slash to block that energy. But unexpectedly, the sword energy was gradually being neutralized. Yi Yun was surprised. That energy actually had the power to dissolve ghost energy. Wang Gan was now rushing forward with his sword in hand. He roared, "Ha ha, Yi Yun, have you given up all hope of living?" Wang Gan's confidence soared. He used his sword energy to pressure Yi Yun and delivered a fatal blow. Yi Yun could not use his sword to fight back, so he immediately used his 20 times faster speed to dodge and preserve his life. Wang Gan was not to be outdone and continuously chased after his opponent. Wherever Yi Yun went, he attacked. "Ha ha, Yi Yun, wouldn't it be better to just stand still and accept death?" Wang Gan laughed loudly. "Give up, Yi Yun, you can't escape. Come out obediently." As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Yun's figure was directly in front of Wang Gan, asking coldly, "Who said I wanted to escape?" Yi Yun closed in, creating an invisible pressure that made his opponent tremble unexpectedly. He said, "Isn't it easier to aim when you're closer?" At this time, Yi Yun began to counterattack. His sword began to be raised high, and he was ready to let Wang Gan taste the new swordsmanship he had just learned as a rebuttal. Thus, the first move of the 9 obliteration swords was released. Devouring light immediately appeared. It entangled Wang Gan and pressed him down, causing him unbearable pain. To break free from this pressure, Wang Gan exerted his strength and used his spirit power to resist. The power of the two sides seemed to be equal at this time, but Yi Yun had not exerted his full strength yet. Seeing Wang Gan's counterattack, Yi Yun sneered and said, "Wang Gan, don't rely on a dangerous place to resist." After saying that, Yi Yun exerted another surge of energy, directly crushing Wang Gan. The entire forest shook with his attack. The result was predictable. Wang Gan was at a disadvantage, and could not resist Yi Yun's move. He gritted his teeth in anger. He did not expect that this time, when he met Yi Yun again, he would be so much stronger than before. Yi Yun's 9 obliteration swords were incomparably powerful. Wang Gan began to try his best to resist, not having any energy to counterattack. He was panting and said, "Huck, I have to admire you a little. To be able to push me to this point, it really amazes me." Wang Gan's mouth twisted due to the overwhelming power of the 9 obliteration swords. After resisting for a while, Wang Gan began to run out of strength. He could not stand anymore and knelt down. He gritted his teeth at this time, his head dripping with cold sweat, his hands shaking, but his mouth was still very hard. He said, If I hadn't made full preparations, I might have fallen into your hands." On Wang Gan's face appeared traces of a black aura. He began to display his true strength, no longer wanting to hide it. Yi Yun was still in the attack and, upon seeing the strange black aura, became more wary. Wang Gan shouted, his body completely covered by a layer of mixed black and red aura. His eyes widened, showing no pupils. That force was gradually taking over Wang Gan's body, causing his skin to shrivel up like a dried grape. The space was covered in a fiery red color. A savage laugh was echoing in the air. It was not Wang Gan's or Yi Yun's, but from a third person. Yi Yun had temporarily stopped fighting at this time. The current aura carried a sinister energy. He could not act rashly. A hoarse voice with a sinister aura began to echo, "Demonic God Transformation, Demonic God Claw. Die, Yi Yun." Huge arms of dark energy reached out. Yi Yun immediately used his 20 times faster speed to dodge quickly. The attack slammed into the ground, causing the area to shake. Then it caused the earth and rocks to be thrown everywhere. Yi Yun was fortunate enough to dodge it. He sighed and thought, Wang Gan actually has such power. Knowing that this energy was problematic, but in the urgent situation, he did not have time to figure it out. He could only deal with Wang Gan first before thinking further. Seeing Yi Yun switch from offense to defense and evasion, Wang Gan roared with a strange hoarse voice, "Ha ha, Yi Yun, are you scared? This is my last trump card. Today, you will not escape." He did not give Yi Yun a chance to rest and immediately used the demonic god claw to attack continuously. In contrast to Wang Gan's haste, Yi Yun showed the calm of a victor. He smiled softly and said, "A trump card. It seems I need to teach you a lesson." A blinding light erupted, protecting Yi Yun from the opponent. To someone with absolute strength like him, all tricks were meaningless. This was the official counterattack from Yi Yun to his opponent. Wang Gan saw the calmness in Yi Yun's eyes, and also saw that his power was not affecting his opponent at all. He began to worry, not understanding why Yi Yun could remain so calm and unaffected. Following that was Yi Yun's counterattack. A huge energy was blowing everything around. This move was much stronger than all of Yi Yun's previous moves, causing Wang Gan to suspect that his opponent had other backup moves to counter. Yi Yun's previous attack was only using 50% of his actual power. It was not the backup move Wang Gan was thinking of. The second form of the 9 obliteration swords was coming. The energy Yi Yun created was about to explode. When Yi Yun shouted, severing nothingness, the sky turned red. The sword energy at this time seemed to be descending from the sky and not created by humans. Wang Gan panicked, his face full of fear, and screamed, "No, absolutely not, is he still human? Demonic God Claw, defend me." But the demonic God Claw was torn apart by the 9 obliteration swords before it could do anything. Looking at the blinding light moving directly towards him, Wang Gan shouted helplessly, "It's over, it's over, it's all over." A second later, the entire forest echoed with Wang Gan's miserable cry. The light directly hit him, and the surrounding space was greatly affected. The surrounding trees were burned to ashes, along with Wang Gan's gradually weakening cries. When the light dissipated, Wang Gan had been thrown several kilometers away, leaving a trace of his body on the ground. Wang Gan's whole body was weak at this time, like an 80-year-old man. He lay in the cold pit and trembled as he said, "Yi Yun, I still underestimated you. Your talent is indeed much stronger than mine." Thinking that everything had come to an end, Wang Gan suddenly placed his hand on his chest and released a purple light, yelling, "But the more you are, the more I want to kill you." The last weak light rushed towards Yi Yun, but was blocked too easily. Yi Yun's voice spoke, "You're truly dragging things out." That purple light did not immediately dissipate when Yi Yun blocked it. It moved in a specific direction in a conscious manner, which caught Yi Yun's attention. Realizing something was strange, Yi Yun began to follow this light, wanting to find out where it was going. After following for a while, the light entered the mysterious cave that Wang Gan had previously found. This was the Spirit God Grotto. Yi Yun followed into the cave, and after a while, the purple light disappeared. Unexpectedly, behind the Kaiyuan Sex Mountain, there was such a cave. Yi Yun guessed that Wang Gan's sudden change was related to this place. Looking around for a while, Yi Yun noticed a strange aura appear. Immediately after that, a black shadow with a strange shape appeared. It looked at Yi Yun, chuckled, and said, "Mortal, you have obtained my demonic god's legacy. You are a person with destiny, and can take away a portion of the demonic god's treasure." Yi Yun looked at the boxes at the end of the cave and asked, "The demonic god's treasures are those boxes below?" Seeing that some of the boxes had been opened, it could be guessed that many people had come here before. Yi Yun was curious about what was inside and directly slashed the outer cords with his sword energy. Opening the box, inside was a blood demon scripture, emanating a dense aura. Without thinking too much, Yi Yun immediately took it. During the absorption process, while comprehending this cultivation manual, Yi Yun vaguely realized that the spiritual energy carried by this manual was similar to the spiritual energy emanating from Wang Gan. At the end of the comprehension phase, something made Yi Yun startled in surprise. He finished absorbing, and the cultivation manual turned to ashes. It was also through this absorption that Yi Yun seemed to understand why Wang Gan's strength had suddenly increased. Just starting to practice martial techniques, within the spiritual energy, he could sense a demonic force trying to absorb the spiritual power in his body. Yi Yun had seen in the Kaiyuan Sex Library Pavilion that the spiritual plundering art was an ancient secret technique. The main body could cleverly transfer its own spiritual power into self-created martial techniques, so other hosts could cultivate them. If the host cultivated those techniques, they could obtain the main body's tremendous power in a short time, increasing the speed of cultivation and combat power. But there was no such thing as a free lunch in the world. After using the energy without restraint, the host would eventually be devoured by the owner of this spiritual energy. All the essence, blood, and lifetime cultivation would become food to nurture the main body. No wonder Wang Gan could break through so quickly. Most of it was due to cultivating this so-called blood demon scripture. Although he didn't know the origins of this blood demon scripture, it seemed to have developed intelligence. It was secretly using this move, using opportunities as traps, to lure people into becoming hosts. Several boxes were already empty. It seemed that many people had been lured. These things would only harm humanity if left behind. Yi Yun conveniently used his blazing flame slash to burn all the boxes. The demonic entity would certainly not allow Yi Yun to destroy it, and it began to resist. If that was the case, Yi Yun would let it try his spiritual light sword technique immediately. Each of his spiritual light swords had a combat strength of the 6th level of the supernal realm. He did not believe that this demonic entity could not be annihilated when 1,000 sword auras were released. The demonic entity could not resist. Before disappearing, it threatened, "Detestable mortal, after the demonic god revives, I will make your soul dissipate." Yi Yun laughed coldly and replied, "Then wait until your demonic god comes out. I'll compete against it." Outside the cave, the demonic entity's deep voice echoed, "The demonic god race will exist forever." It sounded like the final words before dying. Then it disappeared when the cave was completely destroyed by Yi Yun, and the earthquake shook all the way outside the cave. Finally, everything related to this demonic entity disappeared completely. At the same time, in another place of the Kaiyuan sect, where the mountain range was flowing, a chuckling laugh echoed from the ground. Hee hee, finally, there's a reaction. This mountain range was imprisoning something very dangerous. A mass of tangled chains crossed each other. Below was a dragon vein flowing, and a black object was floating. This black object was emitting the voice, "The demonic lord's heart has finally reappeared." Looking closer, it was discovered that this black object was a heart that was still beating. The beating became louder and louder. It was feeling the increasingly dense aura of the demonic lord. This made it stronger every second. It wanted to break free from the shackles, but the demonic sealing curses on it would not allow it. A slow voice, as if from the underworld, was echoing, "The demonic lord's heart has started beating. It's estimated that the day of awakening is near. My demonic emperor sect will descend once again." The throbbing heart was eagerly awaiting the day it would break free from its shackles. At the Qingyang County City Lord's mansion, there was a person sensing the demonic emperor's aura just by looking through the window and seeing the blood moon casting a red light. Looking at the flaming orb in his hand, he murmured, "The demonic heart is moving. Ha ha, is it finally about to begin?" The old man laughing was Liu Yang, the city lord of Qingyang County, with a cultivation at the 4th level of the martial venerable realm. In the northern territory of the Wu Kingdom, the demonic beasts in the forest began to flee in droves, seemingly knowing that something ominous was about to happen. It had been many years since this blood moon had appeared. The demonic beasts roared and fled in great numbers. There were 2 shadows secretly observing the scene before them. Seeing the wild beasts howling, they also realized that something bad was about to happen. In front of them was Zhao Wudi, the sect master of the Black Dragon sect, with a cultivation at the 6th level of the martial venerable realm. He said to the person beside him, "It seems like a demonic lord. His aura has caused the chaos of the beast tide. Who could possibly cause such a big commotion?" In another distant place, an old man with a stick in his hand was looking at the red sky and revealed a long hidden smile. "Ha ha, the aura of demonic beasts." This person was Xiao He, the pavilion master of the Yellow Spring Pavilion, with a cultivation at the 5th level of the martial venerable realm. He was talking to himself. This Qingyang County will not be spared from disaster. In the forbidden area of the Kaiyuan sect, the sect master of the Kaiyuan sect, Qin Yuan, was silently standing in the middle of a large waterfall. Beside him were several glowing orbs representing the elders. He asked, 3 elders, with this blood moon descending and the demonic energy so dense, do the 3 of you have any information? One of the 3 orbs replied, Sect Master, the 3 of us can all sense it. There is a terrifying power about to awaken within the Kaiyuan mountain range. The orb next to it continued. That's right, if I am not mistaken, it is very likely to be related to the demonic emperor sect of 1,000 years ago. Qin Yuan seemed a little startled at the mention of the demonic emperor sect. One of the elders said, That's right, 1,000 years ago, the demonic emperors tried to revive the strongest demonic lord of the demonic realm, causing a great war between humans and demons. The martial artists and cultivators of the Northern Territory joined forces to counterattack, and they besieged the nest of the demonic emperor sect. They finally succeeded in preventing the demonic lord from descending, avoiding a great catastrophe. But the demonic emperors were not completely obliterated, but used their lifetime cultivation and secret techniques to seal the demonic lord who had not yet been born. Now, 1,000 years have passed. The seal of that demonic lord might have weakened. As long as it devours enough essence, blood and energy, the demonic lord will be completely reborn. At that time, the Yao Huang sect will have a Yao venerable leading it, and it's only a matter of time before they regain their glory. The mortal world will surely face a great calamity. A stern-faced elder reminded the sect master, Yuan Dao, you must make plans soon. Sect master Qin Yuan bowed respectfully and replied, I will follow the teachings of the 3 seniors. Then he immediately summoned his 2 close aides, Ziming and Yingying. He ordered, pass down the word that this year, the selection of disciples for the elders will be held early, and the ceremony of apprentice acceptance of inner disciples and the agenda should be advanced. Ziming and Yingying accepted the order and immediately carried it out. 3 days later, in front of the grand hall of the Kaiyuan sect, the disciples gathered as ordered. Naturally, holding the selection of disciples earlier than expected caused much confusion. Amidst the confusion, one person revealed even more shocking information, saying, I heard that this year, the difficulty of the competition for the elders' disciples has increased many times compared to previous years. You should know that although there are not many inner disciples, there are still a few hundred of them. In addition, according to the Kaiyuan sect's rules, each elder can only accept a maximum of 3 disciples, so among them, the most who can become elders are only a few dozen. If today one can be accepted by the 10 great elders as a disciple, then it is truly a godsend. At this time, the elders also appeared, led by great elder Wang Fen. He looked at the young disciples and happily said, Today is even more lively than last year. Zidong, the 9th elder, a 4th-level transcendent realm expert, added to the great elder's words, This year, the sect master is particularly concerned, and everyone in the sect naturally pays attention. 2nd elder Shan Miaowu, a 1st-level martial strength realm expert, said, All right, let's not talk much, let's go in quickly. Everyone was extremely excited when they saw the elders. They were all powerhouses of the martial strength realm, and being chosen by one of them was a rare stroke of luck for the disciples. Elder Chiu stepped forward and said, Everyone, this competition will be presided over by me, Chiu Mao. The elders will choose their favorite disciples based on your performance on the scene. I hope everyone can show the best results of their cultivation in this competition. After the greetings, Elder Chiu began to explain the main content of this competition. It was the Sky Ladder Trial, a ladder connecting to the endless sky that had been waiting for this grand competition for a long time. Everyone looked at the Sky Ladder, and was amazed because it was too tall and majestic. At the top of the ladder was a small stone platform, with a lotus flower placed on it, symbolizing reaching the top. Anyone who plucks it will be able to return to the starting position smoothly. Elder Chiu announced that the grand competition officially started. The disciples were eager to grab the lotus flower and raced forward. The quick-footed ones had already begun to step onto the first rung of the ladder. Contrary to their imagination, as soon as they started running, a weight pressed down on their shoulders. Just the first few rungs caused many people to collapse, and many walked unsteadily, unable to walk straight. Meanwhile, Yi Yun was still walking calmly. It turned out that the sky ladder trial was enhanced with magic. Each step weighed 1,000 pounds, which was why everyone found it so difficult to walk. Many people began to feel discouraged. If the first few steps were so difficult, how could they reach the top? The elders on the seats looked at ninth elder Zedong, who was casting a spell on the sky ladder, and jokingly said, "Old ninth, did you make it a bit too heavy this time?" Elder Zedong smiled and replied, "There's no other way. If it's not like this, how can we filter out talented people?" The sect master specially instructed that this grand competition must be made more difficult, and not end too quickly. The elders were relaxed, but the disciples were struggling to crawl up the ladder. Some had used 70% of their power, but were still finding it very difficult. Elder Zedong, while controlling the magic with one hand, clicked his tongue and said, "Those who want to climb up will have to expend a lot of energy." In the first few steps, the disciples could barely manage to climb using spiritual energy for protection, but the higher they went, the heavier it became, and they were almost unable to endure it. Elder Zedong was still excited, thinking that no one could move anymore. When his eyes widened when he saw something unusual. It was Yi Yun, leading the disciples, walking very calmly. The other elders were also shocked. No one believed that a disciple could so easily walk up the sky ladder like that. Yi Yun was able to walk thanks to the diamond-glazed body, which at this level of pressure had almost no impact on him. Elder Hu Yangfeng, sitting next to Elder Zedong, started to criticize, "Old ninth, did you not eat today? Even a new disciple cannot be suppressed by 70% of your power." Hearing this, Elder Zedong increased the power of his magic on the sky ladder. Immediately, the disciples who were standing all switched to kneeling. The disciples who were kneeling and going up all fell, and were unable to take another step. Elder Zedong used 90% of his power to suppress, and this time he was sure to suppress everyone. But unexpectedly, Yi Yun still walked unhurriedly without encountering any obstacles. Elder Zedong gritted his teeth in anger. "This kid Yi Yun has an extremely strong body. This level of strength clearly far exceeds that of a disciple. This level of body refinement is probably unprecedented in our Kaiyuan sect." The great elder also silently assessed Yi Yun, and his expression seemed quite satisfied. While the elders were secretly hoping for Yi Yun, only Han Xian showed a look of disgust. He really did not expect Yi Yun to become so powerful. Second elder said quietly, "It seems that this batch of disciples is not bad in terms of aptitude, and there are a few who are persevering to the end." Among them was Fang Lingya. She was trying to keep close behind Yi Yun, looking at his figure walking smoothly. She thought admiringly, "Yi Yun is so amazing. He is not affected by the suppression at all." Seventh elder Hu Yangfeng suddenly stood up. The sword in his hand began to release spiritual energy. He rotated his shoulder smoothly and said, "It seems that the task assigned by the sect master can only be completed by me. Absolutely no one can maintain such speed when carrying such a large weight." After speaking, he supplemented the suppression formation with chaotic gusts of wind. Adding the chaotic wind immediately caused the situation to become chaotic, and many disciples gave up. Fang Lingya realized that there were blade attacks. Her ascent was already extremely difficult, and now she also had to raise her weapon to resist the powerful blade techniques of the seventh elder, which made her a little exhausted. Third elder Zhao Ayu, holding a teacup in his hand, calmly commented, "The second trial is to meet the attacks head-on, using unexpected attacks to test the disciples' reaction ability." The seventh elder's blade techniques were famous for their speed and sharpness. Coupled with the binding technique cast by the ninth elder, even disciples in the seventh level of the transcendent realm could not easily avoid them. Yi Yun was good at it. He was like a cheat code. When he saw the blade techniques coming, he used to speed 10 times faster to avoid the attacks, and he even looked down on these blade techniques, saying they were not worthy of his 20 times faster speed. The seventh elder did not expect that someone could be faster than his blade techniques. Yi Yun walked quickly, glancing at the elders with a faint smile. The seventh elder seemed to be stimulated by Yi Yun's speed. He laughed excitedly and said, "This kid's explosive speed is really amazing." This was the reason he increased the power of his blade aura to a higher level, making it difficult for many disciples to move at a noticeably slower pace. The seventh elder swung his sword at 3 times the speed, wanting to see how long Yi Yun could last. But everything was a few beats slower than Yi Yun. He was still moving faster than the seventh elder's blade techniques. The pressure and blade aura did not cause any obstacles to Yi Yun. He moved swiftly like he was running, leaving the other disciples far behind. The ninth elder began to curse, "Damn it, this kid not only is unharmed, but he's even faster." The power of the blade attacks was strong, but in terms of speed or power, Yi Yun had left them behind. They were basically not enough to pose a threat to him. Looking behind, he could not see any disciples following him. He did not want to waste any more time. He had already decided that he would win the first place in this grand competition. When they saw Yi Yun speeding up, with not much distance left to the top of the ladder, the 2 elders started to panic. The ninth elder yelled, "If this continues, the trial will be over in less than an incense stick's time. How are we going to report this to the sect master?" The seventh elder retorted in annoyance, "You're asking me. Who am I supposed to ask? This kid's movement technique is really strange. He can actually slip through the gaps while me and old ninth were attacking." Han Xian took this opportunity to make a complaint. He said, "What the seventh elder said is right. I've been in contact with this Yi Yun before, he has many secrets." All the elders turned to look at Han Xian with suspicion. His attitude was a bit unusual, so they started to question him. Can sixth elder speak in detail? Han Xian then said, "This kind of method of increasing attack speed in an instant must be a kind of secret technique. As for body refinement, we can make him hand it over, so that our Kaiyuan sect will become even stronger." The blue-robed elder next to him nodded in agreement and added, "What the sixth elder said is reasonable. If this secret technique were given to the sect, it would certainly raise the overall strength of our Kaiyuan sect." The purple-robed cross-eyed elder also sighed, "That's right, this kid Yi Yun's talent is not bad. Why don't I take him as a disciple to reward him, and then let him hand over the secret technique, and then nurture him as a core disciple later?" The third elder immediately interrupted sternly, "Humph, you guys are too ridiculous. A martial artist's opportunities are created by themselves. In the Kaiyuan sect, we take disciples as the foundation, and we have always taken educating disciples as a long-term goal, but now you want to seize the creation and opportunities of the disciples. You are truly shameless. If everyone was like you, would those disciples who have opportunities and creation still dare to stay in the Kaiyuan sect?" The elders were scolded by the third elder, and could not retort. Han Xian swallowed his anger and replied, "What the third elder said is right." The second elder looked at the great elder and said, "Senior brother, I heard that your Dongla sword technique has not yet found a successor. What do you think about Yi Yun?" The great elder did not accept in a hurry, he only quietly told everyone to continue watching. At this time, the first person had reached the top of the ladder. Everyone was curious about who this person was. Of course, it was none other than Yi Yun. This challenge was not a big deal for him. He stepped to the side of the pot of plants, and reached out to pick a lotus flower. As soon as he picked it, he would return to the ground immediately. But unexpectedly, things were not over yet. Yi Yun was unexpectedly transported to another space. He was about to understand what the final test was like. Not long after, Fang Lingya also arrived. Seeing Yi Yun standing as if rooted to the ground, she asked in confusion, "Yi Yun, why haven't you picked the flower yet?" She realized that something was strange. Yi Yun was standing still. She asked worriedly, "Yi Yun, are you okay? Everything was being controlled by the second elder. This final part was to test the obstruction of inner demons. When one touched the flower, the deepest fears in the martial artist's heart would appear. If the disciple remained silent in the illusion, being bewitched by the inner demons, even if they had obtained the flower, they would not be able to descend the sky ladder smoothly. In the dreamscape, Yi Yun also realized that the final test was the inner demons. All of his previous enemies began to appear in Yi Yun's mind. Each one, with a terrifying look, stared at him with resentful eyes, and screamed, "Yi Yun, you have caused us to suffer so miserably. So miserably. You deserve to die, you deserve to die. You deserve to die." Those who died by Yi Yun's hands appeared like ghosts. Some were whispering words of resentment, but Yi Yun coldly said, "The sword in my hand, Yi Yun, only kills those who deserve to die. Insignificant ants, do you still dream of becoming my inner demons?" He then swung his sword at those ghosts and shouted, "Get lost." The ghosts floated in the air and laughed sinisterly, "Useless, your sword is useless against us, useless, ha ha ha." Hundreds of ghosts began to surround Yi Yun, and they all shouted in unison, "In this illusion, we are invincible, we are invincible." Yi Yun's face darkened. Without showing any fear, he said again, "If one sword is not enough, then what about thousands of swords, tens of thousands of swords?" These words surprised even the ghosts. In just a few short seconds, Yi Yun swung his sword, using the heaven-shattering 9 swords, cutting each ghost into small pieces. Yi Yun chopped more and more fiercely. The screams of the ghosts turned into his achievements. Yi Yun's inner demons were completely submerged by the heaven-shattering 9 swords. The flames devoured them, so they no longer posed any pressure on Yi Yun. Outside the illusion, everyone began to be stunned. They realized that the state of the lotus flower near Yi Yun was wrong, and a lot of spiritual energy was escaping. The elders all stood up to watch. This force was Yi Yun forcibly breaking through the inner demon barrier. Fang Lingya, who was standing nearby, was also starting to feel the pressure of Yi Yun's spiritual energy, and could not get closer. Everyone thought that Yi Yun was still immersed in the illusion, but unexpectedly, he opened his mouth and said, "Only the weak, whose hearts are not pure enough, and whose spirits are not strong enough, will be bewitched by the inner demons. My heart, Yi Yun, is like a glazed surface, untouched by worldly matters, so why would I fear a trivial inner demon?" In the illusion, the inner demons did not let him go. Seeing that Yi Yun was about to explode, they became even more excited. "Ha ha ha, struggling is so ridiculous. Yi Yun, obediently accept your fate and die in this false environment, falling into the demonic path with us." Yi Yun smiled disdainfully and replied, "Accept my fate. Ha ha. Whether I become a demon or a Buddha is my own decision, my life is in my own hands, not belonging to heaven and earth." He began to rush forward, slashing wildly at the inner demons, then shouted loudly, "As long as it is not my martial path, then everything. I'll destroy everything for you to see." After saying that, Yi Yun's sword struck right in the middle of the inner demon's head. Outside the illusion, a violent tremor occurred, causing the elders to worry. The third elder exclaimed in horror, "This is not good, the spiritual platform is about to collapse." Yi Yun, in the illusion, was continuously delivering powerful blows towards his inner demons. Outside, the tremors intensified, and the spiritual platform began to collapse. Everyone began to use defensive magic to protect themselves, as they began to fall freely. Many people did not have time to defend, so they fell straight down. The elders hurriedly built spiritual energy barriers, trying to minimize casualties. Thanks to this, most of the disciples who fell from the spiritual platform landed safely. If they had fallen freely, many people would have died. Looking at the sky ladder's spiritual platform, which was now a mess, everyone did not understand what had happened, and did not know where Yi Yun had disappeared to. But very quickly, Yi Yun's figure reappeared, intact and very handsome. He seemed to have escaped the inner demons, and even had the mood to ask about the result, esteemed elders. Does this mean that I have passed the trial? As he spoke, Yi Yun raised the lotus flower in his hand. The elders were also frozen in place, unable to say anything. Han Xian was probably the unhappiest person. The great tremor just now was when Yi Yun passed the trial. Yet he did not encounter any mishaps.